Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl Constance Carter. Do you know what today is? Is it Doomsday or is it Deliverance Day? I don't know, but today is certainly going to be one for the history books. For some, I don't know. I'm gonna see by a show of hands. Oh, I see there's a graphic up. I just want to see by a show of hands. Is this Doomsday? Is this Doomsday? What is this for y'all? Is this Doomsday or is this Deliverance Day? Doomsday. Hands up if it's Doomsday. Hands up if it's Deliverance Day. Deliverance Day. Hands up if I don't give a damn day. I don't give. All right. Okay. So the power in this nation is shifting once again as Joe Biden hands over the presidency to Donald Trump. The country feels more divided than it has ever felt in the history of my lifetime, certainly. So will this energy of division, will it continue? Or is there hope? Is there hope for unity with this new presidency? I know that the only time that I really felt that this country was unified is when a certain president talked about hope, talked about unity. But when you have a president that talks about division, divisiveness, and going after their enemies, it certainly feels different. But let's dive into what this means for our economy, our finances, and the future of our leadership. But really, most importantly, what does it mean for Black America? Because that's what the hell we're concerned with, right? What does it mean for us in Black America? So first up, you see that right there? It's my girl, Miss Black Hollywood. She is a producer, she is a screenwriter, she is a singer, she is an artist, she is all things talent. Yes. And then we got this dude over here, Dr. Joe Corley. He is a licensed, look at why he shake his head like that. You are Dr. Joe, you're gonna be Dr. Joe today. He is a licensed therapist. And if you need some therapy, you need to hook up with him. Sit on this dude's couch because he has the answers to really help. I may actually end up calling a Negro and sitting on his couch my damn self. So, and then we have Miss Marlo. What's your last name? Marlo Layson. I'm sorry. She is a TV and film producer. See, we have all the people, and then we have Miss Moya. Moya, what's your last name? Okay. Anyway, we got Miss Moya. Have your last name. I don't know your last name. I want to give the whole government name. We have Miss Moya. She is a tax professional, and she's a lot of things, because she's helping me out with some things right now, which I'm super excited about. So she is a wealth of resources, resources and information. So we have a very, very, very dope ass panel today. And the great thing I love about this network and these people that we come live every single day of the week is that we have really great conversations, and that everyone here can really stand on and really engage, intellectually, which I absolutely love. So I know in the beginning I asked you by a show of hands, is this Doomsday or is it Deliverance Day? And then some of y'all raised your hands that this was Doomsday. Somebody raised their hands that this was Deliverance Day. Others raised their hand that this was I don't give a fuck day. I want to know what day is this for you? And I'm gonna start with you, Miss Black Hollywood. What day is this for you and why?
It's the day that shenanigans ensue, right? I feel like we are a couple hours in, and already I'm seeing the publicity stunts. Just yesterday, right? We went to this whole TikTok thing. It was like, TikTok is down, America is in shambles. And then on the site, like I guess Donald Trump said, let there be TikTok. And on the site, it said, thanks to Donald Trump's efforts, TikTok is now back up. If people don't see the game in all of this.
Wait here. He took it down the day before.
Yes, the day before. All of a sudden, it's thanks to Donald Trump's efforts. This is like the signature being at the bottom of your COVID-19 check. That man ain't had nothing to do with that, right? But, I'm on the internet. I'm on TikTok. People was talking about some, thank Donald Trump. He saved America again.
No.
Again.
They falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They falling
for it. Get out of here. Shenanigans. Shenanigans is
Yeah.
ensuing.
Wait. So when I logged on to TikTok yesterday, it was like TikTok is down due to a ban, but we're hoping Donald Trump will save us. And then a few hours later, thanks to Donald Trump. Like, you got to be.
He is a master of marketing. What y'all gonna know is this man.
No, but it's so obvious.
Listen, I worked at The Apprentice season.
Oh, did you?
Season 3, I did. I was like, and I just watched it. I just saw it. I saw all the things. Now, I wasn't on set with Donald. I was in the office, but I saw all the things, and I understood that this man is an actor. He is not. But I'm gonna let y'all go on and praise him.
Oh,
he is the king of marketing.
I got some questions for you because I didn't know you was on The Apprentice, so you got a little insight. Was you on there with my boy Randall Cunningham? Randall Pinkett. Was he on there that season?
Girl, I don't remember. It was so long ago. Literally, it's like in 2009. I can tell you.
Okay.
2009, whatever.
All right. So, Dr. Joe, what do you think? Is it Doomsday? Is it Deliverance Day? Or is it I don't give the fuck day?
I hope it's a Deliverance Day. You know what I mean? In the mindset of understanding now that who this man is, he got himself elected president not once but twice. A complete buffoon, right? I mean, let's not mix no words about it. I mean, that's just what he is. I'm not going back and forth with anybody about the intelligence or lack of intelligence this man has. He is a buffoon. But that buffoonery has rose to the highest office in the land with convictions. I mean, he's an actual felon. And speaking to somebody who was just accused of a felon and couldn't even drive an Uber, I just think it's asinine that this man is now the president of these United States. So I look at it like this. Are you understanding now? Are your eyes open now? It is a day of deliverance. Do you understand that your government is not going to come save you or support you? You can't get your help from there. Okay? So we have to come together, all right, and really do joint collaborative Black economics to get ourselves up out of this shit. And that's the only way we are going to be seen and respected. They are not checking for us in none of these systems, none of them. So you can go back and forth with folks if you want to. I'm not going to do it. So I'm delivered in that way. Whereas I see somebody doing some in conscious word fuckery or coon shit, I'm not going back and forth. Oh, you're one of those. Okay, I don't have to exert my energy in this conversation anymore. I am going to remove myself out of it. I'm not going back and forth with you about this. That man is an idiot.
Right, he's president now. It's kind of like, I remember when my dad was getting married and I didn't want him to marry this person. Not because I didn't like her, there was other reasons. But then like when they got married, it was like, they married now. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, what am I going to do? You know? So what do you think, Marlo? Is this Deliverance Day? Is this Doomsday? Or is this, I don't give the fuck day?
This, good people, is a day of Scam Nation. This is the day where if you had a little scam on your mind, you had a little something you wanted to do that was a little bit under the situation, now's your time. This is the time to go with your move because it's a lawless time, right? You think about the Wild Wild West when people, somebody offended you, say step your ass outside in this dirt. We're going to see who pull guns first. This is the time, people, because there is no moral fabric, no moral fiber, no moral compass. Because I heard Black women taking off. I heard we on vacation for 4 years. We are the moral fabric of the country. So if we're on a 4-year vacation, I'm just saying, I wish my mama didn't raise me with morals because I got 6-7 scams in my head that I could run right now with and get to this money. Okay, but my mama raised me better than that. So I'm gonna continue earning money like a law-abiding citizen. But for those of you whose mamas didn't put that extra TLC in there, holla at your girl. I can help you with your scam, help you with a little multi-level marketing scheme. You need to bring in some fish. You understand? Small fish, big fish, medium fish. Call your girl.
Let me say something, Marlo.
Going on today?
We might be able to put our heads together to come up with a scam for these next 4 years. Oh no, I kind of like how I'm picking up what you putting down. I'm kind of liking how you talking.
I know you would. You want that from my own heart.
You're right.
This
You
is
a woman
not-
after my own heart too. I love it. Let's
This
go.
is not the show I produced, y'all. Just
Let's
so y'all
let's
know
let's,
that.
let's let's put together
The
a scam.
therapist is
The Scam
cussing.
Nation, baby. Tiara said, "This is not the show that I produced."
This is not the show that I produced. The therapist is cussing. Marlo's trying to run scams. Jesus, the offense. I'm telling you.
I am a bad influence. Okay, Moya, I'm sorry. Moya, see, no. We got Moya. Moya is about to bring the moral compass. Let's go, Moya. What are we doing? Is this Deliverance Day, Doomsday, or Don't Give a Fuck Day? What is it?
Well, I definitely like what Joe said in terms of deliverance and us really standing up for us. And also with what Marlo's saying in the sense of, it feels like there's this, if you can accept him, then you can accept anything. I think one of the things that we also have to know is that at the end of the day, we're still Black. And I like what Aaron Magruder, it's been going around. He's saying the moral currency of Black people has now run out in terms of them feeling a certain way about us and them acting in accordance to that. So when we have the rise of someone like Donald Trump, who doesn't really care, and he's shown it every decade that he's been this public figure, then that's really going to affect how we move and how we navigate this new system. So I think it really does have to do with us knowing what we need to do for us.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am so with you, Moya. That's what it's about for me too. At the end of the day, I think this is the time. There's no better time. Y'all really know wholeheartedly that there's nobody coming to save you. Like Joe said, there ain't nobody coming to save Black people. It never has been. All of these democratic policies that they have never saved Black people. There has been nothing that has ever put us in a better position. We have to be insulated. Now is the time to come together, to work together, to figure shit out for ourselves, because they are not going to do it. They're going to do whatever they can to do what they can to keep themselves on top and to keep us oppressed. So the only way that we can be insulated, the only thing that we can do is do what? Work together. That's it, y'all. So let them run this country to the ground, because that's where it's going. But if there's some way, now with the power of the internet, we really can do it. There's some way that we can start working collectively. We're gonna be insulated. Fuck all that shit, and let's go to a commercial.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes. If you want.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Tiara, where you at? We can't see you. You Black. Girl, get your stuff together. And I must say, because I forgot this was going on my Facebook stream, that I'm not going to be cussing if my daddy's watching this. That was the last curse word I'm going to use in this show, Dad, so you could keep watching. Okay? No more cursing today. I'm hoping. But Moya, you wanted to add on to that conversation.
I just wanted to add something in the sense of when we talk about let the government burn. I think it's interesting because for me, I do taxes, and a lot of the best paying jobs are the jobs or government jobs where you work for the city, you work for the county, you have a really solid paycheck, and they can make the most. So I think one of the things that we still have to be on vigilant and very vigilant of is when they start coming in and when they want to start taking away those jobs from a lot of that's built a solid middle class Black America.
Now that's very scary. I'm in DC, so everybody here got a GGJ, right? A good government job. Everybody in here either has a good government job or they have a good government contract. And so when we hear about Elon Musk's position as government oversight or whatever, what is it called?
Doge, the Department of Doge.
Department of Government Oversight?
He's the vice president at this point. Go ahead.
I mean, he got an office in the White House. So.
Right. Seriously.
What are we talking
which is
about?
crazy. Which is crazy.
First
Man,
thing.
food.
Think about that. And here, let me tell you, y'all, when I moved to DC, it was crazy. So let me just tell y'all, Black people, let me tell you how it's when you're not from here, you don't really you really see the opportunities that they have for Black people. So I go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and it's like 75% Black, and I'm like, is this the Black chamber? They're like, no, this is the chamber. And so I'm like, oh shit. And so the mayor's Black, like all the players are Black. And so I'm with somebody, and they're like, oh, this guy's part of this club. You gotta pay at least $250,000 to be a part of this organization over here. And they're just telling me all the players, right? And then I'm the mayor is up, and she's saying they have this thing called the Green Book that it tells you like all, remember the Green Book that they had back in the day, the Green Book where it tells you where all the Black companies were and all the Black service businesses. Well, they have the Green Book where they have all the programs for Black owned businesses. And she said, we got $1 billion set aside for Black owned businesses, right? $1 billion. This is in public. And I'm saying, they saying this in front of white people. It's like a few white people in there. This is the regular chamber. This ain't the Black chamber. This is the DC Chamber of Commerce. So it's all these Black people. I'm sitting at the table with all these Black people. My girlfriend, $50 million government contract paid, right? Like all these Black people that got this real money. That's the type of money and opportunities that are here for Black people. Then I go to another one for the Prince George's County, and they're like, we got $8 billion, 40% set aside for Black owned businesses, right? So when you talk about that, Moya, and you're saying that we got to think about, these government jobs and also these government contracts, because also with that, they were trying to get rid of 8A, which were specifically for Black or minority owned businesses. Who do you think that they're going to try to come after when they're doing these oversight for these jobs and these contracts? Because it is the land of milk and honey for Black people out here. Who do you think is going to be the first that they try to come after? So that's something that we really have to think about as we go forward, and really kind of keep a watch out for, because I think people are really afraid of what's getting ready to happen with this new administration, especially for government contracts. But I do want to go into this video, and we're going to have a little discussion about it.
Fantastic. And if you look at Mike Johnson, he's got a pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. In the election of 2024, which will be the most consequential election in American history, we not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come. That's what we want to do. And someday, in 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path.
All I see is his ugly mama, but that's just me.
What?
All I see is his ugly mama when he talks, and that's just me, though.
I had to close my eyes, literally. My eyes were closed because I couldn't follow. I didn't. What could Moya? You got probably the most sense up here out of all of us today. No, I'm just saying, like she do for real.
Go ahead.
I need her to interpret what this man is saying, because I don't think nobody else on here can interpret this.
One of the things that happened earlier. So what this is the video from last night. It appears the video from last night. And so he actually did say on there that he was making a statement about the Olympics and it's going to be in 2026. And he also said like, oh, I'm not going to be the president. Oh, but wait a second. They, and everyone's thinking like, who's they? They've made it so I can also do it in 2028. And so everyone's like, well, who's they? Are you talking about they in terms of inside your camp? Or are you saying they as Democrats? And so he was like, or also he said, well, Elon, he really knows the computers and what to do. And in Pennsylvania, that's how, I won Pennsylvania. And so everyone's like, wait, what are you saying? Are you saying the quiet part out loud, or what's happening here?
Yeah.
So, that everyone has questions from that event.
I mean, he definitely cheated. Listen, here's the thing. Donald Trump would have gone
Ain't
to
no way
jail.
told it.
That Donald Trump would have gone to jail, y'all. You don't understand. It was like his life was on the line, literally, if he didn't win the election. You think, I mean, he won all the swing states, though? Really?
All of
really?
them.
All
Dana
of them?
Dana White was bragging to Joe Rogan via text saying that Elon called the states 2 to 3 hours before the returns came in completely on camera. On camera, Elon was calling. How are you calling this? Listen, whatever, child. I know you could cheat with a computer because I could play with data all day if I want to.
There's levels. There's just levels to the way he's playing his game. Otherwise, he would be sitting under the jail. He had 34 felonies, 36 felonies, y'all, that he was facing. And people wanted to see him under the jail. Let's not get it confused. There were people, and he's coming after those people and threatening those people. And, you know, it's just a lot. So, I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I just wanted to quote him. He journeyed to Pennsylvania where he spent a month and a half campaigning. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like a landslide. So it's pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
Right.
Not thank you to the voters.
Wait. Then this article says it's not totally clear what Trump was talking about, especially as Pennsylvania says it doesn't use one type of voting machine.
Again, not thank you to the voters of Pennsylvania who want a new day. Thank you to the thief of all code, a man who is currently trying to steal code right now, asking people to send him code to create another effing, because Constance's daddy might be watching, another effing platform for social media that nobody asked him for when the first one that he took from Jack is failing. Like, yeah, I can't get mad enough about these MFers because I know that it's like a whole bunch of scamming. It's a long line of scamming. Part of me is mad because I ain't in on it. I want to get in on a scam, but my mama raised me better. I told y'all that already. But I know it's a scam. I know a scam when I see one. I know a scammer when they're in my midst because, you know, I used to deal with unsavory creatures back in the day. So I'm just saying I'm mad because I can't get in on the scam.
Joe, what did you make of that speech?
Incoherent blubber, like always. He's just incoherent, blubbering. He has a supreme lack of intelligence, and it's very apparent. Not to say that you need to be intelligent to do some of these jobs, but I would hope you have some intelligence to, you know, be the leader of the free world. I'm just disappointed. Every time I listen to that man talk, I try to avoid it at all costs. I heard somebody say it's like putting your head in the sand. No, it's not like putting my head in the sand. I'm just avoiding the things that piss me off. I have the right to do that. So I don't listen to that man talk.
Protect your peace.
I protect my peace, man, because when he talks, I realize more and more, none of this shit matters. It doesn't matter. It's all a game. Anybody could do this. Like, I'm like, oh, any damn fool. And it's been like this, but we've been lying to ourselves for I don't know how many years about I mean, Ronald Reagan was an actor or something, wasn't he? I'm like, they're just letting anybody do this, and we got to work 7, 8, 9, 10 times as hard.
Did you go to Harvard?
I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go, but I got to go if I want to be president. I got to go. Yeah. I don't know what school this fool went to. I don't know. I don't know what school he went to.
He went to Dartmouth.
Tiara, I know we got to go commercial. What does that say about? What is it? No, he went to Wharton School of Business.
Yeah, I thought he went to the U.S.
But he paid to get in. But I want to go commercial. But what does it say about the people who voted for him? What does it say? What does it say about this country? Just listen to that, and he's a representative of the country.
I want to say after we come back from commercial.
Oh my God! I just needed to. Okay.
I just want to say it because just in case I want to go longer, I want to say.
I got you. So let's go ahead and go to commercial because I want to get into space and say.
If you want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Okay. So before we go, Joe, I need your what you call them? Happy fingers. What you call them?
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands. Make sure y'all text the word Queens to 87948 QUEENS to 87948 if you want to get alert when we go live. All right, Tiara, what does this say about the state of our country having this as our leader?
I just think it says that with a little bit of narcissism and a lot of confidence and a lot of if I'm self-absorbed, I too can achieve whatever I want, right? It just says that people will believe anything. They're looking for hope. The way he talks to his fan base, the way he talks to his supporters, has really, really rang in their hearts, and it will allow them to do whatever he says. It doesn't even matter if he's saying anything. I mean, I was watching the town hall meeting again, where I've never seen in history somebody say, I don't want to answer questions, let's dance. Like, I've never seen that before, ever in life. But it's like people are hypnotized. I just don't get it, y'all. I don't get it. And so I think there's a lot of us that obviously are woke and understand what's happening. But for the other people, this is where we stand divided, because it's like they're in a trance or something. Like,
yeah.
But they feel the same way about us. Like, oh, you are in a trance because of the Democrats. It's like, just get rid of. Listen, we don't need a political party. Let's just figure it out ourselves. I think we'd be in a better position. We just figure it out.
No, I like that about him. That whole, because he is exposing the entire system for the lack of seriousness that it possesses. It's not just, if you just go back and forth and listen to these people, all of them, there's probably 5 or 6 of them that are actually serious about what they're doing. But as a whole, they're not serious. Like, we got people sleeping on the streets. We got kids shooting up schools, adults shooting up schools, and y'all worried about TikTok?
Right. Right. They can't come together and pass a gun law, but they can pass a law to turn TikTok back on. But you know what?
Overnight.
Maybe, just maybe, there's a reckoning going on for all of America's sins, America, that has happened over the last, 400 years. Maybe there's a reckoning. Maybe there's something that's happening that we just don't know, something bigger than what we see. But what I do, Marlo, I've been seeing all these CEOs kissing the ring. They go meet with, you see Zuckerberg, you seen, who else was that? You seen a bunch of CEOs going to see Trump and then changing their policies. The fuck is that about?
It's about power and control. It's about proximity to the brass ring, right? It's about everything and nothing at all. Zuckerberg saying that he got rid of fact checking. First of all, get rid of the algorithm, right? Because the algorithm is where people see the fact checking, and the algorithm is where people feel like they're either being kept away from information that they want, or they're being overexposed to information, right? Because it's user generated, right? The algorithm controls the user controls the algorithm. It's a whole situation. And I think that they just want to be down. Like, my favorite Tupac line ever, 17 like Brandy, you just want to be down. Like, they just want to be in the mix. They want to be in proximity. And they also don't want to have accountability. Notice it's all the tech people, right? And the thing about tech is tech exists off of our data. Our user data is what makes technology valuable, right? Because somebody can say, listen, Constance Carter, she got these many dollars. She lives in this zip code. She owns these businesses. We can target her with this information. Tiara, she's in Los Angeles. We're going to target her with this. She's it is just a constant wave of people trying to sell us things. And that's why all of this exists. So what they want is to be able to do this unhinged and untethered. They want to do it without regulation, or like the banks, they want to be able to write the regulation that controls their industry. So it is really about, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Somebody in the comments said it, and I think Joe cleared it up real quick. Rub your ass and you get 3 wishes. Somebody got to get their ass rubbed, right? So Donald Trump is a narcissist. We know this. We know that whoever the last person is that had a word with him in the room is the way that he's gonna sway. We know he's swayed by public opinion. He hated TikTok, y'all. He hated TikTok in the summer before he started going on Bro podcast and started seeing himself recirculated on TikTok over and over again. He was the first one that wanted to ban TikTok because he wanted to ban everything that was Chinese. So I feel like just sit back and watch these people infight. Watch Elon get kicked out of the White House within the first 2 years.
Because two narcissists? Woo!
It's too many narcissists at that point. So I feel like we just sit back and we watch this thing unfold. It's gonna be constant chaos because Donald Trump is chaos, but it's going to be a constant refreshing. It's going to be a bunch of names we never heard of because the minute somebody gets mad, the minute somebody says, Elon said, he getting the fuck up out of there. Sorry, Constance's daddy. He is getting up out of there because Donald Trump is not going to have anybody at a higher seat than him. So I say just watch this little play in 3 acts. And enjoy it, and hopefully it don't hurt too many people in the process.
Boom, that's what it is. So, Eros 120 said, "Is it that he's a continuous result of the Obama backlash, Moya? Is that what we're dealing with? Wait. When did Obama get out of office?
Girl, 16.
So this is almost 9-10 years ago. We 10 years post Obama." Is this continuous backlash?
I think they would like to say it's continuous backlash, and I see the argument. I just believe that this has been their plan from the beginning. Like the way that the Republican Party really works, for them to really work, not like George Bush work in terms of just legacy family, they need like a showman. Like Reagan was an actor. They need Donald Trump. He's a showman. So it allows them to further push their agenda, and the people below don't see it because it's a showman giving them a show while there's something happening in the back. Yeah. And so one of the things that happens, and I think that we need to be aware of, is now that TikTok is now in their pocket, yes, we can talk about money and data, but we also need to talk about how it influences our thoughts, how it influences our actions, how it influences our feelings to either where we feel lethargic and we don't want to do anything because we feel like it's over our head, or it shows us things to make us, I don't want to say it, but make us dumb to where we just focus on being entertained the entire time. So I think that's what we really need to be concerned about with these tech bros really going up there and pushing this and believing in this agenda that is completely against our best interest.
Girl, you know what? Listen, Moya, yeah. You hit on some real stuff. And this is the reason why I said she the only one that got some sense up in here, because she just really put, no, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously though, when you do think about it and you think about the influence that social media has on us, our children, my kids are on TikTok all day and they have the same, timeline. Their timeline, of course, is much different than mine. And then mine is much different than yours. And, just all depends on what you're looking at, but they do become dumbed down. It could be used as good and it could be used as for evil. But you think about this very thing that Donald Trump wanted to end because of whatever reason. Now he wants it to flourish. Now you got to wonder why. What's getting ready to come down the pipe that he is now backing this down. Now he is endorsing this. You got to wonder. But I do want to shift gears because I want to talk about our good friend Snoop D-O-double-G. So a couple of nights ago, there was this whole crypto ball, y'all, the crypto ball. And so Snoop performed, and it's not only Snoop, it was Rick Ross, it was Soulja Boy, and it was Nelly. So all of them performed. No women, huh? Oh, no women sold they sold. No black women sold they sold. Okay. So all of these men, these rappers performed, and a few of them responded. I don't know if Rick Ross responded. Snoop certainly didn't respond. They've been going at his head. Soulja Boy responded and said Kamala needs to suck his, and she ain't offered to pay him. But nobody was checking for him anyway. He broke. Nobody cares about you, Soulja Boy. We expect that. Like you're nobody. And then Nelly he fought back. He he was saying that that it was an honor for him to do it. Now they not only trying to throw Nelly away, they want to throw Shanti away too. They go in on all of them. They like we canceling her too just because she married his dumb ass. But what do you guys think of the idea of these black people shucking and jiving for Donald Trump? I'm gonna start with you, Marlo.
I think it's like Moya said about the quote from his name escapes me, the creator of the Boondocks, right? Aaron Magruder, saying that the moral compass is off, right? There used to be a thing where black people were paying attention and engaged because we understood that it meant life or death. Then a time came, right, where it didn't mean life or death, right? And then Snoop and all these guys come from an era where they were able to take the worst information from our communities and turn it into money. So if we really, like, I love Snoop, right? With the Fiery Passion is part of my childhood. It's part of that whole fabric, right? But if people don't mean you no good, they don't mean you no good. And if you only out for the betterment of your own pockets at any expense, then you don't mean the collective any good. And I think there's nothing wrong with the collective saying, you know what, we done with you. Go ahead and do 5 more crypto balls, because when you do your next hip hop, all-stars tour, many of us not going to be there. Now, I can't speak for everybody, but I do know that it's just sad. Like, we don't have a moral compass except money, right? Soulja Boy, when he was doing his response, he had a little wad of money in his hand. He was like, it's like, that's all you niggas care about? Is that the only thing that is important to you? Because they will kill you with pockets full of money. Stop being stupid. But then at the same time, I heard black women on vacation, so that's all I got to say about it.
That ain't none of our business. Get somebody else to do it. That's the reason why we wasn't there. I want you to think about that. So do you think that they're going to be canceled as a result of this? I want you guys to answer that question after the break.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now, back to the show.
Hey, Brian Shanklin, he said he rolls with Dolores C. Tucker. But the funny thing is, God, Donald Trump, because this man always be coming here talking that crazy ass shit about Donald Trump. He don't roll with Dolores Tucker, apparently, because he had Snoop on his stage. Y'all remember what Pac said, Dolores Tucker, you affect me. Anyway, do you think, Dr. Joe, do you think that black people as a collective could come together like they did? Now, Chrisette Michelle is a friend of mine, and they just, I feel so bad. Like, she went through all kind of depression and all that. Everybody abandoned her. Everybody canceled her. She lost opportunities. She lost movie deals. She lost money. She lost fans. She lost followers. She lost everything because she chose to perform at Trump's inauguration. And then the gentleman that she performed with, he was a gospel artist. He didn't get canceled at all. So do you think as a collective, we will do the same thing for these men that actually performed at this crypto ball?
I want to be slightly careful on how I talk about this, because I think that America has just shown us wholeheartedly how they feel about black women. So I don't think Chrisette Michelle is going to suffer the same. I don't think the rest of these guys are going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, unfortunately, although they should. I think if you are a fan of Rick Ross or Soulja Boy, you are not surprised today and you are probably in line with the things that they did, especially, Rick Ross, who, in my opinion, is the poster child for Black toxic masculinity. Um, Everything that he values is in line with nothingness. So we're not shocked of the day. I think when you're talking about Nelly, I heard his comments about not living in the Klan country, and he is from St. Louis. I am from St. Louis. If you drive 20 miles outside of St. Louis, you are 100% in Klan country. Anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis, you are in Klan country, and you know it by the signs and the everything. It's very obvious that you are not in a safe space if you are a Black person, if you were anywhere in Missouri outside of St. Louis almost. But if you are we're talking about an icon in Snoop Dogg, and it's another level. And I understand probably why he's being quiet. I'm just gonna assume, not knowing, but I'm hoping that he has some remorse for his decision. They made a fool of him, and he is really suffering the consequences today because he is catching more heat than all of them guys combined, just for his iconic status. And honestly, more than angry, I'm just really hurt that another brother went across that line, and it's very unfortunate. And like I said, I don't think they're going to suffer the same consequences as Chrisette Michelle, because we saw as a whole that if Black women can do in tremendous things and still won't be looked at as equals or on fair ground. So.
Yeah. So we say Black people can't get together for a common goal, but Black folks show got together to cancel her. And that's a shame. But I do, because you pointed out the video where they was going in on him. If we could show that video of Snoop talking just the last election about Donald Trump and about the inauguration.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the fuck out one of you Uncle Tom ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
About noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. Before the day begins, before my mother starts bitching about my friends and what I'm to go and damn you grind. Young niggas at the pad throwing up gangs.
So ain't nobody gonna.
I just need to underscore this, Tiara. Elon Musk tweeted, "The vibe shift is real." You're muted.
I think the vibe shift is real for everybody. His own vice president said the same things about him a couple weeks last election as well. Like, talked poorly about him, said he was an awful human being, all the things. And then there's a bit of like, I don't know, what's the Men in Black stick where they just be like, and then they be like, oh, Donald Trump is great. But everybody has done it, y'all. Everybody has done it. It's like Zuckerberg was not in agreement with Donald Trump. It's like everybody is just like, I literally a couple days ago saw an interview where Zuckerberg was talking about the reason why he decided to leave out fact checking or for them to dismantle it or take it off the platform. He was like, well, basically, you just got to go with what's happening and what's popular and what's trendy and what's popular and what people are gravitating towards is Donald Trump. And so we're going to follow suit. And that's what he was saying. So I think everybody is just doing that. Like, it's in, get in, there's a benefit for being connected to him at this point, I guess. And get your money or get that clout or whatever it is that you're looking for.
I think the vibe shift is real, is them really clowning Snoop. Like nigga, we own you, Marlo. Nigga, we own you. The vibe, yeah, you was talking that shit back in what is that, 2000 or whatever that was. But now, where you at right now? What you think, Marlo?
And just, it's true. I mean, look, go get your money, Snoop. I guess you needed it. I guess he could kind of.
He didn't need it.
He could kind of think I said, I guess I ain't pocket right. I don't know how many NDAs he got out there that he paying monthly. I don't know, but I will say that this idea, right? Like, I ain't see no black people in the audience. When I looked at the Rick Ross footage, I ain't see no black people out in the audience, right?
None.
So I feel like the part that the unspoken thing is that, you know, N-words about to get back on the stage and they about to get out of the C-suites, right? Y'all used to be running, you know, you thought you was running the label, you thought you were running the studio, you thought you were doing these things, but I feel like N-words about to be back to entertaining us. That's what your use that's what your use is, right? I feel like that's what that was telling us, because wasn't no black folks invited. I didn't see any black. You telling me there's no black crypto millionaires that could have got an invite to that? Is no black crypto people that could have got an invite to get the Trump coin that's about to come out or that just was released? Because Trump got his own Bitcoin, which, I mean, ethics, again, scam nation, y'all, scam nation. So I just feel like they're just resetting, right? Make America Great Again is a reset. And it is a reset to values that didn't benefit us. But hopefully we could just be ignored, right? And they won't burn our villages down like they did before. And we could just build wealth collectively and be ignored. And then people like Snoop, Rick Ross, whoever want to get out, shake their ass, bust it open, those people can go do their jobs, get their money, and then come bring it back to the collective. I feel like maybe that's where we're moving back to, because again, wasn't no black invited people. The only black people that were suited and booted were the ones on the stage and the ones that were behind stage making the staging happen. So again, MAGA is a reset of very old American principles that didn't die. They just went in the back room with Nana and they went and found Nana shit. They were like, oh, look at this. Niggas in the back. Let's get back to that. Why we stop doing this? And they going back to it. And that's where we at with it.
Drop the mother effing mic, Marlo.
I think he also wants to secure, and this is part of his narcissism, I think, him wanting to have the biggest legacy of all the American presidents. I don't know if you've Googled Donald Trump, but it's like, for the first time ever, foreign leaders are coming to Donald Trump's inauguration. For the first time, I mean, the press is real. You know what I mean? He is the master of marketing. As he said, like 30, 40 years, I want your kids to be saying, Donald Trump set me on my path. Do y'all understand? I want to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Donald Trump did that. I want a wall this is the Donald Trump wall. Do y'all see the legacy that he's trying to, all these really not important things he's trying to create so we can say Donald Trump did it?
But the wall never came to fruition. You know, that's my thing, right? Constance, you are a great woman of real estate, right? If you don't tell people that, nobody knows that about you. People can't tell you who Conrad Hilton is. People can't tell you who owns and started the Four Seasons, but people can tell you who Donald Trump is because, like Tiara said, he is a master of self-promotion. He put his name on everything. It don't mean he was ever good at anything, because all I can remember is bankruptcies and Donald Trump being talked about in the 90s and the early 2000s. So he's look, if you good at marketing, he is doing a master course right now. You need to get your notebook and you need to learn how to become a master marketer through Donald Trump, who never built anything great, who lost Fred Trump's money in reality and leased the Trump name. That's how he makes his money. He leases the Trump name. He doesn't own all of those businesses, but we don't get into the particulars of business because we as Americans just like the money that comes from it. But if you look under the rug, he ain't done shit.
Whew, Moya, I want your opinion on the vibe shift that Elon Musk was talking about. What do you think he meant by that?
And I like that you highlighted that part, because one of the things that we have to keep in mind, the whole idea of hip hop was to really bring us as Black people in a different light. And then it shifted into the Black CNN, right? Isn't that what NWA say that they were doing? They're just talking about what's happening in their community. And so now that it's so ironic that he's playing that song in front of all those people that want to, as Marlo said, put us back in the back. It just seems very, very ironic. And when he's saying the vibe shift is real, I like that you highlighted, like, I own you. That's why the vibe shift is real. Like, my money can pay for anything. So I like that it's highlighted. It's very, very unfortunate, just because he's Uncle Snoop. And so he has a lot of currency in our culture and shaping the way that we think and we perceive certain situations. And if it's good for Snoop, it must be good for us. And that's really, really incorrect.
Y'all go to Snoop Dogg's page. They are going in on my friend, and I'm good friends with Warren G. And I have yet to text him and be like, "Yo, what's going on?" Because they besties. What's going on with your friend? I want to, but I'm a little nervous. I wonder, I don't know. I wonder what Snoop is feeling right now about how they're going in on him, because I think yesterday he did like a little subliminal video, like he don't give a fuck. But they are going in on the comments. Like, I don't care what he posts. They call him, they say, you ain't Uncle Snoop, you Uncle Tom. Like, they are going in the comments. Oh, it's bad for Snoop Dogg. It is he could post, today is a beautiful day. They like, we don't give a damn. You a jigaboo. Like, they are just going in on him. So it's interesting to see all that stuff going on. But we're going to talk more about it and look at some statistics on just what's going on with America when we come back from this last Show.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy and how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, and I will see you in the training.
Hey, so listen, this training, it was Saturday, right, Tiara?
Yes, it's the 25th.
No. Let's talk about it. What are we going to see in this training?
Okay, so basically, Athena Gardner is coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club, and she is going to teach us how to take idea to income using AI. So we know that AI is coming. Actually, AI is here. And if you are not using it, you are left behind. So what we want to do is make sure that Black people, because usually we're last to jump on trains and trends and changes. So what we want y'all to do is jump on this AI train and let it work for you, because the truth is AI is being used against us in many ways, or corporations are already using AI. So we just got to get on the train. This is not something you can sit back and say, I'm not doing that. You will be broke, and you will be broke. That's it. That's the answer.
And let me just share this with you guys. And I shared it with Tiara. Last week we were talking about Wendy Williams, and then the conversation shifted to asset protection and medical directives. And I was sharing that I was updating my living trust, because Black people, we have to have living trust. If you own real estate, or if you become ill, you want to have all of that stuff outlined. And so I have a living trust that I already have, but I updated mine, but I used ChatGPT. So I had an outline, and then I used ChatGPT to update my trust. Well, what I did on Saturday is I thought, there's all these people who want living trust, but they don't, either they can't afford it, they don't know how to go about doing it. So I created an ebook, just like with the power of ChatGPT, on how to create your living trust, which prompts to use, what medical directives, where you should put your medical directives, and even how to transfer your properties inside your living trust per your state. So I did all that with the power of what? AI, which is what you're going to learn in this training. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do a plug real quick. I did a quick ebook that you can read, and you can literally have a living trust in a matter of seconds with the power of ChatGPT. Go to my website. I go to constancecarter.com/books. I forgot what the website. I created a website for it and everything, but I did all of that. It took most of Saturday for me to put it together. But it has all the information you need in order to create your living trust. So Black people, let's get our living trust together. All right. But the power of AI is powerful. Yeah, FlyNubianClub.com. The power of AI is powerful. So make sure that you guys join the training on Saturday so that you can learn how to do this stuff, and you can monetize your genius through the power of AI. Make
Yes,
some money. Make
and
some money.
okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
No,
there's
go
that.
ahead. Say what you're gonna say. Then we
Well,
go to
Gwen already done shut me down, so she shut
okay.
me out.
No, go ahead.
Shut
Go
me
ahead. Go ahead.
down, shut me off. I
Go
was
ahead.
just about to say right now we have a free trial, so
Oh,
a free 30-day trial. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com
yes.
and sign up for the 30-day free trial and get
30 days
access to
free.
and get access to Constance training and Lala's training and also Athena. So we got some good things coming.
Good shit. Good shit.
Yep.
All right. So
All right.
I do want to talk about just the state of this country. When just threw up these slides. So let's look at the division of the nation. A 2024 Gallup poll shows that 78% of Americans believe the nation is more divided now than ever. I want to ask you guys in the chat, is the nation more divided than ever? I think so. People are losing friends over political affiliations, family members. People are cutting folks off. They're never going to talk to them again. How important is political affiliations to you and the people that you deal with? So 2024, the poll said 78% of Americans were divided now more than ever. Is this true? It's probably, I would say, probably this at the same rate as when the Civil War broke out, when you had slavery, right? I think we probably had the same amount of division. What do you think, Moya?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, the Civil War we were way more divided then, but I could see, like you could say, like in our lifetime. Yeah, I could see that statement. I think one of the things that's important to highlight and why it is more divided is that Trump has tapped 13 billionaires in his cabinet. So collectively, they have over $383 billion of wealth, more than, just so you guys think of it, more than 172 countries' GDP. That's how much money he's tapped to say, come and be in my administration. So with that, they're only going to naturally think about what? Themselves. So that's what leads us to believe this division is real because of how he's setting up his administration.
Yeah. And so when you have people, Joe, in office that have is it a good thing? Because remember last time we talked about draining the swamp and putting all these other non-politicians in office. Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing? Like, is it good to have these people who run businesses, run the country, or do we want more of the same? Do we want politicians like what?
Who are you asking?
Oh, I said Joe. He didn't hear me.
I'm sitting there looking at it like neither is the answer. This ain't the way. We don't need. We need people who are real people, who are in touch with the people, who understand what the people are really going through. And right now, all we have is a bunch of people in office looking to get rich. I mean, that's all from my perspective, that's all I see. You can argue with me if you want to, but the majority.
Tell him, argue with your mammy. Argue with your mammy.
He already said he's not going back and forth with y'all.
Listen, I'm not going back and forth with you. I'm not. I see what I see. Okay, and I'm not going to be gaslit to believe him looking at something else because you say it's something else. I understand what I'm looking at. Okay, I understand it's not for me. That they're not moving the way or involved in the things that I need them to be involved in or the things that I care about. Okay, so I am a therapist, so I understand inclusivity. I understand empathy. I understand vulnerability. I understand these things. So, I know that we are a diverse people. Americans are not a monolith. So when you say the American people need this, the American people need that, who are you talking about? So it's not a good thing that these people are not. I mean, you're talking about 13 billionaires. What are 13 billionaires going to do for me? What do they care about? What values are they in line with that I'm in line with? What are they going to? They're not going to do the things that I care about because America, honestly, from my perspective, my opinion, say what you want to say, should not be run like a business because it's not a business. It's a people.
That's what it was supposed to be.
What it's supposed to be.
That's what it's supposed to be. When was America the people? When was America last of people? Because you look at the fact that we have lobbyists and we have all these people who are in office and people who are bought and sold. I mean, laws are made because of the money that's invested in these politicians. When has America been about the people? Let me ask you this, Marlo.
Slave drivers had it. That's when it was there. That's they cared about the people.
They cared about them.
Drivers, yes.
They cared about
money
then.
It wasn't about money then. Yeah.
And
Marlo.
I think it's important that we highlight that, though, like in terms of the enslavement and how this is carried on for so long. I think it's important that we connect it and we don't only live in this very moment, but know that this moment has been going on for a very long time.
Yeah, because when was it we the people? It was we the people for we the white people, but it was never we the people for black people. So we ain't never been part of the we the people, but it was really not about we the people. It was about literally capitalism, which is always what it's been about. Marlo, in your opinion, because I love the way you think, I really do. I really do. All things being equal, what do you think? Like, if you could have everything your way and you could run the government the way you wanted to run it, and United States was Marlo's United States of America, what would that look like?
It would look like opportunity, right? It would look like hands off and let people run their damn race. Everybody not gonna want to run the race. It would look like access to things that we need, right? It would look like the people who set us on our way, teachers, will be treated better, right? Education would be better because we know that a nation that is an unlearned nation is a backwards ass nation. But it just would look like equity, like true equity, right? If you want it, it's here for you. Nobody gonna come get you out of bed and bring it to you, right? But if you want it, there's access, and it won't be all of these unnecessary hurdles or, splitting the minority and all this other old bullshit that prevents people from being great. So it would be a land free of bullshit interruptions in your life.
It will be the land of opportunity, like it's supposed to be. That's what it sounds like to me. What you said. You know what? Earlier today, when Madam Prez was on, she showed us a small clip of one of Dr. King's last speeches, which was when he said, "I fear." He said, I've been going through a lot of turmoil, in my mind, and just going back and thinking, and I fear that I am leading the people into a burning house. I believe integration was probably not the best thing because it benefited America. It benefited America when they got our business at the lunch counters. It benefited America when we started taking their transportation. But now when you look at the ghettos and the slums and the poor people and what it's going to take to build that infrastructure, America don't want to do that because now it's going to take from America. They were good when we contributed to the economy, but now that we have to have this inclusivity around integration where we're building all of our people, they don't want to do that. What do you think? I'm gonna start with you, Tiara. What do you think Dr. King would think if he saw what was going on today? Ooh, and this is your final thought, and I want you to tell us where we can find you, baby.
Okay. I think that Dr. King, please hold the close up, Gwen. Don't do it. I think Dr. King, I think over the years, Dr. King has been rolling over in his grave. I think there's so many things, the disrespect that I've seen. Y'all got my good minister brother on flyers with gold chains and weed. Y'all, aside from just that, but like just the way our country has, the division, even in our own community that we've seen, just like you said, the result of integration and how it's played out. How we've experienced COINTELPRO. I say this every time, white supremacy, how we've experienced it in every decade, right? There's always something that I think that, whoever they are using it to control our community, whether it's our music, whether it's, our ability to get opportunities and keep opportunities, housing, funding for our businesses, whatever it is, we're kept from those things, just by the systems that are in place. So I just think that if Dr. King, I don't think we've had a leader since Dr. King. Like, have we had a leader, y'all? I mean, like, since that kind of leader, right? So they were able to get rid of Dr. King, Malcolm X. Whoever was trying to lead us and bring us back to a state of unity, they banned the good minister Farrakhan, like just all the people that could potentially put us together as a community and where we can have discipline and be unified and not see each other as enemies. They've been destroyed. So now we're here, doing what we do, fighting and killing each other and just like not on one accord. And I don't understand. I don't know how we get Black people back on one accord. I don't know how we unify. We talk often about cooperative economics. We talk about all these things, but like, I just wonder, y'all, if that's even possible with what's the damage and the trauma and the brokenness that this country has really put on our community. I just wonder if we can get it back and come to our senses without a real healing process, however that happens. So I think that the king is I'm sure he's disappointed by the things that have been turned out, but there's a lot of great things that Black people have continued to do. We've continued to be resilient. It's not all bad, but it's not all good. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am a producer and all the things, like everyone always says. I'm a producer of this show, but I'm also co-creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. I just want to remind you that Saturday we have a training that can take you to the next level. I am committed to bringing in top experts to teach you something that can further the agenda of unity, togetherness, closing the wealth gap like my other sisters. I'm here for that. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, sign up for our free trial, or sign up for the club. It's going up, y'all. It's going up.
It's
So
up.
just
It's up.
I'll see you on Saturday. I'll see you on Saturday.
Good stuff, Tierra. You know what you said? It made me really think about that, because now that they're not gatekeeping, and now that they've taken off the fact checking, are they going to allow Farrakhan to get back on social media?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not part of that.
Yeah.
And you got to think about how remember when Gaddafi offered to give the nation of it, or Black people $1 billion, and it was denied by the United States. Anything for us to get ahead. Joe.
To answer your question, how would he feel, or how would he interpret things as they're developing today? I mean, obviously, I agree with Tierra. I mean, it would be massive disappointment for the most part, because so much passive acceptance of the evil that that Donald Trump brings. I mean, like I said, me understanding what I understand now, I can look at that and say, that's not good. Okay, he does not have. It's not just about how he feels about Black people. That's obvious. That can be expected from any so-called wealthy heterosexual white male. That's what it is. But this man doesn't care about anyone other than himself, and that's very, very obvious. Any therapist in the world can look at him and tell what he is and what his values are. And if they say something different, then you need to get a new therapist, because they're not very good at what they do. So I say to the people today, just take a step towards whatever it is that this is the time. Okay, now more than ever, this is the time to get over your fears, or deal with the fears that you have, and start taking steps towards your own financial freedom, whatever that means, or just your own peace of mind. Like, it's okay. We don't have to go back and forth anymore. We can all follow the lead of the good sis Michelle Obama and say, get somebody else to do it. I'm not doing it, because that is not in line with who I am or what I want to do. It doesn't say anything less about you if you don't want to tolerate the nonsense that's going on, or the things that you're hearing over your head. Because the people that support Trump, you can support them. I'm okay with that. But if you can't support them with no logic, then I have to abandon you. So for me, and for anybody else that feels like me, get somebody else to do it. That's all I'm saying. Get somebody else to do it, because if you're not coming with no logic, I don't want to talk to you. I'm not going to try to defend what I'm seeing. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going back and forth. We say, Michelle, we mad at Michelle because she's not going to this inauguration. Like, we completely forgot what the dude did 4 years ago. If you are on that train, get somebody else to do it.
So the great philosopher Joe Corley said two beautiful quotes that I think should be on a scroll. He said, one, get somebody else to do it. And he said, number two, I ain't going back and forth with you. So thank you, Dr. Joe. You know what? We need to.
Also, you can find Joe at Real You Consulting. And tomorrow, Joe has a podcast, Vulnerability is the
You
New
better get your shit
Sexy.
together, Joe.
Check him out on the Boss Network.
Yes, talking about breaking generational curses, good people. So
Come on through.
come on through.
Good shit. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Marlo, what's shaking the bacon? What do you think Dr. Martin Luther King would think about the state of America? Did he lead us into a burning house, baby? What you think?
Dr. King cannot believe that he convinced people to walk in the Birmingham cold for a year, carpool, do all the things. He cannot believe that he encouraged people to be hit with water hoses and bear the dog bites and all the things, the spit in the face. He is flabbergasted by this bullshit because he thought that America could be better. And she's not. She's still the same dirty girl she was when he was a little boy, when my mama was a little girl, and all the generations before that. I think right now, Black people who are part of the collective, because everybody's not part of the collective, and I think that that's something as the people that are in the collective, we have to accept. Everybody don't want to come to our collective party. So for the people that are in the collective, for the people that want to be part of something, what are you doing where you stand? Are you helping young people? Are you tutoring? Do you have a business? Have you taken a mentor under your wing? Are you teaching someone what you know so that what you know doesn't die? That is the business that Black people have to be about moving forward. I'm not arguing with nobody. I saw somebody in the comments say Donald Trump is a racist in quotation marks. That is silly. There's no such thing as quotational racism. And if you are a Black person, I don't know anonymous. If you're Black, white, Chinese, I don't know because you're anonymous. But if you are a person that believes that racism is either ironic or quotational, you got to get out the collective, boo, because you don't mean us no good. I'm saying we need to move forward with the people who are, one, ready to fight, because you're going to have to fight. Constance just told us that there's money earmarked for Black people, and when the DOGE gets started and they start looking at what's earmarked and what's going where, some of those earmarks have to get unmarked, y'all. So what are we going to do as a whole people that's going to benefit us generationally? That's going to benefit my kids, my grandkids, and all the rest, right? That's where we got to be. If you are looking for me, I'm on the Instagram. My name is not there today because I had some issues, but I'll put it in the YouTube chat for you guys if you want to follow me so that you can, keep up with this spicy personality and these little hot takes that come pop in my mind every now and then. I say some shit that might sound profound or maybe it sounds a little crazy. I don't know. Keep up with me either way. I am Marlo Layson. I create content on the internet. I am what some people may call an SEO master. If you don't know what SEO is and you got a business, you might want to call your girl.
I might want to call my girl.
That's it for me. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. And I want everybody that looks like me. I am rooting for most of the people that are Black. I learned I'm not rooting for all the Black people. I'm rooting for most of the Black people. And I love y'all. And, be safe out here in these streets because it's about to be some bad behavior that's going to get emboldened by this presidency.
Marlo, say out loud what your Instagram is.
My Instagram is Olram Marlo. So if you take my name, Marlo, turn it backwards. So it's OLRAMMARLO_. It's my name backward and forward with an underscore on the end.
All right, bet. Thank you. Follow Olram Marlo. Is that 2 M's in there? Okay, it's 2 M's in there. Olram Marlo underscore on the Instagram. I like that. Yes. Okay. And then we have Miss Moya. Moya, did he? What do you think?
I think Dr. King would, based upon what you left us with, I think Dr. King was fully aware where we were headed. I don't know if he would be as surprised to see where we're at now. Because if you think about it, with Joe Biden today doing some preemptive pardons, meaning that these people did nothing wrong. The only thing that they did was speak out against what was happening in our country and highlighting that it was wrong. And we have generals, Mark Milley, who's been a general or been in our army for over 44 years, have worked in multiple administrations. If he can come under attack, then that leads everyone able to come under attack for just speaking up when something's wrong. So I think Dr. King was well aware of where we were headed, hence why he said what he said. I think it's important that we do know that in this state, ironically enough, Joe Biden also did pardon posthumously. Is that how you say that word?
Posthumously.
Yes.
Posthumously, yeah.
Marcus Garvey. And one of the things he did, he pardoned Marcus Garvey for what the U.S. did in terms of saying, I think it was mail fraud they got him for, something ridiculous. And so one of the things that we have to know in the same breath is that people, if we're looking at Marcus Garvey, if we're looking at Dr. King, they do have, and we do have the ability to speak up and stand up and also understand that it's time for us to not only focus, because I feel like cooperative economics won't work until we start feeling good about us. We start understanding the power that we have within us, and we fully embrace our Blackness and not look outward for the definition of Blackness, but look inward for what it is that we stand for and what we have to give and offer in our country. And one of the things that I'm doing is I have a webinar coming up this weekend called Legacy Over Loans. And what that means is it's us understanding the different areas that we can gain access and go to college without paying for it, if it's through scholarship, if it's through FAFSA. And that's when my expertise as someone that does taxes for close to a decade has said, okay, how we do our FAFSA has a large dictates how much money we do and get from our taxes. If we put anything wrong on our FAFSA, it all goes back to our taxes. And then from there, scholarships and how we access them, because they're not as available as we think that they are. I put together a list of over 100 scholarships. I sent it to Constance, and it took a lot of time. And that's only on the national level. There's more that are available locally and regionally, but we just have to know how to access it. And so if you want more information, you can DM me at moya.business on Instagram, moya.business on Instagram.
Girl, you said you had a webinar coming up. When's the webinar? Give us how can we find the webinar?
Yes, I'll give it to you. I'm going to be on here on Wednesday. Thanks, Tiara, for the list in advance. And so I'll have it all then.
Okay. Because, Lord Jesus. Okay. Because I need the link for the webinar. You can't just be teasing us and be like, DM me. Well, you guys got to go find her and DM her for the webinar. But tomorrow when you come on here, or Wednesday or whenever, I need you to have a link for the webinar set up already. Okay. And I want you to be on my podcast as well. So get prepared this week. If your webinar is this week, we got to get you on this week, like 8 a.m. your time, 11 a.m. my time. All right. So let me think about Dr. King. Dr. King, did he send us to a burning house? I would say so. I would say absolutely yes. When you think about economically where Black people are today, as opposed to where we were, 50, 60 years ago, as a collective, we're not better off. Sure, we have, a few millionaires and we have a few billionaires, but as a whole, are Black people in a better place? I don't think so. America is still young and our freedom is even younger. You got to think we've only been really free for the last 50 years. And so when I think about in 1890, they wanted to make Oklahoma an all Black state. They had a lot of little small Black towns in Oklahoma, and they wanted to make they just wanted to put us all there in Oklahoma. And I think that would have been a good idea. I don't think it would have been a bad idea. I think we would have prospered much more if we were somewhere together. And if they would have done that, I think that would have been a pretty great idea. I think it would have boded well for us had we not had any outside influences. If we didn't have people coming into our state trying to burn our shit down because our shit is better than they shit. But I think about today, what can we do today? And today, what today's technology and where we are, how we're all spread out, and there's not a lot of us in certain communities, and you don't have a good portion of us that are doing well in certain areas. We can still come together via the power of the internet. Moya said that we needed to heal collectively as a people. And I agree, we do need to heal, but we got to get our minds right, because we got to understand the first step to healing is that nobody's coming to save us. The second thing is, Marlo said that everybody can't go. It's just going to be a collection of people. It's going to be a collective. And I do get that. And that's okay. Because if we can get a collective of people that are so focused on the goal, and that's just to build our race, build our communities, then we can do it. If we could just get a few small people, a small group of really, really serious people that are really serious about building, there's nothing that can stop us. Everybody else will come along once we get our stuff together. We don't need everybody. We don't need the negative Nancys. We don't need the people that Harriet Tubman was going to shoot because we don't need the traitors and we don't need none of that. We just need the people who are community minded, who are Black minded, who have the community's best interest at heart. Those are the only people that we need to go with us. And so how can we do that? We got to just get together. Number one, we got to start supporting each other, Black owned businesses. We got to stop the infighting. We got to just start looking positive. Let's look at the glasses half full. Let's look at opportunities. There are so many opportunities out there. And this show right here, we're giving you nuggets. I told you guys about government contracts that are out here in Washington, D.C. These are available all over the nation. They just happen to be concentrated here because a lot of people know about them. But there's millions, probably billions of dollars out there in government contracts that we can get a loan that we can take advantage. Y'all, when I live in one of the wealthiest communities in the country. When I walk out my house, there are people in my community, Black people like you, that have Lamborghinis, that have bowling alleys in their houses. Not me, but these other Black folks. This is possible for all of us. We have access to these opportunities as well. They done fucked around and gave us the internet. So once you get that knowledge and that information, you each one teach one to the next. That's what we have to do. We have to just teach each other how to grab these opportunities, and then we have to pass it along. That's the reason why I love working with Black women, because there's an African proverb that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a nation. That's because Black women are going to not only teach themselves, they're going to teach our community, we're going to teach our families, and we're going to spread it. And so that's what I do with the Net 7 Collective. That's the reason why I have these beautiful, bold, brilliant Black women that come together. Our book was just released today, August the 20th. Today, Unbreakable. This is a book of 17 women of the Net 7 Collective. We have over 60 women. This year, I want to help 100 women to increase their net worth by $1 million. And you were on the show last week when we had the attorney on there that said, as a result of her going through our program, she learned skills that helped her get another position as a legal attorney or a legal, what was it? Something in the law field, legal counsel as a result of what she learned. This is real deal. I'm teaching these women real skills that are really helping to enhance their net worth. So if you are interested, if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, go to my website, ConstanceCarter.com, and check us out and book a call with me. I would love to help you. That's my contribution to closing the wealth gap. Where can you find me? Everywhere. I am Constance Carter. Now listen, this conversation has been so amazing. And I'm so glad to have this conversation with these particular individuals, because you guys have the answers. Y'all got the smart, y'all have the wit, and you guys have the drive and the understanding that can really move our people forward. I just hope that everybody who's listening not only be hearers of the word, but also be doers of the word. Y'all, this nation stands at a crossroad once again. Trump is back in power. Many are hopeful for revival. I'm hopeful for Black people. I think this is an opportunity for us to be self-sufficient, for us to be independent and stop depending on the government, because they're not going to save us. But the coming years is going to reveal how this presidency impacts the economy, our personal communities, and our overall direction of the country. So I'm so glad that we had Tiara, we had Marlo, we had Joe, we had Moya on the show, giving such a unique perspective and points of views. Y'all are so dope and amazing. And I absolutely love chopping it up with you guys every single day of the week. And oh, by the way, every day we come live at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. Now, if you can't watch us live, you can always come back and watch us. Or if you can't watch us, you can listen to us on what? Spotify. Go to Spotify and search for Fly Nubian Money, right? And then if you want to get notifications when we come live, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. And last but not least, I want to give a shout out to my girl, Athena. She is going to be teaching how to build your business using AI.
Artificial
intelligence.
I got your back.
I appreciate you. How to use AI to build your business. Y'all, I use AI on so many things. I have a book. We use a lot of AI on this. There's so much stuff that you could use to really build. You could become a millionaire and a billionaire billionaire if you knew how to use it properly. And in this training, you are going to learn. So make sure you go to Fly Nubian Money Club. I did it right,
You
Tiara.
did. Thank you.
So flynubianmoneyclub.com, you get 30-day free trial, and you get to get all this good knowledge and information. Yes. So listen, we're gonna be here tomorrow, same time, same Black channel, talk about some good shit that's going to be good for your soul. But like I said, y'all, don't just be hearers of the word, be doers. Make sure you share this information out to your people. All right. We love you. We love for you to talk back to us and talk black to us. Take care. God bless. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood.
Hey loves, welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent, and today we're talking about the heartbreaking situation of Wendy Williams. She's a media trailblazer who now finds herself in a battle for freedom and control over her life and finances. Wendy recently opened up about her health struggles, her living conditions, and what she describes as feeling trapped in a prison under court-appointed guardianship. We'll unpack the details, discuss the financial implications of guardianship, and examine how systems meant to protect can sometimes cause harm. Now, today I have a full and beautiful royal court. We have Minister Connie, entrepreneur, real estate investor, and author. We have Moya, our beautiful tax professional. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We have Tiara Williams, producer and actress, and all the beautiful things. And Constance Carter, our wealth activist. Hello, team. I'm so glad to have you here today. We have a lot to unpack. And there is a lot of questions up in the air. And I'm sure that there's many, and that Wendy's never been my cup of tea, but I don't want to see anyone have to go through what she's going through. It seems like we're always hearing something about what's going on with her in the news. However, let's kick it off with this video about how her family has also been concerned about her guardianship. She does have guardianship with Sabrina, who is an attorney. Sabrina is not her family, but she is the one who is controlling Wendy's money, finances, everything. So quality of life. So let's check this out.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Charlemagne.
Peace, Wendy. And Wendy's niece, Alex, is on as well. Alex, you're going to be talking too, right?
Hey, Alex.
That's my niece, Alex. That's my niece, Alex. And Charlemagne and I, by the way, have known each other for like 20 years and running.
That is very true.
Wow.
Listen, Wendy, let's get right to it. I'm going to tell everybody what's going on. Wendy Williams is currently trapped in a conservatorship. If you don't know what a conservatorship is, it's when someone is in charge of making decisions on your behalf, but usually because the conservatee is not able to make decisions for themselves. Wendy can make her own decisions. She is not cognitively impaired. She is not incapacitated. She is being taken advantage of.
Right.
Sabrina Morrissey is her name. And right now, A&E Network and Lifetime were sued by Sabrina. She claims they exploited you in a vulnerable state. They exploited your condition, and I'm putting condition in air quotes. You signed to do that documentary without your consent, but A&E and Lifetime countersued and said that Sabrina realized the documentary would question the quality of her own guardianship. It actually says in the lawsuit, it appears that Morrissey is misusing her position as a guardian of Williams to silence criticism of her controversial and failed administration of the guardianship. They even used the words guardianship abuse. What do you think of that?
And what do I think about being abused? Listen, look, this system is broken. You know, that this system that I'm in, you know, this system, it has falsified, a lot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
They said you're cognitively impaired and you're incapacitated.
Do I seem that way?
No.
You've been
God
calling,
damn it.
you've been calling me 5 times a day for the last 2 weeks. No, you don't seem that way.
And just to be,
How dare
Okay, so that was her talking freely. She had an opportunity to talk freely, and let you know that she's not around Sabrina. This was not planned for Sabrina to be around. She had to kind of duck through some hoops to be able to call out and even be on the show. So my first question to all of you, and I will say yes to this question as well. Have you or someone you know ever been in a situation where they felt trapped or controlled by a legal or financial system? I will answer that yes. I actually had a family member who had to deal with her parents. And this happened. And matter of fact, there is a movie called I Care a Lot that I highly suggest to everyone to watch because it is right on target and it's on Netflix. So I'm going to start with you, Minister Connie. Have you or someone you know ever been in a situation where they feel trapped or controlled by a legal or financial system?
Not in my family, but I'm in the healthcare industry, so I see it a lot. There's a lot of family that takes advantage of their parent or their sibling that have guardianship over, and a lot of times it's abuse of money. So that's the number one issue that we have is abuse of financial authority.
Always boils down to money, because everything that my family member went through always went down to who's got the money, where's the money.
Right.
And all the conservatorships was, where are they hiding money? Do they have this money? And then never asked about how this person's health was or anything, but about the money.
Yes.
So I'm going to move up to you, to Tiara. Do you have someone that you know that may be struggling with that?
You know, I've actually seen both sides where, you know, I have a really, really good friend whose father was being abused by the family. He was diabetic. They had taken his leg. He was blind. And they had him just in a room. They were just collecting the money, whatever it was that he was receiving monthly. And then, you know, leaving him in the room, feeding him bull crap. You know, he was literally on, you know, the verge of really like death. And so I saw someone, a really, really close friend of mine, take him and literally bring him back to life and not abuse him and make sure that he had everything that he needed. And, you know, he was able to live maybe another 15 years after that. So, you know, I've just seen both sides. So yes.
How about you, Constance? Do you have any experience with this at all?
No, I'm with Marilyn Seal. Those is rich people problems, and I don't know no rich people that got that kind of money to be put in conservatorship. So I haven't had that experience.
But you know what, though? This person didn't really have a whole lot either, but they had a pension, right? So therefore, that pension
I don't know people with pensions.
Yeah. Okay, all right, Moya, I'm gonna move that question to you, darling. Do you know or have any experience with this?
So on the tax side, people will come in with all of their documentation, almost not so much assuming their identity, but very much so taking control over it, sometimes with permission, sometimes without permission. So that's the side that I've seen it.
Yeah, because you would definitely see that on the outside. Now, Joe, I left you last for a reason because I know you do a lot of therapy. So do you have any experience with this with yourself or with anyone else that you know of or any of your clients?
Yeah, I feel like in my personal life, I've seen people being taken advantage of, and definitely in sessions, especially when when you're talking about teens and things like that. This sounds very familiar in a way.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So listen, we actually have some stats on like the percentage of conservatorships. And I want us to look at that because the numbers are actually kind of kooky and crazy high. I was really shocked at these. So the oversight issues in a 2021 study, 70% of court-appointed guardians were found to have insufficient oversight, leading to unchecked power over individuals' lives and finances. 70%, y'all. 70%. And in the case that I know of, that conservator was being very abusive to that person. And like I said, not even caring about anything about the health or anything like that. Everything was just, give me the money, give me the money, give me the money. And this goes unchecked. Now you have to understand it's also state by state. This is not a federal mandate thing. This is a state by state situation. And some states are worse than others. And I will tell you right now, Florida is number one, horrendous. So if you have parents, and why? Because most elderly retire to Florida. So you have a big gap with other states and what Florida and Texas and those southern states are looking at. So Constance, what are your thoughts on Wendy describing herself as living in a luxury prison? Can't hear you.
It was sad. It was really sad. I sat there and listened to the entire interview, and they lock her in. She's locked in like she's in prison. And you think about when you have prisoners that are in solitary confinement, what that does to them mentally. And so you already have her, she's not 100% herself, but she's sure cognitive enough to know what's going on and to have discussions. And then when they sent someone down there to see her, they wouldn't allow them to see her. They won't allow her to call out. It's terrible. And so when I think about that 70% statistic, that it goes unchecked, this lady is probably so used to abusing this system that this is just another, par for the course. I think she's already being sued or for mismanaging a $30 million estate. Like she stole $30 million, I think I saw on another website. So this is not new for this person. So
she's an attorney. She also knows the legal loops. So yes, you're right. This is not the only case that she's been dealt, but she also knows what loops she can jump through. Deborah says, it happened to my grandmother by her daughter. Thank God we were able to get control and take good care of my grandmother like she deserved. So, you're hearing in our comments as well that people are experiencing this as well. So Minister Connie, do you think Wendy's experience reflects flaws in how guardianships are handled in the United States?
Most definitely, yes. That's a flaw. For her to not be able to have control of her liberty, that's a thing right there. She has no liberty to call her family, see her family, or even have a decision on her care or her money. So that's not fair. I think the courts in the United States is too controlling over our lives, for real. They dictate, like probate, if you don't have things in place, they control your wealth for your family. I think that's too much control. So therefore, yes, she should have some kind of responsibility of what she wants and what she don't want.
And she sounds just like she knows how to say what she's
definitely.
like, and she sounds very clear of mind. We actually have some graphics showing her looking like she was fine. She went to her son's graduation, and people are questioning, like, wait a minute, hold on. She doesn't look as incapacitated as what people are saying.
Right.
So, but dementia is also a very strange disease. I can tell you that. I've had many people of that in our family. And some days they're clear and some days they're not. Sometimes it can go weeks. Am I right, Mr. Connie? They can go weeks of clarity.
Right.
And then have a breakdown where they don't know.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Being in healthcare, that's what happens. They have a lot of good days, and then there's days that they could have a lot of bad days. So it all depends. This could have been her good day, but I don't think that her liberty should be taken away.
I don't either. And we have so much more to unpack. We have some great information, but most of all, we want you to understand that this is a real live issue, not just with folk who got money, not with just Wendy Williams. We are talking about something that can happen very easily to you too. If someone wants something that you got, they gonna make sure that they gonna get it in certain ways, right? But we're gonna continue our conversation right after this break.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens. That's Queens. That's Queens to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes. If you want.
Yes, and guess what? I got mine right here. It says Wendy Williams was worth millions and now has access to just $15. Fly Nubian Money. Now listen, if you want to you want to make sure you get your notice every day. You just see that I got mine. It's so simple. All you have to do is text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. 87948. Yes. Now listen, we actually are having a really deep conversation. I'm so conflicted about this whole thing because Tiara, you said that you had someone that you knew that had an uncle or a relative that they just kind of kept in the room. So do you think that families should have more say in cases like this, or should the courts remain in charge?
The hard thing is, I'm going to use Wendy as the example. I feel like her family was abusive, right? Before she, she got into a marriage that was abusive. Somebody was taking advantage of her, which I think contributed to her kind of going off the deep end and using drugs and all of that. It just made her vulnerable. And I'm not saying that Kevin is the reason, but kind of Kevin is the reason. When you have a mistress and then have a baby, you taking his money, he's taking your money and funding a situation over here with a woman, and you kind of have to stand back and just watch. And I think that did affect her mental health. I think it if she was already a drug user, it kind of like, I think it added to that. I think it enhanced those feelings of wanting to escape. And so unfortunately for Wendy, I don't know if I would want her family. I don't know her family structure. I don't know if anybody's responsible enough to take on a $50 million guardianship situation and handle it with care and respectfully, right? Because when money comes into the picture, people change, things change, people change. And, so I don't know, Lala, that's a great question. It's like, where do you go? How can there be a balance between what the courts enforce and then, making sure that person isn't being locked down and in prison? Because at this point, this is just the situation. Like, she has to legally go through a process that could take years for her to get out of it. So she's stuck. She is trapped. She's being held hostage.
Would this be happening if she didn't have all that money, though? That's the question. Would they be going through all these great lengths to keep her separated and in solitude and all that stuff, if she didn't have all this money?
No, baby. They've just put them in one of these horrible.
They would have removed her family.
They would put them in these little pissy little care centers and just let them rot. No. So this is all about money. If you ain't got no money, guess where you get to go? You get to go to hell and live the rest of your life in hell. I've seen too much of it in these adult nursing homes, and that will make you go crazy, and that will make your quality of life go down. If you ain't got money, you're not worth it to them. So yeah, but she does have family that cares for her. So I want us to watch this video where her niece is actually standing up and talking about how she is like, I'm trying to get my auntie some help. So let's check this out.
A lot legal. And I was going to ask, who's putting out like the rumors? Like, because a couple of months ago we heard, well, Wendy's having this problem and she's incapacitated. Like,
they said she's cognitively impaired because of alcohol. She's incapacitated. She's suffering from dementia.
Obviously, it's not true. So do we know who's sending out those rumors to the press and to the blogs and all that? Do we know? Do we have any ideas?
I mean, allegedly, from what we're able to see, all of this comes from The Guardian.
Yep.
In terms of hey, she's incapacitated, all that. That's allegedly all the guardian. I'm only just saying allegedly, just, obviously to protect all sides. But
of course,
yeah.
Because obviously it's not true. And the sad thing about it gives her the ability to keep doing this, because we all feel like, oh, if that's the case, then yeah. But listening to Wendy speak and seeing Wendy a couple of weeks ago at her son's graduation, you understand that that's not the truth.
Listen.
Sound like she got somebody who cares about her and is really trying to get the world to see that something isn't right. So, Moya, do you think Wendy's experience reflects flaws in how guardianships are handled here in the United States?
I think so, for sure, because usually a conservatorship is either short-term, temporary, or permanent. So the question is, because it seems like hers is permanent. And the question is, how did this happen? And while we say it's money, I also believe it's fame. I believe because how do people even know about Wendy's situation to even seek her out, to even put this conservatorship on her? And so I believe it was somebody that preyed upon her, because Tiara brings up a good point. It's $50 million at stake here, but this can be addressed through trusts, through estate planning. Like, they can still handle this if they have trustworthy people that truly vouch for what's best for them.
I agree. Now, listen, we've got a good comment from Mo Williams, who says, if Wendy worked as a cashier at a dollar store, she would be living in a homeless camp and her family would not claim her. So, yes, it's all about the way you say, constant shmoney. Shmoney. So, Joe, I do have a question for you. Do you think that wealthy individuals are more vulnerable to systems like this situation with the financial guardianship?
I feel like if it was, I don't know, but I feel like if that was the case, we'd hear more stories like this. So like, I have more questions and answers. I would like to know. I feel like Charlemagne, I watched the whole video, whole interview yesterday, and I feel like he asked, how did she get into this situation? But I don't know if I heard an answer. So it's like, I really want to understand how she managed to get into this situation, because I feel like if this were the case, all our celebrities getting old would be in conservatorships and having somebody in control of their money and movements. So, but what I do know is that Wendy Williams, being the woman that she is, a certain woman of power, I don't really rock with her, but I recognize that she's an icon at what she does. And so the anxiety and stress that I heard in her voice match what I would expect listening to her yesterday.
Yeah, I think we all could feel her struggle and her plea. I mean, it's like she definitely is asking for help. And, for her to even say something like she can't even get the water that she wants, and people laugh at that. But, there's a certain brand of water she wants. Let her have her certain brand of water. She's earned it, but she just feels like whatever they want to give her is what she's going to get. But Wendy is not the only one, guys. Now, listen, I want you to kind of check this out. There are other stars with money and status that have had this situation. So let's check out some of these cases that are across the board. Britney Spears is a very well-known one. She struggled from 2008 to 2021, covering both her personal and financial affairs, and it was established after a public mental health crisis. And the controversy around that was Britney claimed the conservatorship was abusive, sparking the Free Britney movement, which ultimately led to her gaining her freedom. And then people wanted to start fussing it and talking about her getting online live, doing these dances and showing herself, and people were saying she was crazy. But to me, she wasn't crazy. She was living through her teenage shit because she never got it. So she is a famous case. Go ahead, Miss Black Hollywood. I love it. I love it. I love it when you do this.
But I do think the conservatorship has driven Britney somewhere. I mean, let's just be honest. Like, the moves ain't her living out her. It's a little. There's a little something in that, right? There's a little some extra little something is in it. But I would just say her being her dad worked her like a workhorse. Yes. I saw the documentary on Netflix, and I was just like, wow. In this same situation, like Britney could not go to the bathroom without asking. She didn't have access to her money. Her dad had, he just, she was like, I'm tired. He was like, you're working Vegas. And she had to work like a horse for years while not having access to her money or not being able to say, this is what I want. This is my voice. This is, they just ignored her. And so I just thought that was really unfortunate. So I was glad to see her get her freedom, but it also feels like it damaged her mental health.
Yes, I believe so. That's a good question to ask. So, Minister Connie, how would you feel if you couldn't access your own money, even if it was supposed to be for your protection?
I would not be a nice person. I can tell you that. I don't like nobody messing with my money. Don't ask me about my money. I don't need nobody to count my money. So therefore, you will get a very nasty Minister Connie. But I think that it's not fair. Under the courts, in these situations of guardianship, they should get together with the family and the health providers and come together quarterly to say, and she should be there to give her input of what needs to happen. That's what needs to change. But the court appointed this woman, this attorney, to be over her estate, her health, her well-being. But is it her well-being? Because she's feel like she's in a prison. And, God does not make us, he give us free choices, free will. She doesn't have a free will. So that is against spiritually and her mental, her physical. It's against everything that, and nobody should have that, because therefore, who knows about this woman that is over her guardianship, if she has it all upstairs or not. She might have an vendetta against her or something. You never know.
You never know. You never know.
You want to keep somebody's family away from you? That's not right.
I'd be more concerned about people keeping my family away from me than money. You want the money, you can have it. I need my family.
You need
I need my family.
Yes.
I need my family.
Right.
But it seems like we got a whole lot more to unpack. This is a very interesting topic. Mm-hmm. And we're going to ask you some really critical questions. Now, listen, you know that we don't just talk at you. We don't talk at you. We love for you to talk back. Keep the comments coming. And tell us your experiences and how you feel about Wendy Williams. I've heard someone say something to me that was absolutely ridiculous. She's getting what she deserves. No one deserves this. So check yourself before you start trying to say people deserve something. But listen, this is something that we are seeing play out in the public. So let's take this short break and we'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Can you believe that we are almost done with January? And what does that mean? You have to get your money right. And if you have not sat down to look at your finances right now, maybe you spent too much at the ho phase in December, and you need to get your money together. You don't know where to start. We got you. Fly Nubian Money. You get it's so easy. You know the name of a show. So all you got to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Get all your resources. Let us help you. And then we have other resources that we'll be talking about later on this show as well. But the first start is your first step. Your first step is to go there and get the help that you need. And now listen, I want to pull up a couple of more cases that maybe you've known and maybe you don't know that happened in Hollywood that has to do with conservatorship. Let's check out a couple of other ones. We all have heard of Amanda Burns. And I loved her because I loved the show when she was on, all that. But she also had a lot of conservatorship. And if you look at her, she has really been through a lot. She's trying to get her life together. She's a former child star that was placed under conservatorship in 2013 following erratic behavior and mental health struggles. And the outcome of this is the conservatorship ended in 2022 after Amanda demonstrated improved stability. Now, she did that She's actually gone to like makeup school, or she's doing something in that ways where she's not in the limelight anymore, but people keep trying to drag her back into that. But you can tell she's really been through something. And when we didn't just put up a not so nice picture, guys. She actually does look like that all the time. She has this sadness in her eyes. So what drove her to that? Was it really the mental break, or was it the conservatorship? So Constance, you and I, we deal with a lot of things like this in our real estate world. And we also are able to just guide people to the right type of resources. But how can people protect themselves from financial control as they age?
Living trusts are great because not only are you protecting your assets, but you're protecting yourselves. You can set up power of attorneys inside your living trust. You can establish medical directives, do not resuscitate. All of those things can be done while you are within your sound mind. So I would definitely recommend while you're still young, if you have any property anyway, you should have a living trust. But when you do that, 299trust.com, 299trust.com is a living trust that's only $300, and it has all of those things in there: the medical directives, the power of attorney, the living trust, the asset protection, all of that stuff is in there.
And that's a simple thing to do, and that's great advice. So that's something that you can do right now.
What's that website again?
Yes,
Put it in a banner.
299trust.com. I've used it. My parents got it. I remember I was filling it out for my mama, and I'm just clicking, because it's like it takes you through a wizard. And she was like, wait, what's that? And I was like, oh, it's a DNR. She's like, no, don't not resuscitate me. Give me at least a month, 2 months before you pull the plug on me. So it has all of those details inside that living trust. Very extensive.
And it still helps you, but that right there, Constance, is really important. You still have an option to have that discussion with your family member. If you actually sit down and go through that with your family member, they already know if you're speaking it out to one another. Now, another thing that Wendy said is that she does not really know what medications they are giving her. So, Joe, how do you feel about her nursemaids refusing to tell her what her medications are for?
Yeah, that sounds highly illegal. I mean, like I said, I need to understand. I got more questions and answers. I need to understand, how is this happening? That sounds very, very illegal, to be pumping her full of medications where she doesn't understand. This whole thing sounds illegal to me. So I really need to understand what the legalities are before I get to speaking out of turn. But I don't feel great about someone receiving medication that they don't know what it's for and what's going on with it. I don't feel great about that at all.
I don't either. It just seems very suspect to me. It seems like they're just kind of treating her like she's a child and that they know better than her. But there is another video that I want us to watch before we get into our next part of our conversation. Check this out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's coming. Don't worry. Got it.
To be clear, you can't leave. Like, they won't allow you to leave or have visitors, family members or not. So you can't even leave and take a walk if you wanted to, or take a trip or visit family members. They give you a difficult time for that, and family members can't visit you?
Excuse me, where I am, okay, you have to get keys to unlock the door to press the elevator to go downstairs.
They had to call Sabrina to even see if I could go up there, even though Wendy was on the phone with me when I arrived, and she let them know, hey, this is my guest. I want to see her. I'll even come down. Please have someone bring me down. Because as she said, she can't get in the elevator nor leave her room without them unlocking things for her. Wow. They were aware of that, and everything was fine. And I was waiting. They called Sabrina a couple times, and she didn't answer the phone when they called. And then all of a sudden, things just like flipped. These like men came out, and they're like, who are you, and what are you here for? I told them who I was. I told them I was there to see Wendy. They said, we don't have anyone here by that name.
Oh, wow.
They never said to me.
Did you believe that?
No, I didn't did I not make it upstairs? They basically told me I didn't even feel comfortable still being in the lobby the way that I was treated. Like, it was insane, especially being as though Wendy was on the phone with me when I walked in, and she spoke to the concierge herself and said, I want to see this person. She is here for me. And then these people are like, she's not even here. What are you talking about? And I'm like, I dealt with your colleagues that had me sign in for her. She's in your system. So you're going to tell me she's not here? Or did you speak to Sabrina as well? Because they said that was protocol. You have to call Sabrina first. We don't know Sabrina and we don't know Wendy. She's not here. They said it to me multiple times.
Wow. You know,
and it's scary. It's very scary.
Did you feel like she was in a safe space?
No, I feel like if you dealing with me like that and she's on the phone with you telling you like this is, you know what I mean? I want to see her. This is my people. God forbid something happens to her. Her family needs to get to her. And I act.
Very frightening. Moya, do you think Wendy's family, like her niece who is speaking, should have more say in her care?
Yeah, I definitely believe that she needs to have more say in her care. I think also the thing that's important about, and I think it's very interesting, and I think you touched on, or that comment touched on it, Lala, when it says that she deserves this. I think it's really interesting that it feels like Wendy's entire life, from the time that she was on radio, they attempted to silence her. They attempted to say what she's saying isn't true. Don't believe her. She's coming out with false, things that she's saying about these celebrities or whatever she was talking about at the time. And I think it's really interesting that she's now having this type of reality that's around her, this, as she calls it, this luxury prison, and how it's going to take the public to come out and really advocate for her so she can truly get what she's looking for, this level of freedom.
Yeah, and like I said, she still is able to tell people what she wants and what she doesn't want to. I mean, just the fact that she knows she wants a certain brand of water says a lot about, she has cognitive functions. So, Minister Connie, you're in the medical field. So how can families better support loved ones in situations like this without losing legal control?
They should go to court and get that lifted, or for the guardianship to have a say-so along with Wendy or whoever that person is that is under guardianship, to petition the courts to say, look, there's abuse here. Her rights is, her liberty is taken away. So I don't think that it should go to the point where you're completely can't see your family, you don't have any say-so about what kind of water you want, or just not being locked up. She is in a jail. She really is in a jail, and that is not fair at all. So, and what I find that when you put people into a nursing home or something where they cannot have their family around, their belongings, what happens, they usually die. They usually leave here. They don't have anything to live for. So,
right.
And you see it a lot. I remember one time when my mother had her leg operated on, and they wanted to put her in care for like rehabilitation. And she asked me after a couple of days of being there, she said, "Are you leaving me here?" I said, "No, Mom, I'm not leaving you here." But she really thought I was leaving her there, So that's the first thing that they go to. Wait a minute, is this the end? I'm not going to be able to be around my children or anything like that. And a lot of times you find that they don't even come and see you. A lot of families don't even come and see you. Even in this healthcare field, they think that we are their total responsibility. They don't want to do anything. Some kids, not all kids, but a lot of children do not do anything for their parents. Nothing. You can't even call them. If we can't cover a case, oh, well, that's your responsibility, not mine. I'm like, wow, this is your mother.
Right. Right. Which is a whole sadness in itself.
Minister Connie, is Black people saying that? Black people.
Yes. We have these children that has this entitlement that is crazy. They want everything, but they don't want to do no work for it.
Exactly. And then that's when a lot of people start crawling out of the woodworks, always trying to pull the strings.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Mari says the family can file a complaint of elder abuse with the Department of Aging and the state's I don't know how to pronounce that. Ombudsman? I don't know. Minister Connie, you might need to help me with that one. I never heard that word. To restrict a person's movement and confine their space.
They could file with them. And that's true. Every state has a ombudsman where they could go in and file because she is being abused. So there is something the family can do, even though they did start this trickle effect for her by abusing her account with Wells Fargo, and they put a freeze on it. And this is how this whole thing came about, of how her money was drizzling down. And that was a good thing for Wells Fargo, because she could be totally broke right now if they didn't do something. They froze her account. And the thing is that it just caused all these problems because of misuse of her account.
So they did at least have a lookout for her.
A lookout, yeah. That was a good
interesting.
thing. It was a good thing, and it was a bad thing, but it was a good thing because, you know, from what they said, that millions was taken out within a short period of time. And you know what? When you go to the bank and put $10,000 in, they want to question you on everything about that $10,000. What is it for? What you doing with it? So if you're doing millions of dollars, that's a red flag right there.
There's a ding, ding, ding going off somewhere.
Right, exactly.
So, Tiara, do you consider this? Do you consider what Wendy's going through false imprisonment?
False imprisonment? I think she's definitely being, I think there's an isolation happening because they don't want her family to have access and have say so. You know, you put her away and just say, oh, she can't think for herself. You know, she's fine. She's being taken care of. She has good sheets. She's in a luxury place. So she's being taken care of in a good way. But actually, you know, we're finding out all of this. But I think that she, you know, she is in a prison. And, you know, I wanted to just say that there is a method to this madness with keeping her away, you know, away from everyone. You know, not necessarily, I mean, Connie said something about death, but I was just thinking, you know, it could also drive her crazy. You know, now she has these 7 meds when she started with 2, right? And so she doesn't know what she's taking. I just think it's all by design. And, you know, I just wanted to say something. I know we've kind of come away from this, but, you know, people saying that Wendy is getting what she deserves and this is her karma. I think we need to put some respect on Wendy Williams' name, what she's built, how hard she's worked to get to where she is, to have millions of dollars. Wendy Williams is the first Shade Room. She started gossip culture in the in the 90s. She was in all the, most of y'all can't even live without gossip. Y'all on the Shade Room every day looking to gossip about somebody's life. This lady started that. So I just think we should put some respect on her name, regardless of if you can agree with how she came on. I just think she was a cultural icon. I think she's an engineer of the entertainment industry, and I think she deserves her respect.
Agree. She is a pioneer for what she's done. And like I'm not really a big fan of hers, but I respect what she did, period. She's broken a lot of barriers, especially for women and especially in entertainment. So listen, there is another star I want you to pay attention to. There's a Star Trek star that also ended up getting into conservatorship. And we love her. Nichelle Nichols, oh my gosh, she was the best. I just love her. The Star Trek actress was placed under a conservatorship in 2018 due to dementia and elder abuse concerns. So the controversy is that her son and a former manager were involved in a legal battle over her care and finances. All right. So, and then let's not even talk about John Amos, but we're going to come back and have some more conversation about this. As you can see, this is not just Wendy that has to deal with this type of conservatorship. We'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Now, I seem to recall that there were some people during this week who said they wanted to come on the show. Well, I'm not sure if you got that magic email or not, Tiara. Did you get any emails? All right, then y'all all talk. Now, listen, this is your opportunity. Now, go on and send that email. It's Friday. Be bold. Go on, be bold. You want to be on this show. As you can see, we have deep and wonderful conversations, and we have many different points of view. And if you want your point of view to be heard, hey, we're here for that. So email us at info@realvirtual.net. Now, listen, you also know you got a business that you're running, right? You can't do everything all the time. Sometimes you just need a little bit of help so that you can be concentrating on something else that may be a little more important. So all you have to do is email us at our magic email, fairy dust, ching, 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 info@realvirtual.net. Let me spell it. info@RELVIRTUAL.net. Simple. All right. So I do have some questions. So I'm going to ask you, Constance. Wendy claims that she is fearing retaliation for speaking out, all right, and speaking out about her guardianship. Do you think people in guardianships have enough rights to speak up?
Well, obviously, she has power. So the guardian has power because she did the interview on the Breakfast Club yesterday. They told her that she may not be able to go see her dad for his 94th birthday. They also advised her that that's why your cats is gone. The cats that she loved, her cats, she's a cat lady. So they took her cats, they punished her. So that she is in fear of the retaliation. But I also wanted to point out that when you think about this whole idea of this documentary that came out, this Sabrina lady, what's her name? Sabrina Massey or something like that. She's the one that encouraged Wendy to do the documentary. She told her to do it. She signed the documents. But then when she did it and it painted her in a bad light, now she wanted to backpedal, and now she's suing the networks that put her, because now they're saying, they looked at it, and as they did the documentary, they were saying, wait, this looks like abuse. So now she's saying, oh, Wendy didn't give permission, blah, 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 when she was the one that forced it in the first place. So something sinister is going on, because when she did appear in the documentary, how did she appear? Drugged, incapacitated. They made her look like she was incapable. But what it shone a light on was their lack of care. I think some things are going to start to unravel. But I think you just got to follow the money. So they need to do a forensic audit on that account. And we're going to see what's really good when they do that.
Baby, you said it right. You need to follow the money, because that's where all the answers are going to be. Benjamin has a good question. Benjamin said, why doesn't her family get good lawyers? Moya, do you think that's a problem? Do you think they need to do better about fighting back with their own attorneys?
I think it is important that they do fight back with their own attorneys. I know that Wendy's attorney came out today, or the attorney that is, what is her name, Roberta Flan, came out and said that the A&E documentary, she had some contentions with that. So it looks like they just have to kind of get everything together in terms of what I see.
Yeah, I think that they need to get together and really start working on getting the right representative state for themselves, because this lady's an attorney. Her conservator is an attorney as well. Like I said, she knows all the loopholes. So, Joe, do you think guardianship sometimes crosses the line into controlling people's lives unnecessarily?
Well, I never heard a story where it didn't. Every time one of these stories come up, it seems like it's inappropriate and crossing the line. So I like to throw me some examples of some guardianships that actually worked out, because this don't seem like it's a good plan for anybody, especially somebody that got, she got a niece, she got a son. She seems to have family that, is not really into this. So again, I'm going to keep asking, why did she choose this? How did she get into this conservative? Like, is it she was forced into it, or did she sign something somewhere that says, when you become incapacitated, or seemingly incapacitated, I'm going to have control of your finances. Because it's like we want to get her good lawyers, but it sounds like, she can't even get good water. So how are you going to pay for the lawyers?
Exactly. Like, I mean, really, at some point, I don't know. It's like what the chicken or the egg question. Like how do you stop this? Where does it begin? But Minister Connie, do you think that Wendy's diagnosis of her front temporal dementia and aphasia could complicate her ability to fight for her independence?
Well, that's a tough question. I think so. It can be because it is going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Yeah. And I think that what probably escalated it was the drug abuse and the alcohol. Because from what I read is that she had drinks every night for years. And so therefore, you can't keep on abusing your brain and think it's going to still function. It's not. So I don't think it's going to get any better. So if they don't do it now, it could get worse. Do it right now while she's in this state right now, where she's there. And she, because later she's not going to be there at all.
Yeah. And then she won't be able to speak up at all. And with dementia, you really never know how, because dementia is not a textbook thing. Dementia can manifest in many different ways. You can be mean. Nice people who have always been nice their whole life can turn out to be mean.
Very mean.
And then sometimes they go back into childhood and live in that childhood. So there's really no textbook. You never know what direction it's going to take. So Constance, how do you think that the stigma around mental health affects situations like Wendy's?
Of course, the stigma around mental health affects this. I think also, though, is that systems, when you talk about systems, every system in this country is fucked up. Sorry, Minister Connie. But you think about the prison systems, fucked up. The adoption and the foster care system, fucked up. The justice system, fucked up. Everything is fucked up. So, when there's nothing that's ever like balance. It's always extreme. Either, people are getting away with stuff and it's mostly white people, or you have, look at CPS, fucked up. You have where there's an overabundance of management or mismanagement in those systems. So there just needs to be an overhaul. I think we just need to throw the whole United States away and start over.
I think so. I do not disagree with you on that. And, the things that we are seeing here in America, we forget that we are still a very young country. And if you look through history, you see that all the other countries have gone through some shiznit. This is really a hard time for America, and it does need a complete overhaul. And I think that we are seeing a lot of the things play out now. That's not being political. That's just being the truth. So we still have a few more things to talk about. So we'll be right back.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine, or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy in how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, and I will see you in the training.
When I say I get excited about this, I get excited about this. Makes me tickle. Listen, if you want to get some education and get some good training, get some great advice from some great experts, queens are on board. Yes. All you need to do is sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Now, our next session is with our goddess Athena, and she is going to teach you some new tricks and tools about AI. And you know you better get in on this game, because that is the way it is going. Don't you sit back and start complaining about AI gonna take everything over. You better learn to harness that tool, and you will be able to do that because she is an expert at this. Now, listen, the last session we had was with Queen. She taught you how to get them 7 shmoney. Okay, so you don't want to miss that either. Out of sight training, you got to get in. And then before that, you had me. And I was teaching you how to buy real estate, how to do it, and not only in the United States of America, but worldwide. Because I want you to remember, you are a worldwide citizen. You're not just a citizen of one country. All right. So go on and explore your options. But here's the cool thing, guys. It's in a free trial. Okay. Simple. But you can't get to it if you don't sign up for it. So sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com today, right now. Cling, cling, chick, get ready. All right. Now listen. This is what drives me crazy. Now, we have already talked about, how we can do things to protect ourselves with living wills and of that nature. But not only in living wills, you need to give directives, right? Constance mentioned that. So I'm going to ask you, Moya, when it comes to that, is that something that I'm gonna throw y'all all in the bush with this question. How many of us here, starting with you, Moya, have you taken care of your business? Have you done your directives and what you want for something that could possibly happen to you?
Yeah, I'm really glad that Constance shared the website that she shared. I think it's very important that we all truly look at what we need to do for ourselves to make sure that we have our directives and everything squared away, because at any given point, this can happen to any one of us.
That's right. And you never know. You don't have to be elderly to have this happen. You can be in your 20s. You can be in a car accident. You can have a brain aneurysm. You can have anything, any age. So you need to be prepared. Minister Connie, have you done your paperwork?
Most definitely, yes. I just set up a living trust for myself. So I have a trust for my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. So definitely I have a directive. I have it all. So I don't want anything in probate. I want to control. I want to control my money. So
the kids can't get nothing. Kids, you just skipped over the kids.
Oh yeah, they grown. They better get it in their own. I'm looking out for the babies. This is no lie. I have given so much to my kid and my grandson. I became a grandmother very young. I have a 33-year-old grandson. So therefore, him and I work together. So he's getting his, believe me. So
you're thinking about them future generations. How about you,
right.
You ready?
That's right. He said your children.
That's right.
That's right.
I just hope my mom ain't listening to you, because she already talking that talk. But I want her. I don't want her to take your advice.
So, Joe, what about you? You have your paperwork in order?
Yeah, I think. I've filed with the state of Pennsylvania to get a conservatorship on Minister Connie, and when that comes through, I'll be straight. Apparently, this living trust, we got all kind of stuff going on. So when that comes through, I'll be straight. Don't worry about me.
I love it, Constance.
You get all the water you want, Mr. Connie. All the water you want.
Yeah, no, actually, I had to redo mine. So I have one, sold some property, just bought another property. So I just have to update it. And then I had to change the name.
Key word though, update. Yeah, key word. How about you, Tiara?
I have to put it all together. Constance reminded me in the training that she did last Saturday, which you should watch, that we all need to put, and I think she even has forms or paperwork for it, but just putting it all together just in case something happens. So I've been purchasing all these policies and doing all this stuff, But when I think about it, I'm like, dang, I need to send an email to somebody to just say, hey, Penn Mutual, Gerber, here's where all the things, here's where all the bones are buried. And so I just got to put it together. And I haven't put my trust together yet, just to keep it all real. But I will. I'm going to put it all together. I
So
promise.
2 things. On my website,
ma'am.
ConstanceCarter.com, if you go under books, there's a personal information organizer. That's a free download. You can just go there and just download it and just put all your stuff in one place. That's one thing. The other thing is you really should have a professional trust, but you can even do a living trust with Chat GP mother F and T. So that's actually how I'm actually updating my trust. I have the original trust, but I'm looking at that, and you can look at, different trusts. You should have an attorney, sure, but I don't feel like I need one. So I'm updating mine with Chat GPT along with the trust that I currently have, and just kind of like, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to add this, but I have a guideline with the original trust. But you could actually really do a living trust. You could say, Chat GPT, I live in the state of Maryland. I have this property. I have this many children. This is how I want these properties disposed of. Then you could say, this is who I want to be my power of attorney. This is what I want to happen with my medical directives. Should I become incapacitated, this is what I want to happen. I have this bank account, this, and here's my insurances. Like, just putting all this stuff in the living trust document. Then it'll say, at the end, it'll say, because this is a trust document, it'll put it in the form of a trust. Make sure you have the state, and then it'll have the signature and who needs to sign, the notary, where you do the notary seal and everything. And as long as that bad boy is notarized, it's ironclad. You just have to make sure that you record the deed for your properties. That's the thing. And then make sure that somebody knows where it's at, because now you have this recorded deed. We know that the property is in the name of the trust, but where's the trust? So you have people scrambling for the trust in the trash, trust then shredded. We don't know what the directives of the trust are. So you still need that. So make sure you have a soft copy, have a hard copy. I have this little this fireproof thing over here. Put a copy in there, but also email it and make sure whoever is your beneficiary has a copy of it.
Exactly. That is a wealth of information right there. So
That's
if you
great.
did not catch all of that, I urge you, once we are done today, and you can see all of our shows on YouTube, you can go listen to us on Spotify, then you go back and you write all that stuff down. Then don't just write it down, y'all, because Constance and I actually see a lot of the times when we have to put these properties on the market, that is a God-given mess because people don't know where nothing is. So she just gave you a wealth of information. Now, listen, we have really had great conversation today. We hope that you have actually learned something today, because that is our goal too. We do talk about what's going on in pop culture, but we also turn it around where we can help you improve your financial quality of life as well. And just to say, y'all, we talked about how, it can happen at any age. Wendy Williams is only 60 years old. Okay. That 60. Honey, 60 is the new 30. So listen, she's struggling now, but it is time for us to wind this down. So I am calling for final thoughts and where we can find you. Let's start with you, Tiara.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that right away, but I'll go first. I'm on the fence about Wendy's condition. I do feel like it has been a years of drug use and all of those things, but I don't know if I feel like she's as bad as they say because of what she has and who she has around her. When I think about her, I just think that it's been, unfortunately, a life of having really bad people around you, even from your people just abusing you in different ways. There was a news article a couple years, maybe like a year ago, of her son spending over $100,000 in Uber Eats, and her husband wants to marry her again after divorcing her to get alimony to divorce her again. So there's all these bad people that have been in her life, and it just made me think about my own self and the people how important it is to choose the right people around you that have good intentions. And I know her esteem hasn't always been the best, so she's taken what she could get. She's allowed it, and just to have love. And I don't know, I pray that she's feeling love from somewhere or from somebody, So that would be my thought for Wendy. I'm sending all my love to her, sending my prayers to her, and just really hoping this situation can come to an end with her being out of this conservatorship and getting to live freely. Even if she is a little like, a little loopy from everything happening, I don't know if I believe that she is completely incapacitated. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am the co-creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club, where I want to this year help you level up in a way that you never have before. I am bringing in top experts bi-weekly to help you just level up. Like Constance says. Last Saturday, she was there. Lala was there. We have Athena Gardner coming, who is going to teach us about AI, and the story goes on and on and on. And I'm just going to continue to bring women in that can change your life. And so please join today. Join us at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Let me bring up the title. And if you're interested in working with me, I'm also a serial creative entrepreneur. I help entrepreneurs, with branding and writing. You want to write a script, you want to write a book, you want to, whatever creative thing that you've been dying to do. I want to help you do that. So hit me up. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood, MSBLECK. Hollywood across all platforms.
Level up with Miss Black Hollywood. Make sure you stalk and Chicken Hawk because she's got a lot of good stuff for you. Miss Moya, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
So one of the things that I think it's important for us to recognize is that we have to truly plan. We always think like, oh, these are rich people problems, or these are issues that I wouldn't encounter, when in reality, it's possible that we can. And so one of the things that I've noticed as a tax professional is that sometimes we just need planning. You just need to take a step back and say, okay, what is everything that I have and where do I want to go? And so this year, I really want you to do that with your taxes. Tax season is now getting underway, and I really am focusing on helping parents who have kids that are high school age and that they are applying for college. One of the biggest things about college is that it's the FAFSA. That's what dictates how much money you get. But a large part of the FAFSA is your taxes, and that requires a level of planning. So before you do your taxes and you have a high schooler this year, I want you to reach out to me, DM me on Instagram at moya.business, and that way you and I can set up a free 15-minute call. That way we can talk about what's needed for you to really focus on with your taxes, and also making sure that you get what's needed for your financial aid. And when you have the call with me, as a bonus, I will give you a list of scholarships that your children and your child, if it's more than one, if you have twins, if you have two kids going into college, that way you have it. And this is for any high school student, because your taxes, the FAFSA uses 2 years prior. So that's really important to know.
Go on and write that list, Moya.
Baby, she got a list for you.
I do.
Not only is she gonna help you with your taxes, she's got lists for you that you need. Listen, you need to get in with the experts and someone who is really going to take good care of you. Look at her. Look at her. You can take so hard, right? She's going to take care of you. So direct message her on her Instagram. Joe, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I just I know that people listen to this show and feel some level of anxiety or feeling overwhelmed, especially when we talking all this finance stuff. But I want you to slow yourself down and take advantage of some of the things that get thrown out here. I personally came into this space and it was like woo 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 woo. They were just talking way over my head. But when I slowed down and listened to what they were saying, I grabbed a lot. I grabbed a lot of game. And you do have to, for sometimes, pay these women for the information that they've acquired over time. But they throw out a lot of free gems in the middle of it. And so do I. You know what I mean? I contribute. But I really want everybody to. I'm joking. I joked about, starting a conservatorship on Minister County, but I have taken care of a lot of my business, I've set up wills, I've set up trust and things like that to make sure that something like this doesn't happen to me. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, go back and just, take it slow, take it slow. Do one thing, Do one thing that you heard. Take one piece of advice that you heard, and then you can move on to them. You don't have to do it all at once. So I want you to, not feel so overwhelmed. And, you can also join me on Tuesday nights, because I'm going to do this, because if I don't, my producer's going to cuss me out. We're talking vulnerability is the new sexy. And the next episode, we're going to talk about breaking generational curses. And that's more than financial. That's parenting, that's marriage and relationships, all the things that we've been handed down generationally that we need to break. So look forward to that next Tuesday on the Boss Network at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you're looking to book a session with me or a consultation, you can book me at realuconsulting.com. You can book right from the website, and we can talk for 15 minutes and see if, we can change your life.
I sing a good song too. The Boss Network. Y'all need to make sure that you go and spend some time with Joe, because Joe has a lot for you. I'm excited for you to be on that network, Joe. And listen, he actually has a website that you could go to as well, realuconsulting.com. What do I say? Stock and chicken hawk. Go on over there and see what he's got for you, because you know what? There is nothing wrong with getting help when you need to get help. I am a firm believer of that, and I've also lived in it myself. When things get a little heavy and sometimes you just need some help or a listening ear that can help you, then Joe is the person. Joe is the person. So reach on out to him. So, Mr. Connie, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I want to petition everyone to keep Wendy in prayer. We all need it, right? But I would say this: get your house in order. The Lord tells us to keep our house in order. So get your house in order. I don't care if you only have a few $100s. Have a will, do probate. I find that there's 3 areas that we need to really be focused on. And one is, well, let me say this. 3 areas where your money could go right out the door: helping family, the IRS, especially if you're a business person, and spending more than you make. So don't do those 3 things, but get your house in order and get your directive for your health and a living will. Because the thing is that you don't want the government or the government of the United States to take care of your business. You want to take care of it for yourself. So that's my take on things. And you can reach me at ConnieSpearman.com. I have a book out. It's called Lord, I Hear You. This book is great because there's a lot of miracles that happen. It's a lot of testimonies about what God can do for you. So get that book. Easy read, wonderful book. Lord, I Hear You by Connie Spearman, Minister Connie Spearman. Thank you.
See, we have upliftment here as well. So you want to make sure that you do go and check out Minister Connie's book, but also make sure that you go to her website as well. Listen, we all smart. We all got our names in these websites. It's real easy for you to go and check her out. Okay, so make sure that you go and check out what she has for you today as well. Now, last but not least, we have our beautiful Constance. Constance, what's your final thoughts, and where can we find you? Can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I was going to say, I'm just glad that the conversation took a turn about your asset protection, about your legacy protection. That is the most important piece of the conversation. I really, truly believe that if you don't learn anything from Wendy Williams, from James Brown, from John Singleton, from Aretha Franklin, from Prince, is to make sure while you are in full sound mind and body, that you have all of your business in order. I was just thinking today, because I have my back is hurt. My back has been hurt for 3 days. And I was like, I wonder if I have a certain kind of insurance, like a disability insurance, in case I become incapacitated in some way. And I do. I had to go look at my insurance to make sure that if something happened to me, that, my kids will be good and everything will be good while I'm still living. But you need all of those things. And just like I said, if you can't afford $2.99, go on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is like $20 a month. But if you can't afford $2.99 or getting an attorney, have something. A trust is ironclad protection. A will can and will be contested. That's what we say, that if you die with a will, your stuff will go to probate court. That's costly. It's time consuming. You're at the mercy of everyone else. But if you have a will and you have all of your directives laid out, ain't nothing nobody could do. So make sure you do that. Just like I mentioned about the personal information organizer, I see a bunch of people have gone there already just to download. It's a free document where you can just have everything everywhere. Once you put everything on this document, email it to somebody that you trust, that you love, maybe that the person is going to be the beneficiary of your trust. Google is free. And so all of these things can be Googleized. And so I just recommend that you just, if you don't understand, I have information on the Grow Your Money Club. Inside the Grow Your Money Club, I talk about all of this. I help you set up your trust. I help you set up your business. I help you with real estate, invest in real estate. I help you prepare your credit, get business credit, write books. All of that is inside the Grow Your Money Club. So I have that, the Grow Your Money podcast every day. Tiara be joining me a couple of days of the week. We talk about really great things and how to grow holistically. She said, get in the gym, the Grow Your Money, GYM, get in the gym club. I like that, Tiara. Thank you. And then I have the Net 7 Collective, where I help Black women from all over the country. In fact, on our show today at 11 o'clock, we had one of the women from the Net 7 Collective, who's also an author, a co-author of this great book that we'll be releasing soon. It's called Unbreakable. And she's an attorney, a prominent attorney in Washington, D.C., just magnificent, smart lady. But she was part of the Net 7 Collective. If you want to be a part of the Net 7 Collective and you want to learn how to grow your wealth and grow your net worth to 7 figures, please go to bookwithconstance.com. Guess what? I do coaching too. Look at that. So if you're a man, a woman, a boy, a girl, white, Black, Hispanic, or whatever, call me and I can do some one-on-one strategies with you. I am more than happy to coach you one-on-one. If you don't have time to be in a cohort, or perhaps you can't afford it, book me for one-on-one coaching. Go to my website, ConstanceCarter.com.
That's why I can't give Constance the control of the back. What is you just put up a graphic? Listen,
I just did that right now. I was like, ooh.
You better not do that.
You like that, huh?
Oh my God. Lala.
Well, shit, listen, I don't even have to add that. She done told you what to do and gave you a graphic to do it. So I have no control over that. But you know how to get to it now. So make sure that you stock it, chicken, hog, Constance Carter as well. All right, here's my final thoughts. Listen, you cannot depend on other people to have your best interest at heart. It is critical. It is crucial. It is dire need for you to make sure that you want people to know how you want your life to be played out. Now, listen. We all like to think about living long and being healthy and not having to worry about these things. But the fact of the matter is it's more common than you think. So it is worth you to face your mortality sometimes right in the face and say, listen, this is how I want things to go. And to leave a directive for the people that you love or the people that you trust to step in and take care of the wishes that you want in your life. We all have resources for you. So I have things that on my website as well that you can download for free, a personal budget expense thing that is free, because listen, you need to know at least where your budget is, right? But I am also going to take this time to also continue to let you know that the wildfires are still rushing through Los Angeles, California. There are many people that still need your help. And maybe you don't know where to go to give that help. So on my website, www.laurakey.net, there is a button right at the top that says LA Resources. And that's going to help you know where to donate, what people need, if you have a place that they could stay, all sorts of things. So please make sure you go there, because guess what? There's one area that is not being talked about that I am always going to call your attention to is that it's Altadena. Altadena is historically Black area. And a lot of the times when you are hearing media talk, they're not talking about Altadena. So go and see what you can do. Donate to the Red Cross and make sure that you listen to the right news. Now, listen, before we go, I do want to take a few minutes just to say thank you to some of our regulars and those who always make our show wonderful. We have Big Mac, we have Black Lexicon, we have Morpheus joined today, we have Double A, and we also have Deborah Win-Win. Deborah, we know we see you. C. White was here today. Linda Veal, we appreciate you. You know why? Because you could have spent time somewhere else, but you chose to spend it with us. Now listen, Wendy Williams' story isn't just about a media icon. It's about a flawed system that can strip people of their rights under the guise of protection. As we've discussed today, guardianships can sometimes help, but often hurt, especially when financial and personal freedoms are at stake. So let's continue to have these conversations to ensure that systems meant to protect us don't end up doing more harm than good. Now, remember, it's not just about Wendy. It's about how it could happen to anyone. So thank you for joining us today on Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. It is Friday, everyone. So we wish you a blessed weekend. We will see you Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be blessed. Bye.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Why y'all do me like that? Why'd you do me like that? I was having a good old conversation all by myself. What's up, y'all? Hi, ladies. You guys look so beautiful and amazing. Yes. Well, let me go back to what I was saying. This is the Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your shmoney. It's your girl, Constance Carter. I am super excited to be here today. Today, we're going to tackle a tough but a very important topic. Is mixing family with business. So I don't know if you guys seen, but Magic Johnson recently shared why he believes hiring family can actually hurt your business. But is there a way to really make it work? So today we're going to unpack all of Magic Johnson's advice, but also some other advice as well. But we're going to look at the risks and the rewards of working with family. And we're going to discuss the strategies for managing family dynamics in business. Because there are some important things, some rules that we got to go by, right? So stick around, check us out, listen to some valuable lessons that just might save your business and your family relationships. Before we get started, you know, I always love to come live to you and talk to the most beautifulest, amazingest, loveliest, wonderfulest queens on the planet. I'm going to go from my left. See, you see how I did that? See, y'all know how to do this? So if I point this way, you know, do it, Dr. Lene, point to me. Let me see if you know how to do it. See, nope. The other way. See, that's, no. Point to me. No. Point to me. This way. Anyway, we're going to start with Dr.
You're over here on my screen.
Yeah, you got to go. You got to go opposite. Anyway.
Oh,
yes!
I just learned something today.
Dr. Alicia is a social worker, therapist, business owner, and a college professional. She does it all. A college professor, I'm sorry. And then we have Miss the brilliant coach, Dr. Lene, who couldn't figure out her left from her right. She is the brand your brilliant coach and monetization strategist. Yes, hunty. And then down here, we can all universally do down here, right? We got Laura Key. She's an international real estate agent. And then we have Miss Aisha. And Aisha is a financial service provider. Thank you, ladies, for joining us today. I love having these engaging conversations with all my queens on the Fly Nubian Money. So we're talking about Magic Johnson and what he talked about hiring your relative. Before we get into the video, I want to ask you, I'm going to go from left to right. See, I did that. I'm going to go from Dr. Alicia to Dr. Lene. And I'm going to ask you guys. So, Dr. Alicia, would you hire your family member?
I have hired my family member, and I think it's so great. Yeah, I hired my cousin. She was the first person I turned to help sell some of my products. Why? Because she has an undergraduate degree in fashion merchandising, and her specialty is in sales and merchandising. Okay. So it just was a beautiful fit because she had the time and the ability and the skill set for me to hire her. I wouldn't have hired somebody that didn't seem like they were just clueless about what to do. So she does all my table. She works at my tables when it comes to any time I want to sell my books, my workbooks, or any of my products. It has turned out to be a great thing. Yeah. So
that's amazing. I love it. Okay. So Dr. Lene, would you hire your family?
Yes, I would hire my family.
Why?
I don't understand how you can have family wealth, generational wealth, if you don't teach one or bring your family on. Now, I'm not hiring the ones that can't do the work. I'm not hiring the ones that's gonna make me look bad.
Right.
I'm not gonna hire the ones that should not be in a place. If they ain't gonna work for nobody else, they probably ain't gonna work for me, right?
Right.
But those that get it and understand and they're like, hey, let's get it, let's do it. I'm rocking with them.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. All right. What about you, Lala? What do you think?
Well, I did try when I first got my license and thought it would be great to be a team. And I've had 2 family members who actually tried to team with me. But once they saw that this was not some easy thing, because a lot of people make the misconception that real estate is easy, they didn't even stay in for 3 months. So but if they would have liked it, if they would have, done the job, then yes, of course. But if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, we make it look easy, don't we? We make it look easy. They be like, oh, I'm going to get my license and do what you do, because what you do ain't, no, they don't know nothing about them sleepless nights that we have worried about our transactions. Aisha, what about you? Would you hire a family member?
Yes, I would. Absolutely. Just like the ladies have expressed, because how do you build generational wealth if you don't work with your family members? Mm-hmm. That's, how you build it. And of course, again, matching the talent based on, how good they are and where their strengths lie. Right. You work with them that way. So yeah, absolutely. I will definitely work with my family. It's to be a privilege to work with family.
For sure. You know what? For me, I beg my kids. I'm like, come on, please, let's take it to the next level. And so when my daughter went to college, she was like, I want to forge my own path. I want to do what I want to do. Guess what she do now? Real estate. So my oldest son, he's like, no, I want to make my own money. Okay. So we're going to do that. Okay. And then, hopefully, go ahead and get your little law degree. I don't say little. Go ahead and get your law degree, but then you come back and you put it in the family business. That's my hope and my goal. But even beyond that, I've definitely had other family members work for me. But let's see what Magic Johnson, let's see what all the hoopla is about and why he says, because there might be a valid reason. Let's check out the video.
Hire your family. Don't hire your family unless they got expertise. And I'm serious. The number one downfall to minority-owned businesses is they hire their family that don't have the expertise. Nobody not saying not give them a job, but you can't give them this job. And I'm being serious with you. I pay my family to stay away. You don't have to come in, there's the check right there. Stay home, you cool. I know, look 'em, Vic, here you go. Don't worry about it. I'm serious. Because what'll happen is they're going to lean on you and say, you're supposed to be there at 9. I woke up late. I'm there at 11. Because they're a family member. They can get away with that, they think, right? But listen, you can be very successful. You got to believe in yourself and make sure there's high demand for what you're going to invest in.
All right. So what do you think? Did he make sense, Dr. Lene, when he said, don't hire a family that doesn't have expertise?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying, but I guess it does need to be said because I I know people who do that. Start a family business, super excited about having a family business, and then start throwing people in there because it's a family business and the people don't have the talent, the skill, the know-how. So I do know that does happen, and no, you should not do that. I like, there's a couple of different rich folks, and I can't think of who specifically, where they have billions, millions of dollars, and they still make their kids start at the bottom and learn the business and work their way up so that they have the knowledge. So I think you still have to get in there and get the expertise. You still have to get in there and learn the business. You don't get to just walk in the front door because your dad or your cousin or your family member owns it and you don't know nothing. I don't know if I agree with that being the number one reason that Black businesses don't work either, but I definitely can say I have seen it firsthand where family have been excited about having a family business and they bring people in and nobody knows what to do.
Yeah, I agree. And so Lala, she hit it on the head. Like, is he really making up a statistic talking about the number one way Black businesses fail is because they hire family members, or are there other reasons?
There are many other reasons. A lot of the times people just assume that they're just going to start a business and they're going to be successful at it. And they themselves don't have the knowledge or the experience yet. They just jump in, they just say, I'm just going to start this business. And before you know it, the reality hits them that it's more than just selling product or services. There's a whole lot more to it.
So what do you think, Aisha, what do you think is a good type of business? If it's selling products or services, and I know it could range from a plethora of things, but what's like an easy business that you think that someone could bring their family members on?
That's a great question. I've had a privilege to be raised in a family where we own business. My mom owned a restaurant. So it was easy for us to have different roles in the restaurant. The older kids were able to take care of things that were more demanding and require more planning, while the younger ones, almost like they shadow with the older siblings, and we all took turns. The older ones took turns doing specific tasks, so they are cross-training. As my mom ran the restaurant, we're all cross-trained. Wow. It's a small restaurant, but we're able to run as a family. And so I think that's a good one families can use, like a restaurant idea if possible. And another one that I'm in is the industry where you have to have a license. So if you don't have the license, you can't do the job. So you have to actually study, get your state license. Then we can work as a team. So we have a business where we all delegate each other based on our strength. Maybe you're good with people. You'll be the one to bring people in. Maybe you're good in closing. You can be the one closing the business. Maybe you be good at marketing, you market the business, right? So we all come with our license that we have to earn. Then we can work together based on our strengths to move the business forward. So I think those are the examples I think, because I've experienced those that have been very successful. And that's how I've grown to know that I can run my own business, but it has to be the right business.
Yeah.
Right? So,
and what you said, Aisha, is totally the key, is giving people jobs according to their strengths. A lot of times people will just give people anything. They just give them anything because they need a body. And that's the reason why it will fail, is because they're not giving them the jobs according to their strengths, or they're not properly training them. But Dr. Alicia, what does it do to someone when either they're just given a job, do they have a sense of entitlement? And I'm thinking about them mentally, and or them not giving them the job and just doing like Dr. Magic Johnson said, and just say, I'm gonna pay you to stay away. What does that do for them?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't hire a family member unless you are in a position where you feel comfortable holding that family member accountable. If you don't feel like you could do that, you probably need to rethink the relationship or rethink your professional relationship with them. So I think there just has to be clear boundaries, consistent expectations, and making sure that accountability is there, because it can be very dynamic. You're personally tied to this person, and there could be some resentment among the other employees. Like, maybe you're showing some favoritism, or maybe what is somebody going to do if they're working with your family member and there's a lack of productivity there? Like, are they going to feel comfortable to honestly bring these things to light? And then you're dealing with and grappling with feeling, responsible, because it's your business on the line. And so sometimes I think if you're not able to kind of tease out that dynamic, you may want to hold back on hiring family members. It's a dynamic thing. Everybody's watching. How much is that person getting paid? Is everything being fair, transparency? So you don't want to bring a family member in and have like a issue with resentment and morale issues that can come with that can really tear down a nice, cohesive, productive team. A family member put in a position that shouldn't be there can disrupt things. And then at the same time, giving your family member an opportunity to come in, but you have to watch them closely and be very clear with them. Hey, I love you. You're we're blood, we're related to each other, but my business is very important to me. So do know that I'm going to be holding you accountable and our relationship is going to be dynamic. And in my field, we take dual relationships very seriously in the therapy field. So you have to talk about that openly so that you can kind of get ahead of potential issues in your workplace.
Yeah, that is so true. I want to talk about nepotism and is it important or is it not important? But we're going to talk about it when we come back from this show.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Before we continue, I want to make sure that you text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. I'm going to say it one more again. Can y'all say it with me? Queens to 87. Lene. Yeah, thank you. Because Lene, you was like this. No, everybody say it with me. Queens. Dr. Alicia, you play it with me? Queens 87948. They're gonna whoop all of us. All right, Queens 87948. Thank you guys. So listen, let's look at this graphic about nepotism. Because I think it may be important to some and not to others. But so 70% of non-family employees in family businesses perceive favoritism towards family members, which can impact morale and performance. With nepotism, the challenges is in businesses that employ family members often see a 15% reduction in productivity due to blurred personal and professional standards. And nearly 47% of family businesses owners approaching retirement have no formal succession plan in place, leading to dispute and operational inefficiencies. So when we talk about nepotism and the idea of us building generational wealth, Dr. Lene, when you talked about that, how do you build generational wealth if you're not training your people up to do it? How important is it? And how do you curb those statistics to where you're not reducing morale and people don't feel like there's favoritism? What do you do?
So I think you do two things. One is you treat your family members like regular employees, no perks, no benefits, nothing special. They operate like everybody else. That's one. But two, if you're going to bring your family members in and they are not prepared, they're not in the right position, they're acting a plum fool, get them the training. That's the other thing. If you are going to bring your family members in and they don't have the expertise or they're not up to par, get them the training. Don't just throw them into a situation where they're not going to fail. I think it was Lala who first talked about expertise, but I think it's also experience. If we go back to what Magic said about the number one reason being bringing on your family, I think it's bringing on people who don't have experience, whether they're your family or otherwise, right? If you bring somebody on and they don't have experience and you don't have experience, nobody's out here running the business properly. Right. But if you as a first-time entrepreneur don't really know what's going on, but you surround yourself with people who have experience, now we got something to work with. So I think it's those two things. Treat your family members like regular employees. People might not even need to know that they're your family, but also make sure that even though they're your family, that they have the appropriate training, expertise, and knowledge to do the role that they've been hired to do.
That 100%. Lala, what do you think?
Well, it makes a huge difference. You if someone has the desire to learn and they're not quite experienced, you can bring them in at the level that they are on. Now, when my husband and I started our successful recording studio, I knew what I was good at, and he knew what he was good at. He was doing the producing of the music. I was good at the admin. So we were able to work together, but we had that discussion. Like, we literally had that discussion before we started in business together so that we could understand, because I was young, he was young. And sometimes if he'd say something to me, do something, I'd be like, who are you talking to? I'm the wife, but then you have to say, wait a minute, hold up. We are running a business. That is different. You leave that at the door, and then you do things outside of what you normally do in your business. That's business. So you have to establish those lines early. And if someone is willing to really learn, bring them in at the lower level so they can see how this works. Get them a business class or two if you see that they're worth your energy and effort to put them in there and help them. So I think it's a myth that people think that they're just because they hire family, it'll fail. You have to do it in the right way.
Exactly. That's 100% right. Now, Aisha, I know you talked about your family having your mom having a restaurant. What do you do when you want to bring your family members in and they don't want to be a part of the business?
That's true, because somebody may not be interested in the restaurant business. They don't want the cleaning and all the smells that surround. They don't want that. And what we've done, what my mom did was, like, I have a brother that was going to a military school, so he's very structured, right? They don't want to be around there. And when he's at home for vacation and he has to participate in the family business, he doesn't want to be a part of that. No problem. So he was allocated to be the one with logistics. So we need A, B, C, and D. So he was able to participate in that. He's not in the restaurant, but the behind the scene logistics, making sure that what the restaurant needs is supplied. He did good at that, right? So it's just really having the right person in each position and allowing them to express themselves and be honest about it. I don't want to be there. And so that way you're not forcing them to do what they don't, it goes against their nature, so that we can really deliver when they are really doing their job. So when he does that as a military student that went to military school, he was able to really get things done on time, and it was clean, seamless. So stuff like that, it does happen that they don't want to be there, but you find something that they can do, so that way they don't feel like, oh, they're out and the family is doing great things and they don't get to be a part of it. But you find a way to incorporate them into the business in that way. So that was what my mom did. So I think I learned from that.
That's good, because we do have situations where you have different cultures you're going to be a part of this family, this business, whether you like it or not. What's your take, Alicia, on different cultures and how they practice nepotism? So what's the difference in how, like, say, African-American practices nepotism to maybe an Asian or Jewish family or a Hispanic family, because they all practice it, I think, in different ways. Do you have any experience with that?
Oh my God, I worked for a family-owned business. I was talking about it before the show. It's an Asian business. And think about the culture of Asians. Like, they don't play around when it comes to business, when it comes to money. Yeah. They don't play. They hire their family members. And let me tell you, they will fire them. When I worked for that hospice company, it was just really hilarious to see the dynamic, because they were holding each other accountable to high standards. Just because you are related to me doesn't mean you're going to get a free check, and they will reduce your check in a minute. So they didn't play. It was a culture that you have honor and respect. Respect and honor to the name is so important. And and you know what? This is one of the reasons why I do a lot of work for my husband. And I just do it on a volunteer capacity. I told him,
don't pay me.
When we first started dating, I was like, I don't want to be accountable to an actual job. I don't want to work under you, because I'm his wife. How is he going to tell me? How's he going to come down on me? I don't want him to hold me to the same standards as employees that actually receive money from him. So I didn't want to create that sticky dynamic. It could strain our relationships. It's hard enough being married sometimes. So by volunteering, I feel like I can contribute as much as I can, meaningful work to the company without the pressure of these formal responsibilities. And then that helps us kind of maintain our working relationship. And you know what? I'm now remembering, I worked for my mom one summer. she's a therapist and a school teacher, school counselor, and she ran a summer tutor program. And I didn't volunteer, but I was a paid employee of her. And I felt this responsibility because I was her daughter to like work at this high level. So I am remembering, like, you know, I felt like as her daughter, I had a reputation, you know, that I wanted to uphold. So I wanted to honor the fact that she put trust in me to give me the opportunity to work. And I wanted to go above and beyond because I felt like I was representing her. So I just felt the desire to do like fantastic. And she told me that I was her best employee. So there is a dynamic there. I just wanted to bring that.
I love that. I love that. And I hope, you know, my kids appreciate me in that way when, you know, when I put them on. But Joe in the audience, Joe Corley, does anybody know who Joe Corley is? Joe said, question for Constance. Do you believe your kids are fully aware of who you are and what you've done in business, or are they too close to it to recognize how special it is? I think they do. Because I was the one that was first one in, last one out. My motto was nobody works harder than Constance Carter. They know that they've missed a lot of time with me. So I obviously had to be out working my ass off. And I think it really became real, especially for my daughter now that she's in the business and she has to, you know, I mean, I'm not handing her business. She has to go out there and get it for herself. So she really understands. But I think as they grow up and they see mommy out there working, yeah, I do believe that they know, and they do tell me that they appreciate me. So, you know, it's a contrast when you have one person that's like out there working, they can kind of see, so it makes a difference. But I want to, before I ask my next question, we got to go to break. Let's go to the commercial.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
So earlier I seen what's his name? Big Joe. What's Big Mike? Big Mac. Oh, what's up, Hannah? That's my cousin. Big Mac said, he didn't say dope. He said he expects more from his family members than he does from everyone else. And I see the heads nodding. Aisha, tell me about it. You expect more from your family members? Better.
Absolutely, because like Dr. Alicia said, there's an honor to the family name. And if you dishonor the family name by coming or acting a fool or doing the wrong things, people are watching you, right? So we have to honor our family name, and it's very important for us to do that. So we show up on time, we get the work done, and we go above and beyond what is expected of us. While others are maybe dying down, we stay up and we, like you say, I'm first in, first out at the end of the day. Again, just to honor the family. So you show the example that we are, when we say we'll do something, we're going to do it. And we won't ask you to do what we are not doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What about you, Dr. Lene? Thank you. Dr. Lene?
I think that's the key, though. What I think it was Dr. Alicia and Aisha said, which is honoring the family name, having pride in the business, respecting the business, taking pride in what has happened before you. I don't think that today's family businesses, children, youth have that same respect. They want to go and be YouTube influencers. They don't want to run the same business that their parents ran. They don't want to do the same things that their parents did. Sometimes because they feel like you work too hard. You've worked too hard. I don't want to have to work that hard. I don't want to keep the business up. I see the sacrifices that you make. So I think it's really important to make that decision on whether or not you want to have a family business with your children so that you can integrate them, children and or family, so you can integrate them into it early, make it hip, make it trendy, make it relevant for them. Because a lot of family businesses are losing their family business. We saw that slide about the succession plan because there's nobody to pass it to next.
That part right there. And you work so hard on this business and you've done these great things and you've been quite successful, and you can't pass it to anyone else because there's nobody to pass it to because nobody's interested in the family business. Do you expect more, Lala, from someone that's close to you, more from them?
I do. And I think it's important that we hold each other accountable. I mean, just as much as I may be the business head, but you hold me accountable. If you see me doing something that shouldn't be done, or you have a question about, should it be done that way? Should you open your mind a different way? Then I would expect that from you. Don't just sit back and think, I wonder if that was right or not. Ask me, because you're not going to hurt me. Now, listen, in my situation, my uncle purchased my grandfather's sanitation business. So I watched him pass that to my uncle. And he was very successful at it, ended up selling it as a retirement because none of his sons wanted to pick up that type of business. But it was successful for them. And the sons did try, in some capacity if they wanted to do that. But once they saw it wasn't for them, it was fine for the family to say, now, okay, you go do what you need to do. It wasn't expected. I think the problem comes in is if you force someone into a business that they don't want to go into, and then you really have a lot of problems. That's a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah. That's a good point, Lala. I want to ask you, Dr. Alicia. So what happens when you have a business that you want to keep in the family and you kind of force that next generation to take it on? What happens? Again, let's go back to mentally. Are they going to run it as efficiently? Are they going to have the same pride in the business as if they had a passion and a desire to do it? What's even the statistics, which I don't know. You probably don't know, but like, what's the likelihood that it's going to be successful?
Yeah. Most businesses are run on certain types of values. And I think it all depends on the type of family member. If it's a child of yours that you raised them in your value system, theoretically, with your value system. And so if it's partly that way, where it's somebody that you have close ties to and you share a culture and an understanding of the business, then it would make perfect sense that they would contribute to the family business. However, if you have a family member that is not quite on board with the mission and can potentially dishonor the name, you may need to think about somebody who's not necessarily a family member to help carry on your legacy. And and it's not to say that you can't give family members a second chance if it messes up, but I think there should be some evidence of changed behaviors, because you do not want to have repeated problems. You don't want somebody to be like, oh, here they go again. They're going to be messing everything up. You don't want to have that. So you have to be able to recognize it takes a lot of time, money, energy, focus to bring somebody on board in your company. And a family member underperforming or behaving unprofessionally can risk, big problems in your business. So it is something that you need to, I take pride in my business, and I have my daughter is filling some of the orders, and I'm on her. I'm like, hey, did you do what you needed to do? What's your hours for the week? Did you turn in what you needed to turn in? So I hold her to a very high standard. And if she falls short, we have serious conversations. So, but it's a dynamic thing because she's my daughter. I could do that to her, but so it's important to be able to say, I have issues with this person and address them, have something in place where you have open communication to address potential issues for the sake of the business. So the business is how we make our money. That's, so that's so important. It's like making the connections. You're able to eat because the business is running well. So you need to be able to understand that you benefit from everybody working together and being dedicated, right?
Yeah. For those who just joined us, we just got done watching, or we're talking about Magic Johnson. When he gave advice, he was doing a motivational speech. I don't know if you've ever seen Magic Johnson speak in person, but I've seen him several times, and he's a very dynamic speaker. But one of the things that he said is, if you want to, he said the number one way that most minority businesses fail is when they hire family members. I don't agree with that. I think that's the dumbest thing ever. You got to hire experienced family members. You got to properly train them. You have to have standard operating procedures for everyone, because there has to be a succession for everyone. They have to have instructions. So when I coach people, one of the first things I ask them is, do you have SOPs? And most even experienced business owners what are those? Okay, so let's go back to the basics. You have a business, you're making money, you need to have standard operating procedures, because this person that you have in place, they may not be there. And so you need to have somebody else, you may need to have procedures in case somebody else comes behind, and you don't have to, it speeds up the ramp up process. And so I'll have SOPs, but I also have the people who are in those positions continue to create them as they go along, because things change. Because you don't know, I might elevate you to another position. Somebody else may come behind you, or you may find something else, or it just might not work out. So I don't want to be stuck, right, as a business owner. So then that way you have the same standard across the board. So there's no issues when you're doing your reviews and you have a complaint. You have something in writing that they need to be adhering to. So now you're not afraid as the leader to go and say, to have disciplinary conversations, because they didn't do what they were supposed to do, because it was clear, concise, it was documented. That's very important as a business owner. But I want to look at this other video from Shaq. Shaq said something kind of opposite of what Magic Johnson said. Let's look at the video.
I learned about business not from college. I learned about business from a book called The Dummy's Guide to Starting Your Own Business. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I did was incorporate my family.
What business you started after reading?
So first thing I did was incorporate Shaq. I put my mom on salary and put my dad on salary. I got him an office and got him a car, and they were so proud, because the best day of my life was, how much you make at the Army? I only make $60,000. Now you make $500,000 a year.
All right.
What? You start crying. Mom, how much you want to make? You make $750 a year.
Instead of giving it to the IRS, you're giving it to your family, and you can write it off.
Right. That's fucking awesome. Genius.
Right.
Now, while I think that's novel, now it's like the totally polar opposite of the other end, right? So do Dr. Lene, do we just want to give people positions to just sit there and make, $500,000, Dr. Lene? Like,
I mean, if you're giving it to your parents, I get it. That makes sense, because you're going to give it to them anyways. You're just going to take care of them anyways. You're going to get them a house or car anyways. This is what I tell people when I talk specifically to entrepreneurs about family members. This is how I break it down. We're talking about Black-owned businesses, and I give it a restaurant example because we're all familiar with this. When a person hires their niece or nephew to come in and work for them after school, who does not want to be there, who has an attitude, treats the customers crazy, smack their lips, take their time, you run customers off. Now you're paying them cash under the table, so you're saving a little bit of money, so it makes you feel like you're making a good choice and decision. When really, if you had hired a young lady who has a family, paid her $15 an hour, and she's happy to be there, she's going to treat your customers better. She's going to be more polite. She's going to show up on time, and people will talk better about your business, and you'll make more money. Mm-hmm. So sometimes hiring family to cut a corner or to get something done quickly or for less money actually hurts your business, opposed to just going out and hiring somebody who can do the job and paying them what they're worth. So that's usually how I try to break it down. Now, if your family member is that woman who needs the job and you're willing to pay her so that they come in, I say do it. But a lot of times, one of the reasons why, this is my opinion, that our family doesn't produce is because we be trying to hire them and pay them less. Like we're gonna bring our family in and try and underpay them, work them harder and pay them less. So that's why they get favoritism, because I got to do a little bit more for you because I'm paying you less and I'm working you harder. So that's usually how I be trying to explain it to my clients. Like, if you're going to hire your family, make sure that they're experienced and make sure that you treat them like an employee, pay them the same way you pay an employee. Should they do more? Yes. But like, I think it was Dr. Leach talking, volunteer to do more, volunteer to show up and do those things, respect the business, respect the person who's running the business. Mm-hmm. If you can't do that, don't hire people, not your family or anybody else, if they can't help you to move the business forward.
Right. That's good. That's good. So let me ask you guys out there in YouTube land and Facebook land and Twitter land, would you guys hire your family member, and which values are you more in line with? I know Big Mac said he ain't hiring no family, and then others of you said that you would, but would you rather be a Shaq or a Magic Johnson with your business practices? Aisha, which one do you more align with, Shaq or Magic Johnson?
Shaq.
Why?
Because it depends on the premise of the hiring, right? Are they going to actually do any work? I won't just give money just to give you money and on paper. I still expect that you do your work. But for parents, it's a different story, because he uses parents as an example. That's a total different story. But like my brothers, cousins, no, we have to have I don't know if the audience have read the book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power by Dr. Boyce Watkins. It says about the code of conduct. If we're going to have a business as a family, we will have strict code of conduct so that we can actually do the work right. So that if you're doing the job and you expect me to pay you or me to give you extra money, well, show me what you've done to really deserve that pay, right? So I think we have to have that in place. So there's no favoritism or nepotism happening where others are watching us, but we give our family the opportunity to pay them. So the money stays in the family, but in a way where they're actually giving back and really building the business, not tearing the business down and expecting us to pay them, right? I don't think it's fair. So like Dr. Lene said, that if you want that to be something positive, you have to hire the right person, pay them accordingly, right? And then write it off as your taxes, but at least they're doing the job, not just show up, smack their lips, treat your clients bad or your customers bad, and expect to get paid regardless. That is not going to work. I think that would be detrimental to the business. So that's.
So you mean to tell me my niece can't come in and smack her lips and roll her neck? No. Okay. We're gonna talk more about it after the commercial.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Can I respond to Joe Constance?
What did Joe say?
Joe said, Dr. Nate talking with them hands, looking soft and serious at the same time. I am soft and serious at the same time. Just for the record.
For the record, Joe. Miss
Yes,
Lala.
hand, Joe.
There you go. Look, it's both soft and serious at the same damn time. But you know, Terry Wilson, shout out to Terry Wilson. She is one of the B1 real estate mastery students. She said, I would, where'd that comment go? I would hire my family as long as they can contribute to the business and not subtract. They'd be treated like an employee and paid accordingly. So Lala, for you, are you Shaq or are you Magic? Where are you hanging out at?
I'm Shaq, but first of all, let's say he's taking care of his parents, right? Okay, so that's a different situation. But you know that if he has that, he also has done it for his children as well. So, and like I said, as parents, we know where our children are strong and where they're not strong. And I think you really need to have that conversation with them. Listen, I would love to bring you into the family business, or, you know, before you get your first little job, your first job will be within the family business. You can tell if that's something that they will latch onto and love, or if their life path is different. So you've got to be wise enough to know that not everyone in your family is going to be having the same life purpose as you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, I've heard Shaq say a few things. He said, you know, to his kids, you ain't rich, I'm rich. Right. I've heard him say that. But I also heard him say that he takes care of all of his ex-wives and baby mamas, even if they have men. I think that's very novel. And then the fact that he takes care of his parents also. I mean, when you have that kind of money, you know, it's not a hard thing to do. Dr. Alicia, are you Shaq or Magic?
Man, it's a double-edged sword. You know, on one hand, it's great to hire your family members because theoretically, if you're hiring a family member, this is someone you can trust. You have a bond with this person. It can foster loyalty. There's a great level of commitment to the success of the family business. You know, but on the other hand, mixing family relationships with personal dynamics there can be some pitfalls there. Conflict of interest issues, blurred boundaries. I'm big on boundaries, by the way. Yeah. Emotional tensions can rise. It can affect business and personal relationships. I will tell you, now I'm telling my own story. So when Dr. Boyce and I first started dating, there was a employee of his that was super mean to me. And I kept it to myself. I never said it. One thing I said to him, I was like, is this person a key person in your company? And he was like, yes, she is. And I just buttoned it up and I never told him about it. And then it wasn't until this person started having some issues that I was just like, can I share something with you that happened a long time ago? So it became like really icky and sticky because, you know, I was like trying to be all, you know, chipper and gung ho. And then I just noticed someone like treating me a certain way. So it was hard because I sat with it for a long time. And I was just like, I don't want to come in and mess up stuff that's going on, you know. And so it's just such a dynamic. That's just an illustration about how there's some pitfalls there.
Yeah, that's true. Let me ask you this, Dr. Lene, what is the key to having a successful business that can be ran by the family member? And I want to ask all of you guys that, like, give me 3 points, because you're the brilliant business brand strategist. Give me 3 things that you think, you know, a business owner or a business leader should do or implement in order to have a successful family business.
Business meetings where everybody, so let me back up. A strategy for the business. Okay. A strategy for the business that everyone can understand. That's a vision, like not just the vision and the mission, but a actual strategy so that everybody knows where we're going in this business. What are the goals? What are the plans? How are we spending the money? How are we investing the money? Who's getting paid what the percentages are, so that there's no frustration and so that there's clarity. Because when people are not clear, they start having these little side conversations. And did you see how much this person got? Did you see how much they got? And I thought we were doing this. And how come nobody told me? Let's just talk about the strategy, right? That's 1. 2, somebody got to be the leader. Somebody got to have the final say so. Everybody can't have a voice all the time. We have to know that this is our leader, and we have to trust that this is the person that's going to take us to the promised land. Can we sit in on the strategy meetings and give our say so? Yes. But if your say so or your idea is not taken, it's cool, because this is our leader. This is the person that we trust to get us where we're going to be. So there has to be a strategy. There has to be a leader. And then the third one I would say is there has to be communication, because when you're dealing with your family, kind of like what Alicia Little was just talking about, having that communication to be able to say, oh, I did it. Yes. Having that communication to be able to say, hey, and I'm not going to say you hurt my feelings, but I am going to say, hey, let's talk about this in the office so that we don't take this home. Yeah. Let's deal with whatever this is happening, what's going on, what happened today. I don't want to talk about when we go home, but more importantly, I don't want to take these emotions or whatever it is that's going on right here. I don't want to take it home with us, because one of the issues that I see with business owners who are married or who work together in that capacity is the business goes home with them. The emotions, the conversation, what was said, how you talk to me. Now we home, and I don't want to kiss you because of what you said to me at work. We at home though. So just having those clear lines between work and home and being able to communicate.
Good stuff. You know, that communication piece is extremely important. Whether you have a family-run business or you have a whatever, you know, the tone is set from the top down. Right. So as the CEO of my company, how I operate my company, it's going to be predicated, or how the synergy and the culture and the energy comes from me. So I was always very, very cognizant of that, especially, you know, when I'm dealing with my day to day. I don't gossip with the people who work for me. You're not going to see me talking about nobody else, you know, and you know, people will talk. When there's an issue, it's tackled like that. Why? Because I need the synergy to be really clear and really clean. So if you got a problem with this person, and you guys had some kind of conflict, guess what? We went in the conference room, the 3 of us. We discussed it. There was obviously some misinterpretation, or maybe somebody did something that they shouldn't have done. And we talked it out. We hugged it out, thugged it out. And then we went, and everybody's besties again. That's very important, because you don't want to let nothing linger. Then that lingering becomes a cancer, and that cancer can destroy your whole culture inside your company. That comes from the top. Let me tell you, I've been in companies where the manager is messy, manager talking, they don't know how to communicate. They are very condescending. You know, they're if you want to work here, you're not like how. So then you have this attrition, you have this high turnover, you have low morale. If you really want people to work for you, because people can work anywhere. You know, these kids these days, just like you said, they want to become influencers. So I was talking to a guy who had an IT company out here. There's all these Black-owned, you know, $1 million companies. He said I couldn't get these college kids to come work for me for $50,000 a year. They wouldn't show up at work. Why? Because everybody want to be influencers. So there's lots and lots of opportunities out here where you know, lots of jobs. You have to create an environment where people want to come, not only come, but stay. Okay. So Dr. Alicia, so let's talk about this. Only 30% of family businesses successfully transition to this second generation. By the third generation, only 12% survive and just 3% make it to the fourth generation or beyond. Around 60% of family businesses lack clear conflict resolution policies, which can also exacerbate problems when family members are involved. Interesting. So I'm going to ask the same question to you, Dr. Alicia. 3 things. Give me 3 things that a business owner could do to make sure that, you know, a family-owned business is run successfully.
I think it is what I think has been mentioned today. Constance, you mentioned leadership. You really need to have really good leadership. A leader who can listen to everybody and not be dismissive to other people, can really incorporate it in, and then they show their leadership skills and ensure that conflict resolution is done appropriately. Because let's just face it, there's always going to be conflict. It's unrealistic to think that you can go into a situation and there's no type of conflict is going to happen. So it is inevitable, and you need a good leader who's really clear with the conflict. Lene talked about the making expectations very clear. I think that's important to keep everything as transparent as possible. Hiring family members, if anything, it's almost like a great thing because it really puts on the radar fairness. You want fairness to be. You don't want it to be like blood sticking in water. And this person, it needs anything that can disgruntle. You want to have fairness. So those are the 2 things: good leadership, fairness. And I really do think that you need to have an atmosphere where you can hold each other accountable for real. You know, having touch points and is there any way I can help you? Having like a good synergy that happens to push the business forward. You really need to have those in place. Those are the 3 things I think it's so important in business.
I love that. I'm going to go to commercial. But before I do, I just want to tell you, there's a difference between being a leader and a boss. And I'm glad that you talked about leadership. People always say, and then, you know, my people, they used to call me boss lady. Somebody bought me this. I had a few of these on there. They bought me those. And they would call me boss lady at the office or whatever. I'm not a boss. I'm a leader. And there's a huge difference in being a leader and a boss, because a leader, if you're a leader, people will follow you. You got to know how to serve people in order to truly lead them. And if you don't know how to serve people and you just bossing people around, then they're not going to stick around very long. Let's go to a commercial.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy and how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, and I will see you in the training.
Ooh, listen. Last week we had the 6-7-figure roadmap on the Fly Nubian Money Club, and we had about 400 people that attended, and it was a great training. I enjoyed it. We had some nuggets. I had a lot of good feedback, and after that training, I hibernated for the rest of the day because y'all wore my asses out. However, it was a great training, and just like that training and the training before that with Lala, Athena is going to provide you with some great tools. So y'all better sign up for the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, because that's where you're going to be able to really grow your money in 2025. So make sure you sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club. I think it was 30 day free. Cool. Sign up so you can get all the latest information. Now, Lala, I want to ask you about like conflict resolution, because I talked a little bit about that. And I know you said that, you had a business with your husband. How were you able to mitigate conflict resolution? And I know you talked a little bit about it, but how did you do that within your company, your business?
Well, first we had to establish that there are two different ththings. Even though we're achieving a goal together, there are two different things, because I'm a very sensitive person. So when he would say something to me and that I didn't think, was right, then I would get hurt. And then we said, well, that's not going to work if we can't establish what needs to be done in the business. So we started, of course, our recording studio started in our home. But when we shut that door to that basement or wherever the studio was, it was home. And then we graduated to a building, and whatever happened at the office stayed at the office. And then we were a married couple at home. So
Wait. Did you establish that up front though? Or was that like a trial and error type thing?
That was a trial and error thing. And so much so that I was butthurt a little bit and went and got a 9-to-5. And then, I knew that I was like, I don't like this either. So before I came back to that, we had that conversation. And then when we had that conversation and that understanding and that what I call, we compartmentalized what needed to be done, then everything ran smooth. But it's all about communication. You have to talk these things out. You have to be able to say things that, hey, I'm not really comfortable if you say this way, if it's a family member, because otherwise you'll carry that at home. You'll carry that to bed. You don't want to give your honey no sugar on the side. Those are the things that you have to understand. This is business. This is life. We're doing this together, but there are still boundaries. As long as we can communicate, that's what makes it successful. Because once I understood and took my emotions out of it, which was hard for me because I'm an empath, I was okay after that. But it took me a little while. I mean, you have to remember I was 21 years old.
So let me ask you this. So what would you do differently if you were to start a business with your spouse today?
Well, we do. We still have our business, but
how would you approach a new business idea with your spouse?
First, we're going to lay it out. We are definitely going to lay it out. I'm a fly by your seat girl. Let's do this. Yay! My husband is like, this is A, this is B. This is where this wall going to go. This where this wall going to go. And I'll be like, okay, so can I handle the inside of the walls? So it's all about communication. And that is the only thing that I would have changed, because I just went into it like, we're going to do this, and he did too, but he works differently. He's like an engineer type person, whereas I'm like, yay, give me the purple pom-poms and prints. Let's go.
We need both. I mean, that's a healthy balance inside a situation. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Aisha, what I want to ask you is, what country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
You're from Nigeria. So we talk about different cultures and how they handle family dynamics and family business. And so, Jewish people, they handle it one way, and Asians, they handle it another way. What's important, like for Nigerians, how you guys handle family business? Do you guys have an expectation of that somebody is going to work in the business? Do you talk money? Do you talk business culturally inside your culture?
Yes, indeed. And I think the more important thing for me growing up in that culture is not specifically like what is the Jewish way of running a business or household or Chinese. What I notice in our culture is there's a lot of apprenticeship. We do that a lot, apprenticeship. So if not necessarily that you have to do the family business. For us, we were lucky. Our mom had a restaurant and we all were able to work together in the restaurant. But are we restaurant owners today? No. But we're still business owners because the seeds were planted. So we continued in the business ownership way of thinking. But what I noticed growing up for us in the culture is apprenticeship, a lot of apprenticeship happening where if a family member owns a business, let's say they install windows, when the school is out, some of the children will go there to learn how to install windows, right? So they watch the elder doing this business and learning from him, and they work for many years. And then after some time, this other family member now will establish the same business for the other person that really wants to do the business. So it's almost like a training ground to see if you really want to do this business or not. And it's very consistent in our culture, where it doesn't matter where you come from, that apprenticeship way of doing business is part of our culture. And that's how I learned from my mom's restaurant, serving other people. And she was a servant leader. She led by example, and she told what we copied, we followed. I don't have a restaurant today, but I still have my own business, and I run it with the same way I was raised, where I care about people that I work with. I make sure that I lead by example. I kind of tell them the clear expectation, hold them accountable, because I do the same for myself. I get the job done. I won't ask you to do what I won't do. So that helps me a lot. But the one more thing that I'm going to add, and you asked me the question, knowing what I know today, coming from a different culture and then being in America here, is having therapy session, because it's so true. If you all can have a therapy session, as things with communication, people are fighting or arguing or not on the same page, a neutral person can help unravel any difficulty, so that we can kind of say, okay, here, this is where I'm at, this is where you're at, how can we work together and move forward? That's one thing I've learned now, being in this culture, that we can incorporate in our business.
Listen, therapy is universal. We all need it. Aisha, just on that though, too, you talked about apprenticeship. I know, back in our day, it might have been something. Are these young people still interested in apprenticeships?
Yes. Sometimes if they don't like the family business specifically, they may go to another family member that does something different. So everybody's always in Nigeria specifically. It's very unique. We are one of the number one countries as entrepreneurial spirit. We believe we have to like having our own business, whether it's selling clothing or restaurant or welding, whatever it is. There's so much around us. So if you don't want to be in a restaurant, they may ask you to go to Uncle A, B, and C that does something different, so you can learn from that uncle. So you have a skill. When you finish, you'll have a skill that you may have your own business someday. That is always a mindset, that you're going to have a business someday. And really, that's just
so nobody's thinking about being employees. Everybody's thinking about being business owners.
Yes.
Interesting.
Lots of business owners. Some people go into the civil servant business, and because you always have to have civil servant, but majority still have a business outside of it. They still have a business. So
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's a mindset that we all need to adopt. So let's look at these last couple of slides. So let's talk about why businesses fail, why family businesses fail. 62% of family businesses fail due to interpersonal conflicts, such as disagreements, over strategy or role expectations. Family members managing finances without proper oversight are more likely to create cash flow problems or mismanage company funds. Reluctance to fire family members. Family business owners report that it is 3 times more difficult to discipline or terminate a family member, even when their performance is below expectation. Interesting. Family businesses with strong policies. These are the success stories. Look at Johnson Publishing Company, Sweetie Pies, before her son killed her nephew, Radio One, Kathy Hughes. So businesses with formalized governance structures, written policies, advisory boards have a 95% higher chance survival rate than those without. That's interesting. That's good stuff. I mean, for me, so for my corporation, people are like, wow, who's on your board? Well, Constance Carter is the president. Constance Carter is the vice president. Constance Carter is the secretary. Constance Carter is the treasurer. Like for my corporation, I mean, just I'm every woman. But everybody's structure is different, right? So anyway, let's go with our final thoughts. We'll start with you. Look at this. I went right there. I'm gonna start with Dr. Alicia.
Starting with me. Okay. I don't want no favoritism. Anyway, wow. Those last slides presented by Constance Carter highlights to us, if there's dysfunction in the family and you have a family business, there's going to be dysfunction in the family business. However, if you have healthy relationships within your family, and you bring that forward into a business, the whole entire family can be prosperous. If anything, that is a wonderful illustration of what can potentially happen for all y'all out there who are entrepreneurs. Anybody that, usually someone that can watch this show in the middle of the day is probably in control of your schedule to some extent. Be inspired by what you hear today. And if you're not able to develop a healthy dynamic in your family, you can contact me at my website here, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Please follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
Good stuff. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Then next we're going to go to Dr. Lene.
That's not going to get old anytime soon. I think today's conversation was super relative. I think it was super important. As an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a strategist and a coach, I'm dealing with Black entrepreneurs and people who have family businesses on a day-to-day basis, and they are not having these conversations, and they're not prepared. And they literally are bringing people into their business that do not have the talent and the skill, and they get stuck in number 2 and 3 of the slide, which is this person is not performing, but I don't know how to let them go, and they're not getting the work done. I see it all the time. And what would I say to do? I would say I still believe in having family-owned businesses, but I do believe that you have to treat people like employees. When they come into the business, they have to be an employee. You have to separate the family piece from the business piece. And the slide said it, the businesses that have governance that operate like a business, even with the family, they operate the best. So I think that that's what needs to get done. But I think that there has to be some consistency. We talked about that. There has to be accountability. There has to be support. You have to have people to talk to. One of the hardest part of being an entrepreneur is doing it by yourself. Not having a support system, not having anybody else to talk to, not having anybody to go to that's either doing it or has done it or is like-minded. And so I think Aisha was talking about it. Then you end up needing therapy because you don't have anybody to talk to. So quick little plug. If you're an entrepreneur and you're looking for some support over the next 12 months and you are a Black woman, because this is a Black woman situation, we are doing a 12-month program at Black Power Her this year called the Year of Impact, where we will meet every single month for the next 12 months to move your business forward. You have an accountability partner. You're going to get support. We have mentoring to make sure that I have no idea what's about to happen when y'all's president goes into the office in a couple of days. And so I put this program together to make sure that Black women are supported in their businesses, because we're going to need it. And so if you want to be empowered, if you want to be of impact, if you want to make sure that you have people around you that love you and want to hear what you got going on, and you need some power over this next 12 months, check out blackpowerher.com. You get your calendar and get accountability.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lene. Let me see if I do this right. Now we're going to go to Aisha. Oh, I did it. Aisha.
You know, working with family is such a great privilege. I believe that if you lay the foundation right and just have the right expectation in place, working with your family, to me, is a true blessing. If you have the people that have the same shared vision that you have, and lean into their strengths and their talents, not forcing them to do what they cannot do, but rather lean into their talents and work with them where they're at, and then build them up to the level that you want them to be, and see there's interest, or if there's also the participation, right? So those are the things that will come to play when you're starting a business. And I also believe that when you work together as a family, you're able to truly build that generational wealth, and there's continuity if the governance is there in place to really help that happen. And it's possible today because we have the tools available to us. It's just a matter of really, as we come together, find out what we need, what is our vision, and then come together and strategize and then execute our plan as a family member. Again, going back and leaning towards our strengths, not our weaknesses. And, I'm in an industry where you require a license to do the business. So if you do as a family, it's really helpful because then you can really grow together where nobody can hold anybody back or destroy anybody's business. And if you're ever interested in that, give me, a ring or give me an email, text to my name, Aisha@aravazi.com, and we can talk about it and see if you want to do something like this, because I think it's pretty powerful. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Aisha. That was great. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to do this one more time. Let me see. I'm going to go this way. Yes, I did it. La, what's up?
Listen, it's great to dream about having business and a family business, but you have to also evaluate to actually see if that is something that is possible with your family. Not everybody's life journey is the same, and that's okay. So we have to understand that just because you want something so bad, and that may be your dream, that may not be someone else's dream in your family. So respect that, have the boundaries. And for those who do want to go along with you on this ride, make sure that you encourage them, uplift them, and help give them the tools that they need to also learn and grow within their own power. It's as simple as that. Now listen, Dr. Linda already said, y'all's president, whatever y'all going to do with y'all's president. If y'all are ready to decide you want to be world citizens instead of just United States citizens, I'll always be an American citizen, but I'm also a world citizen. If you're thinking about moving abroad, please make sure that you come and check me out. I have everything that you need, a quiz that you need there to see if this is something that you can even do at my website, www.laurakey.net. I also have a button there for you to please donate to the wildfires in Los Angeles, California. I have many clients who have lost their homes, and what you're seeing on TV is not everything. You think that you know everything, but to actually have someone that you know and know these areas that are affected is something totally different. Please consider volunteering and donating to the American Red Cross and really helping these people instead of putting blame.
I love it. We have some absolutely brilliant boss Black women on Fly Nubian Money broadcast. I just want to say this. We Black people, because I'm always going to be talking to you, it's so important that we become self-sufficient and independent. Okay. So business ownership is a key way. It's one of the key ways. It's not the only way, but it's one of the key ways. You really, when you become a business owner, learn how to run a business, not a business. So there's things that we have to do in order to run successful, sustainable businesses. So get business training. Make sure you have some things in writing. Make sure you have documentation. Make sure that you as a leader know how to effectively communicate. Make sure the vision is clear. And like Dr. Lene said, make sure the strategy is also put out there. So those are some key things that you could just, foundational things. Then also, you know, one of the things that we do as Black owned businesses is we don't know how to properly price our things, right? We think just because we make the best pork chop in town that this is, and our rent for the space is $3,000, that pork chop is now worth $25, and we have to make sure that we properly price it. We also have to make sure that we properly market. So you might have the best pork chop in town. However, if nobody knows about the pork chop, nobody's going to buy it. So we have to market, we have to price, but we also internally have to know how to run our businesses like businesses. That's important. And if you want to learn more about how to run your business like a business, guess what? I work with Black women, but I just got back to my one-on-one coaching where I used to do coaching, but I absolutely hated it, but I absolutely love it now. I've been coaching lately. And so now I'm coaching everybody. It's not just Black women. So I have a one-on-one coaching. You can go to constancecarter.com/coaching. If you want to talk to me about running your business, I'll help you with that, about how to put your SOPs together. We'll have a conversation about that, about how to, if you want to write a book or if you want to learn how to properly articulate your business to present the value to the public or your brand visibility. I'll help you with that too. So go to constancecarter.com and see all things Constance Carter. But Net 7 Collective is getting ready to come up. Oh, damn. Oh, man, I don't have my book on me. We just released, we're releasing a book that's called Unbreakable on January 20th. It's a collection of stories from ladies from the Net 7 Collective. And it is powerful. Y'all, my mama read the book, and my mama don't give compliments very easy. She didn't compliment me on none of these other books up here. But she read Unbreakable and said, Niecy. They call me Niecy. It's powerful. So make sure you get your pre-sale. It's a hardback book. And we got paperback too, and I got Kindle. But go and get your book on Amazon.com. And then get the one.
Congratulations to you, Constance, and all of the ladies. I saw your unboxing online, and it was dope. So congratulations to you, all of your ladies that participated and did not break.
Thank you. It's great. So I showed them how to write a book. I showed them how to tell their story, to write their story. So it's a great collection of stories. So I'm super proud of these Black women because now they are first-time authors. So this is dope, like impact. Anyway, listen, let me tell you something. Family is everything. But when it comes to business, it can get tricky. So Magic Johnson's advice is clear, but we've shown that business is possible with the right approach. What do you think? Would you hire your family? Let us know. And remember, here at Fly Nubian Money, we're here to help you to master your mindset and maximize your what? Shmoney. So until next time, stay focused, stay thriving, and stay building. Now, we come live every day, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. I think Lene and Dr. Alicia are here Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm here Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Lala, you here every day of the week, I think, right? You here every day. And Aisha, she comes on every now and then. But one of the great things that I love about having these engaging conversations is I'm telling y'all, we could talk about anything and everything. We talk about politics. We talk about sex. We talk about wealth. We talk about business. We talk about ratchet shit. We talk about everything. And we can talk about everything. And that's the great thing about these brilliant, beautiful Black women. So listen, and I'm seeing my website is pinging. Y'all pinging the hell out of my website. So listen, if you want to listen to us on Spotify, go to spotify.com and search for Fly Nubian Money. And when is Athena's training? Is it this weekend? Is it next weekend? Athena's training is coming on the 25th. And she's going to be teaching you how to build your business using what? AI. Y'all can't be afraid of AI. You got to embrace AI. If you want to, that's going to be the thing. I'm telling y'all, they done fucked around and gave us internet, and they fucked around and gave us AI. I hope my daddy's not listening. So if you could really use AI, because I got in trouble last time, AI to build your $1 million business. That's going to be the thing that closes the wealth gap, is the idea to be able to use AI. Get on this training. Get on this training with Athena, Fly Nubian Money Club. All right. Take care. God bless. We're going to see you tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Fly Nubian Money. I am your host, Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent. And as always, we're here to help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're discussing a topic that's personal for so many Black millennial women. We were raised to be independent, career-driven, and self-sufficient. But now we're being criticized for waiting too long to start families. So to break this down, I'm joined by our brilliant queens, Athena Gardner, CPA and wealth coach, Constance Carter, our wealth activist, Dr. Lene, brand your brilliance coach, and Noma, M3 program, marriage, motherhood, and money making. Now, how's that for a title? You know it's going to be good today. Now, listen, everybody knows how we do it on here. For those who are here every single day, you know we don't talk at you, we talk with you. So go ahead and put those comments in the chat so that we can have further discussions. Maybe you got something that we didn't think about. Maybe it's just something you got to say. But make sure that you chat with us so that we can get you included in the conversation. So in order for us to start this conversation, let's check out this little interview and get the party started.
I want to dismantle this thought that it's too late.
Yes.
Because I think that I'm a millennial, and like millennial women were really set up for the okie doke, because they told us from when we were little, don't depend on anybody. Make sure you get your own. Always be independent. Go to college. Get an education. Don't have a don't put a man before your, like, we were hammered. The messaging was go to college, have something that you can stand on, and then think about a man and a baby. And a lot of us did that, and what that did was it made us older, entering motherhood, our age, we started thinking about making a family later, and then I feel like we just got shamed on the back end. And we were like, wait a minute, but I thought this is what we were supposed to do.
Well, she said it, and I can't say that I disagree with her. I'm 54. I always forget how old I am. I'll be 55 next month. But we do have some millennials here. So I'm actually going to ask this question of all of our queens. And not only that, I do want to hear from the chat if this is something that you have dealt with in your life, and are you still struggling with it, or are you okay to proceed the way that you are in happiness? So I'm going to start with you, Constance. How were you raised to view success? And was it more about independence or starting a family?
That's an interesting question, and that's not something I ever thought about. I mean, I think, you know, the older we look at the older generations, like my parents got married very young. My mom was 17, my dad was like 20. So when I was 22, I got married, and it was encouraged. And so I guess I was encouraged to, you know, go to school and then, you know, get grown and get married. I definitely don't encourage. I tell my kids, and even when I was married, it wasn't bad at that point, but I used to say, don't do what mommy and daddy does. But I do believe that, you know, you shouldn't get married before your prefrontal cortex is developed. And so I think anything prior to 25 that I teach my children is something that they shouldn't do. But I think, you know, to answer your question, I mean, I was raised it was kind of both, but I think it was more like the thought was, you know, get grown and get married. It wasn't to be independent.
I have to say the same thing. I mean, it was traditional roles in my family, and not that they didn't encourage me to get education, but I don't think it was really talked about like being successful, like, you know, just get your education so you can take care of yourself. So I think a lot of us in the age bracket that I am, and I believe I'm the oldest on the panel, were raised that way. And it wasn't necessarily a conversation for us. So Noma, I'm going to ask you, how were you raised to view success? Was it more about your independence or starting a family?
You know, to be honest, it was never presented as an either or. Getting married and having a family was considered normal. You know, I grew up with a mom and a dad, and they grew up with a mom and dad, and all my mom's sisters have husbands. You know, it was just, that was just the norm, right? And then because we were I think my mom was the first generation to kind of have a career and all that. They would in the background be saying, "Ooh, get you a career," but it was not openly discussed. And that was because women were just testing out the waters in terms of what independence can do. They didn't know what, this is Botswana. Now in America, they had started having independent women sooner, like in the 60s, I think it was. When I was growing up, I was born in the late 70s. It was 80s, 90s, and they were just kind of starting to feel out what this independence thing is. So it was kind of like, okay, go for it, but don't ever abandon the structure of family, which is marriage and children and putting family first. And that's still true now.
You're mute, Lala.
Yeah, Gremlins. I have to agree with that. I think it's just kind of assumed that that's what we're going to do, even if we have a job, that we're still going to have that traditional role in our households, and that's just what is expected. So I'm going to toss that same question to you, Dr. Lene. How were you raised to view success, and was it more about independence or starting a family?
I'm going to say, I don't think it was either or as much as security, right? So it wasn't be independent, and it wasn't you have to have a family. It was make sure that you create an environment where you can take care of yourself, whether that be you as an individual, you within your family, you academically, you with education. When I first found out I was pregnant with my son, my mom she wasn't frantic. She asked me two questions. Can you do it by yourself? And do you want to? Like, if everything goes awry, are you in a position to take care of what needs to be taken care of? So the goal is always a family. The goal is always two people and to have those things, but not to throw away your own personal desires and goals for it, but to hopefully have them in tandem, in parallel, but not to focus on one more than the other. That's not what I did. But I think that if the question is what was taught to me, it was more so, do it the right way, get married, have kids, have a career, do all of those things, but not necessarily an either or.
Right. And this is what I'm hearing across the board. So now I'm going to ask you, Athena, same question. How were you raised to view success? And was it more about your independence or starting a family?
I don't think that I was raised to view that as a either or. It's more of like a and. But if I would say what we had more open discussions about, my dad definitely encouraged me to, pursue higher education and a career, which I recommend for women in general. So, but I think I also grew up in a Caribbean culture where domestic activities is the norm. So there wasn't really a need to have a conversation about it because that was just reality.
Okay, so it sounds like we're all across the board, regardless, that we all have about that same thing. It wasn't a either or type of thing. It wasn't necessarily discussed. But let's check out some stats. Marriage trends. The median age for a first marriage in the United States has increased significantly. In 1980, it was 22.8 years for women. By 2022, it had risen to 28.6 years. And only 44% of millennials born between 1981 and 1996 are married, compared to 61% of baby boomers when they were the same age. Now, I think this is interesting in the fact that we're looking at different times. But let's continue to look at the childbearing too. Okay, so let's see what it says about that. Birth rates for women in their 30s now surpass those in their 20s, marking a shift in when women are starting families. And women aged 30 to 34 now have the highest fertility rate compared to any other group in the United States of America. Now, here's what's also interesting too. All of us know a lot of these women our age, like Holly, Janet, there's Naomi Campbell, I believe, or one of the models, all have babies when they're 50s. So, and me, no thank you. I had my son at 16. That was it. Didn't want any more. That was enough for me. Proud to say my son is 38 and I am loving the empty nest. But Noma, do you think, before we get into that, let's take a little bit of a break because I want to really get into this because this is an important issue for all of us. We'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, simple. So simple. Go on and get your little assistant right there. Click the word Queens, Queens, and text it to 87948. You know you don't want to miss none of this. You know you like to come on every single day and have these conversations. Sometimes you like to banter. Sometimes you like to agree. Sometimes you like to argue. But the whole point is you know you don't want to miss it. So make sure that you put that word in your phone, Queens, Queens, to 87948. Now let's get back to the conversation because this is extremely interesting to me. So in Congo says, I think my non-Black American friends are an even balance of domesticity and professional ambition, but my American friends are more focused on career. Ooh, Noma. Do you think a Black woman can balance independence and marriage, or does society often make it feel like they need to make it an either or decision?
Okay, so my disclosure is I actually don't think that we should try to balance them because you will fail at both. I think that you should, I encourage women to work for themselves and have as much flexibility and creativity as they can, but to put the family and the home first. That's my stance. Because I actually tried it the other way, where I tried to juggle. When I retired, I think I was 34, 35. I was a full-time college professor. I had my own business. I had a husband. I had 2 kids. And I felt like I was losing in everything because I don't think it's humanly possible to juggle all of that. And then I kind of shifted to now where I put family first. I had my own business, but I still put the family first. And that's when the brand was born. And that's why I say marriage, motherhood, and money making in that order. So I know I have a bit of a different view than most people, but I do want to answer to that question of saying Black versus non-Black. For those that don't know me, when I was 19 years old, I moved to the United States and have been there and was there until I was in my 40s. But for the first part of my life, I was born and raised in Botswana. So I did get to see a balance of both. And I will say, yes, in non-African American Black women, they do tend to put family first, but they can because they have more of a village. That's the first thing. The second thing is in most of the third world, we can afford helpers, like a full-time nanny, a full-time maid. I'm not sure if it's politically correct to call them that. Then you have grandma and aunties, and it's really like a collective. In America, I remember like sometimes bursting out crying because I was doing every damn thing by myself. And for me, it was more outrageous because I didn't see my mother go through that. I didn't see any of my aunts or anybody go through that. And it felt outrageous. Like, why is anybody expected to do this? You know? So I know I do have a bit of a different view.
I don't think it's different, but I don't think that it's any way bad. I mean, it also depends on the person. I feel like if they feel like they can balance that and they're balancing well, then fine. But I have to agree with you. When you have your hands in too many pots, you're not really molting very well. Like, you know, that pot may be crooked when you put it in the kiln because you're rushing to do something else. So I don't necessarily disagree with you at all. Athena, what are your thoughts on the criticism for the millennium women delaying marriage and kids?
I think that the criticism often is centered around us as an issue and doesn't factor men as part of that equation when men is a huge part of that equation. But I want to talk to something that Noma said. I remember growing up in Jamaica, I had a nanny. My parents had help, or we had aunts and cousins. It's more community based. And the issue with the nuclear family in America with the heavy individualistic culture is that when women do step into motherhood, unless you have the finances to create your own village or to get your own nanny, or you just happen to luck up and be born into a family that is community oriented, you are on your own. I remember a few years ago dating, I used to have conversations with working women, women who worked and had families. They were, opened up to me. They had high blood pressure. They had stress. One woman would say after she went she finished her job, she's going to her second shift, which is picking up her kids from daycare, taking care of them until 8 o'clock at night. And then maybe she's lucky to have dinner with her husband. So the issue is women often don't have the support. Now, a lot of us are quote unquote chasing careers because we need to be financially stable. When it look at Black women in particular, if you are not trying to advance yourself economically as a woman, then you are heavily relying on the men to do it, which puts you in a vulnerable position because most of our men are not economically viable enough across the board to support every woman. So I will always say for a woman to, make sure that she prioritizes her economics, whether that's traditional school or having a side business online, however it is, because unfortunately we do not have the luxury, especially women of other races, to just be like, okay, I'm just going to opt out and focus on marriage and hope this man carries me, because there's less of our men willing to do that.
Really great points. And I love that we have two queens on the panel today who can share their experiences in different countries, because that is very important for us to look at. But Dr. Lene, I'm going to switch it up a little bit with you. Why do you think men don't experience the same level of pressure or criticism when delaying a family life?
Why do I think men don't have the same pressure?
Yes. Or do you have the same pressure?
We're raised differently, right? A man, I think the saying goes that women raise their daughters and nurture their sons, or something like that. Parents teach especially specifically women, teach their daughters to be strong and to be able to take care of yourself and get out the mud, whatever the case might be. With our sons, we don't put that same zest, right? We might teach them to be professional. We might teach them to have careers. We might teach them about school, but a lot of times we're not instilling relationship values or the understanding of the type of, we teach them the type of man you should be. Make sure you hold the door open for the lady. You know what I'm saying? We teach them etiquette, stuff like that, but not necessarily, when are you going to get married? When are you going to settle down? But we do that with women, which, as I'm saying it out loud now, sounds weird, because why would we just do it with women and not men? So these women run around here trying to get married, and men is like, I don't know what to do with myself. But I don't know why we do that. I don't know why we do that. It could be a mental thing, a psychological thing that we have, and we know that men are going to be out there. And listen, don't come from me in the comments, men. I'm going to tell you my experience. Men stay playing around longer. Like, men are going to be out there living their best life longer. They're going to sow their royal oats. So that it takes, I think, in my opinion, it takes them longer to get to a place where they want to settle down. And so we don't even have those conversations with them. But we take, in our community, let me say that, because in other communities, specifically the paler one than ours, they do talk about marriage. They do talk to their sons about being married and when they get married, and they instill in them the institute of marriage and partnership and ways and how you bring two people together so that you can build wealth. Women go to, not us, women go to college to find their husbands. Like, white girls go to school, they're going to get the education in the paper, but they really there to find a husband.
Exactly. I've heard many of my girlfriends growing up in schools, in high school particularly, now it's time to go husband hunting. They literally said that. I just sat there like, what? No, not for me. Not for me. But Constance, I'm going to ask you a question, because you have young men and you have young women. So how do you, and is there a difference with the way that you teach them or have them look at how society norms are? Do you treat them any different in teaching them and expecting them to get something done before going on to the next?
I don't. But it's we all have very different conversations because they're all very different human beings. So for my daughter is like very comfortable in, I don't have a problem in being single until the right one comes along. I'm not interested in wasting my time, with nobody, no scrubs. And, we just had a conversation last night about, I told her, I said, you weren't ready before because you weren't vibrating at a level that you needed to be in order to attract the type of person that you needed. So now, you got all things, you're firing on all cylinders, and, you're working and you got your real estate career and you're just doing all these things. And I think, now you're going to get the people that you attract are going to be higher quality. With my son, like my oldest son talks to me about girls and, hopefully his girls will watch, but he was home over the break. I think he was dealing with 3 girls, but then had a nerve to be mad because he felt like 2 of them was cheating on him. And I'm like, son, is that, that don't even, your feelings hurt because 2 of them, you think that they dealing with somebody. Make it make sense. But, he's young. He's in college. He's 20. I definitely don't encourage them, none of them, to settle down at this point. But I encourage them to be true to who they are. My oldest son has got burned before because he's so nice and kind. And he's like, Mom, you taught me to be a gentleman, but I don't even know how to, blur the lines in allowing people to take advantage of me, or is that just me being a gentleman? So like the first girl he had in college, he was holding a purse. I was like, whoa, Playboy, this is what you're not going to do. You're not going to be holding the little girl's purse. This is what we ain't doing. What? And, I don't like the way she talks to you in front of me. So I know she's not respectful in front of your friends. So, I had to step in that. But I told him also, don't lose who you are as, your genuineness, your kindness. Don't start, don't let that be your villain origin story to where this girl hurt you. Now you're going to be a hoe and you ain't going, you're going to just dog everybody else out. Still, have that same integrity that you would have. My middle son, he's just like, we don't really talk about, he don't want to talk to me about relationships. But we have very in-depth conversations about other things. And then my youngest son, I'm still trying to get this boy to open his mouth. So, they're all, in different places and different spaces, but the teaching is pretty much the same. Like, don't settle down yet. Enjoy. Live your life. Be who you are. Be your best version of yourself. And you're going to attract, regardless, of everybody else and what they do, you're going to attract the person that's going to be good for you.
Agreed. This conversation is good. This is the kind of conversation I wish I had growing up, where you sat in your porch swing and you talked to your older women around you. Sometimes those conversations were had, and sometimes they weren't. This was not. I wish that it was. But we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
flynubianmoney.com. It's really easy. Everything we give you is homework that's easy. All you need to do is go and visit our website, flynubianmoney.com. If you don't know where to start with your money, you're confused, maybe you did a little overspending at the holidays, and now you don't know what to do. You're like, oh my God, I got to get back on track. You need to go to flynubianmoney.com and get your free resources. After all, we do help you build your wealth here, okay? And you've got experts all around me. So you want to make sure that you go and get your money right. It is more critical now than you think. Hint, and another hint. So just do it right now. Go ahead, flynubianmoney.com. Now listen, I want to actually tackle some of the comments that were put on that video because I think they're very interesting. So Beautiful Tyron says, it's sound advice. They just messed up when they didn't tell these boys to do the same thing. Now you're in your mid-30s, educated, financially sound, mentally growing every day, and can't find an equally yoked man. Ooh. I'm a big kid's dad because y'all would have been single, divorced moms if you had babies by 18 like they did with nothing to fall back on. Let's not act like we ain't seen many of our granddaddies out there with a whole second families, and grandmas couldn't leave at all. You want to be stuck or you want to be loved. You will be shamed for everything as a Black woman. I'm going to pull back. I don't know about y'all, but everything that she actually said, Noma, you're shaking your head no, but I'm going to tell you everything that person said, I have seen in one of my communities. I mean, they're growing up. I knew, I'm just making up names. Uncle Earl had 2 other families and would split time and took care of both of them. But if the women looked any kind of other way, they were shunned. So Noma, I'm going to come to you because you shook your head, and I would love to hear your comments on that. Can't hear you.
I saw a comment that was coming up on the screen that said that, well, first of all, women have a fertility window that men don't have. So that kind of took the words out of my mouth, because I was thinking earlier that, men and women are not the same. And no, I don't think we should raise them the same, because then it's going to be a problem for the women that the men don't have. That's the first thing. The second thing is that women mature right from the time they're born quicker than men. Even if you start a 5-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl at school at the very same time, the girl will excel and the boy won't. It's just a fact. And the same thing goes for when we get older. At 25, a woman can be ready to marry, but it's wildly outrageous to think a 25-year-old boy can marry. It's just not, he's just not going to be mature enough. Men typically mature much later, maybe even about 40. And that's why men are supposed to marry a little bit younger, because the woman will be mature sooner.
That's my problem. No, you just solved it for me. They ain't matured yet in their 40s.
Yeah, they're not. So that's why I'm just shaking my head, because no. Men and women are not the same, and they will never be. I think I have like 10 quotes out there in the internet hemisphere constantly saying men and women are not the same. It's just not going to work the same way. No matter, it's not about our feelings. It's just about the facts.
Okay, well, how about this for someone saying if this is fact or not? Someone said in the comments that Black people don't value traditional family. Athena, do you agree with that?
I love the Cardi B picture, Rachel, with that comment. I don't think that Black people as a whole, I don't think that applies to us as a monolith. I think that a lot of us do have traditional values, and I think that the media and other things try to highlight that we don't. But at least within my social sphere, right, the Black people I know value traditional family, and I think even make efforts to try to create that, whether or not it has been successful or not. But I think we do value family and those traditions.
I can say that too. My circle, I'm very proud to say that people always come to us, our friends. They're like, when we think about relationships and we think about, how we want to structure our relationship, we look to you. That is one thing my husband and I discussed before we got married. That's what we wanted. Not only that, for ourselves, we wanted to also be a light for other people around us to see that you can work through anything that you come up against. That was for us. That was our personal experience. This is why we're still married for over 30 years. But that was very important to us. And to have my nieces and my nephews come to me and go, Auntie, do you think I should blah, 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 blah. To me, that's an honor. That's a badge of honor for me. So I can't say that we're not traditional. I know that people come to us and say that they look to us for what they consider traditionalism in our community. Dr. Lene, do you think that the idea of having it all impacts women today? Didn't we come up with the Superwoman title for us?
I used to listen to this song. I think it was Karen White. It's called I'm little. She had this song called Superwoman. Early in the morning, I put breakfast on your table. Make sure that your coffee and your juice and all this. I was like, dang, you know what I'm saying?
Your eggs is over here. Your toast is done lightly.
Yes, come on now, say it, girl. And so we grew up with this concept and this ideal of being being a superwoman. Now I'll tell you my story. My grandmother had 5 girls, and all her girls had girls. So I am surrounded by strong, powerful women. And so all I know is Superwoman. I don't have any uncles. I don't got no brothers. I do on my dad's side, but on my mom's side growing up, no brothers, no uncles, no man cousins on my mom's side. So all I know is how to be a Superwoman. We do it all. We do everything. Like we go take the trash, got to be taken out. This got to be done. The woman got to do it. And then you're watching, the media, and you're hearing your aunties and you're hearing different things on. You have to take care of it. You got to be the one that does this. You got to be the one that just executes everything because there's no man there. I think that society and how our parents were raised and the fact that there wasn't always men around has caused women to have the ideology of make sure you can take care of yourself. Women got to a place where they didn't have anybody to turn to. It's the ideology where women, I don't agree with this one. I feel like they're the mother and the father, right? Because there was nobody there. Society put us into this position of being a superwoman. And then we turned around and looked at our daughters and said, make sure this doesn't happen to you. Make sure you can take care of yourself. Make sure that you don't have to let nobody pay your way. Make sure you can always have a roof over your head. Make sure, because these women felt like they were left to hold the bag and they weren't prepared. They didn't have the same opportunities that we have today. They weren't able to make the same money that we can make today. I've watched my mom work 2 and sometimes 3 jobs to take care of her 3 daughters. And so I don't think it was done intentionally to make us be superwomen, women that don't need men, superwomen that shouldn't get married, superwomen that shouldn't run after husbands or be open to husbands, not run after. You should never run after men, but you know what I mean? Be available and open and wanted. I think they just wanted to make sure that we were protected and that we could take care of ourselves. And then we ran with this narrative of, I don't need anybody. I can do it by myself. Let me go get the bag. Let me go do this. And then you get to a place where you've surpassed the men because they weren't taught that same thing of go out and get the bag, go out and da-da-da. They weren't taught that same thing. And so while they're having a good time, Go out and sow your oats. Don't worry about it. Don't settle down too quickly. Go and have fun. We are to Noma's point at 5 o'clock. At 5, we're playing house at 5. We're thinking about getting married at like 5 and 6 with our dolls. They playing Legos and having a good time, duck hunt. You know what I'm saying? We are born thinking about family and relationship. They're not. And so we take on the superwoman to make sure that we can protect ourselves. And then you get back into a corner and we built this thing that makes it really difficult for strong women or super women or whatever you want to call it, and a man to be able to come together and have relationships. I would definitely love to hear somebody talk about the role of being quote unquote a superwoman and being a wife and how you harmoniously balance that. Because when you become somebody's wife, it comes with some things. You got to be able to, I'm not going to say push down.
Being a wife is work, say Lene. Being a wife is a job. And I always say that. And people look at me like I'm talking to two heads. And that's why I say women just need to calm down because they focus on the wing and the day. And no one really talks about the truth of how much work it is. And if you did know that you'd vet and wait for a certain type of man to show up in your life, or else you are going to crumble and die of stroke, heart attack, all kind of things, because you won't have time to self-care because you're walking in a situation that you don't know or understand.
Well, you know what? Like, Constance, you grew the largest Black brokerage in California. That takes a lot of work. That's a massive accomplishment. And I'm like, yeah. But you also had a family and a marriage. You know, can you speak to how maybe you dealt with the pressures of family life and business, being a successful superwoman? And we're just labeling that because that's what it was labeled. How did that manifest in your life?
I mean, it was tough, but you know, I was fortunate that my husband at the time was comfortable in doing his thing. And that means like making sure the kids were good, you know, at school, daycare, you know, soccer practice, tutoring and all that stuff. So I didn't have to worry about that. He cooked, so I didn't have to worry about that. You know, we had, you know, housekeepers and pool people and stuff like that. But so, you know, I didn't have to like do a lot, like come home, clean up and do all that stuff when I came home. So that was cool. But I did work very, very, very hard. You know, but I want to disagree with what you guys are talking about with men and women. And I know that we do mature differently. I think because we're in a patriarchal society that we give men a pass for their irresponsible behavior. We allow them to do the thing, to sow their royal oats. We give them excuses as to why they're not stepping up and being men. And we need to make sure that men are held accountable to the same standards that we have for women. So it's funny when I talk to men out here, they like, yeah, you know, it's hard for Black women because men got their options. I got options too. And I'm not out. Yeah, listen, I'm not pressed. I got just as many options as you, Playboy. It is not a problem for me to get nobody. But I think, you know, the problem is women aren't holding men responsible for their behavior. They're allowing them maybe for desperation, but I don't know. There's something that just shifted with men, because when you look at the previous generations before, men could get married at 18, 25. And even though some were players and some weren't being responsible, there were quite a few that were. So I just think that we just give men too many passes on allowing them to not be committed. You know, I hear people talk about, well, it's not natural to be monogamous. Okay, well, I'll pass on you because it just tells me that you don't have the discipline to be monogamous. That's all. Men can be monogamous just as women. I mean, if I want to be a hoe, I could be a hoe too. Like, you guys don't monopolize being hoes. We all could be hoes. We could all do the same thing. We just have more discipline and we don't want to run ourselves thin. You guys got self-control. They just don't exercise it and we allow them not to.
I think that's a great point for us to think about and take a break, because I see Noma. I can't wait to get back from this break because I know Noma, you got something to say. So let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, yes, yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
Okay, I'm sorry I was listening to our podcast on Spotify. And you can too. Like when you are busy and you can't see us online every day because you might have a business meeting, right? Or maybe you need to go take that job. Well, put these little earphones on and take us with you. And all you have to do is go to Spotify and look up Fly Nubian Money, and you will see all of our episodes pop up. Now, here's what we want you to do. Give us a 5-star rating because you know we worth actually 10, but they only allow you to get 5. Okay, so go ahead and give the 5 so that other people can find us as well. But you know that meeting that you had to go to where you had to miss us? Well, maybe you need to delegate some work, right? Maybe you can't do it all. You can't do it all. Some women right now can't do it all. So all you need to do is use our magic email address. If you need help with your business, you just need to email us and let us know. Let us take some of the pressure off of you at info@realvirtual.net. Now, Noma, I don't know what you were shaking your head. Were you in agreement, disagreement? Tell us about what you were thinking while Constance was explaining her position.
Okay, so it's not really about my position. I just really like to deal with facts, right? The fact is, and you all will kind of, when you think about it, will kind of agree, or at least I expect you to. If you get a woman who runs around and sleeps with a bunch of men, she's called a hoe, yes. If you get a man that does that, people shrug it off. That's just a fact in society. That's just a fact.
Doesn't make it right.
So, yeah. And that's because, again, we're just different, but that's not the hill that I want to die on. What I wanted to go back on, what I was talking about also with facts was, I always want to really, really stress that us being strong, like Dr. Lene was saying, isn't always by choice, but actually that is not what by default is good for us. Because if you, again, look at facts and statistics, you'll find that Black women by far have the most fibroids, blood pressure, diabetes, obesity. All of these are stress-related illnesses because we literally take on too much. And it's just not healthy for us. On the contrast, if you give a man too much work, it doesn't deteriorate him the same way it deteriorates a woman. Again, that's just a fact.
Yes, but 10.5% of men in the U.S. workforce are in prime working age and have left the workforce, leaving about 7 million men out actively not participating in the workforce, but they are biologically designed to work more than us, but they reject having to do that and reject that notion.
Say that first part again. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Okay, so the statistic is 10.5% of men in prime working years in the United States have voluntarily opted out of the workforce. So prime years age 25 to 54, leaving 7 million men choosing not to work. Not meaning that they're actively looking and can't find, like has exited the workforce.
Are they retired? What are they doing? Are they earning money or are they just chilling?
Probably laying up on somebody, them, holding them down, girl. I don't know what they doing, but what I want to talk about is what does
is this
get
Black men or this is all men?
This is all men. This is all men, right? In the U.S., all men. This is not exclusive to Black men. Men do not receive the support that they need in their formative years to create men who exemplify a certain level of character, virtue, discipline, in order to be good husbands. If a man does not launch,
say it again. Say it again. You were cutting out, Athena. Say it again.
Men do not receive the support that they need, and mostly from other men, by the way, because I feel like women can't fully give all that support. It has to be other men, because that's who they understand and train and look up to. They do not receive enough support needed to properly launch into adulthood in ways that will manifest as a supportive husband and contribute to society in a certain way. Make it make sense comment at 1:38 p.m. Most men will not be that kind of husband without resentment. Why? Because they're thrown into these positions and roles, not fully being groomed and trained and developed to handle it, and are buckling under the pressure. And because there is not enough men who meet that, then it leaves all this pressure on the women to somehow scour the earth and find the quality ones to continue the dating and marriage market. The problem with the dating and marriage market, and there's no issue with chasing a career or having a business or whatever the case may be. The problem is, regardless of whether you have a career or not, all women, whether or not you are deciding that you want to stay home, be a traditional wife, or you want to beat that pavement and be a boss chick, or somewhere in between, have to go to the same market of men to choose from. And there's just not enough men who will make husbands without being resentful of those positions, because they lack the tools, training, and desire. And what they really need is the support and training of men who are in those husband positions to help guide them through, but that they can't receive that. You can't force men to train and mentor and support other men. So the answer is men really supporting themselves.
Are we talking about in America or globally?
Wherever this shows up, whether it's in America or elsewhere. I do think in other countries, because they have a traditional family system that seems to be replicated, that happens more often. I think the issue is more prominent in America, but regardless, even on a global stage, if we look at Western societies and other places, they're experiencing these shifts, but not as a drastic rate as we are experiencing in America.
You know what? You actually have a good point. I say this all the time. Where do Black men go for support? Who do they turn to? Who do they talk to? As women, we have tribes, but I'll often wonder, even just in the media, everybody talks to Black women. We talk to Black women about relationships. We talk to Black women about business. We talk about everything is geared towards the woman. You don't see the same energy and effort put into growing, developing, teaching Black men that you do Black women. And so I often wonder, like, how does a Black man grow? Where does he turn to get knowledge, education to be poured into? Because they don't want to get it from us. So who are they getting it from? They're not necessarily getting it at the church. They don't want to do therapy. So how do they get it? Like, there needs to be more Black men that are talking to Black men, more Black mentors, more Black men that take an interest in other Black men. Because a Black man, listen, if a Black man gets involved in another Black man's life or a young Black man's life who has the same language and vernacular and understanding, it does something. It does something different than any other person, mother, a white person, doctor, but just a Black man that can stand in and speak life into another man. And we don't see that a lot or enough. And so you have these men out here just ripping and running.
I blame white supremacy. White supremacy.
I love content.
You knew that was
But
coming.
she's right.
I waiting on it. You already knew, because white supremacy has broken down the Black family from the end of the Civil War to Reconstruction, to the welfare system, to Black codes, to mass incarceration, to drugs, to rap music and hip hop. All of those things have been targeted efforts to destroy the Black man. So then you don't have, like, I was talking, so I don't know how I should say this, if I should say this. So my son goes to Jackson, and there's a large number of homosexuals there, right? So this guy DM'd me, because his son goes there, because there was a video went viral and that I posted that went viral, and then this guy DM'd me. But one of the things he told me was that in Mississippi, there's a large population of incarcerated Black men. There's not a whole lot of men in the home, and then there's a lot of molestation in these these homes. And so then the boys, there's a lot of boys over there that are like that. And so, my son's been harassed majorly at that school. But when you don't have Black men in the home, it's just an array of things that can happen, not just that, but the breakdown of the family and the family structure and all of those things that happens as a result of white supremacy and the breakdown of the Black family.
I'm 1000% with you. It all leads back to how they wanted to make sure that our communities were kept down and separated. It all goes back to that. That's trauma that's getting passed down to generation to generation to generation. And everyone wants to keep saying, pull yourself up by bootstraps. Well, you're already fighting with an uneven deck. So I don't want to hear nothing about how we don't try, because there is Black excellence. You just don't want to see it, and you don't want to be around it. Now, I do want to pull up another video because I think it's really interesting to see kind of a contrast. So let's check this out.
But I guess the whole thing about, dimming your shine or not being too vocal about things, or the thought that you might scare a man away because you are successful or you look like you've got a lot of money or whatever it might be. I find it very hard to process. I'm not going to change anything about myself so that somebody else who might come in will feel more comfortable, because it's okay, should I just stop doing things? Should I quit my job? Should I stop earning? Should I stop just so that someone can feel okay, I've got something to offer her, sort of thing. And I end up with this person who's comfortable that they can come into my life and, we're compatible because I don't look like I'm doing too much, and I'm not already a made woman. If that's the aim, it's just I don't see it as a practical long-term thing. So I actually think that quite a lot of people that I've dated do kind of like the fact that the person that they're dating is switched on, got some stuff going on with herself. I know not everybody feels secure in that, and there's a whole bunch of guys who have insecurities around that, but my thing is that if somebody would feel a way about a woman being successful or having certain things, that person is not for me. That's not my man. That's not the kind of person I would want to go for anyway. And to be honest, even if I wasn't doing things or successful, I still wouldn't want to be with somebody who would feel a way about a woman having certain things or being successful, because if that happens for me down the line, what am I going to do now? Do you know what I mean? We're going to have problems because I'm doing things in my life. I don't know. I really don't know.
It's very interesting. She sounded like she was kind of pouring her heart out about that, but it's a major dilemma for her, but not a dilemma at the same time. So let's take a quick break and we'll get back into this conversation.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine, or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy in how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, and I will see you in the training.
I'm going to tell Athena to speak to it.
Listen, have your faith in the place. We are having the next training, Idea to Income, where I'm going to help supercharge and streamline taking your idea and showing you how to turn that into income and cash. So if you want to sign up for that training, you can sign up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. It will have 2 hours of me, the goddess, honey. And I know I talk a lot on here, but I also have a brain, y'all. And I will definitely show you how to act on those New Year's goals for your business with speed and efficiency with AI.
Absolutely fantastic. You've got to move forward with the way technology is. Do not let it pass you by. This is your opportunity to get in and learn something that can help elevate you. And then y'all just got to get in on the Fly Nubian Money Club. We've
we've had 2 trainings before. And if you get in during the trial, you'll be able to see those. You had Constance and you had me. And now you've got the goddess. So there's no reason at all you should be sitting there twiddling your thumbs trying to figure out what your next move is, because we are helping you to make that move. So get on in. Don't miss out. Do not miss out. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Now, I do want to come back a little bit before we move forward. Dr. Vibe said this is a very interesting conversation. I do not think there are not supports for Black men. Another challenge is that if the supports are out there, will they take the first step to getting help? He deals a lot with dealing with Black men. And so he actually has a lot to say on this subject. So is that, I'm going to ask you, Nona, do you agree with his statement? Can't hear you.
Yeah. So when Lene was talking, I'm sorry, Dr. Lene was talking, and she was saying, where would they get the support? Where would I wanted to scream from their fathers. But then I'm sorry, Constance actually then answered it and said, there's a reason why fathers are not there. So, you have those two things going on. And, I am glad to say that this isn't always the case. But I am saddened that we have to ask, like, where could a young man get mentorship from? For a lot of people, it's actually obvious if you have a father and a mother that it's obviously supposed to come from your mother. Your father. Just in the same way, if you were talking about a young woman, their first role model is their mother, and we shouldn't have to wonder where they would get mentorship and so forth. So I just wanted to answer that. And then, okay, I won't get ahead of myself.
No, don't get ahead of yourself. Keep on. Go ahead.
I was gonna answer to the young lady who was talking in the video, and she kept saying, well, successful this, successful that, as if getting married, maintaining your marriage, and having children and raising healthy, functional children isn't a success. That in of itself is a huge success. It's a rare success. So she kind of has this thing of, well, I want to be successful, blah, 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 as if that isn't success. But that to me is the greatest success. And I don't think that it's fair to kind of toss it to the side as if it's an afterthought.
Interesting, because Athena, I want you really agree with that. So do you think that she was putting that as an afterthought?
I think every woman has to make a decision on what it is going to be for you, right? As a woman who has her own business and career, I am currently single, but I am taking appointments, honey, okay, until I got a ring on my finger. However, I do value, and some people might find it surprising, I do value family and children. And I actually was at a doctor's appointment talking to a doctor about fertility and all of these things and things that I have to consider as a young woman. But I did have that conversation, and I'll share it with you. I told him straight up, I said, listen, if there's no man and no family unit, there's no children. For me personally, because I value having that structure in place. One, and I'm not trying to sign up for no single mother struggle. I've seen women do it. It is too hard. And I'm not trying to stress myself, raise my cortisol level and die early. So, I think that in this society, we only look at other forms of accomplishment in a career, right? And as a woman who has these things, to say that is not going to be enough, it's not going to fill your emotional and spiritual buckets, and you have to decide for yourself if a man and a family is a part of that. And to what Noma was saying, we don't have the luxury of delaying that when we have biological factors. That is just part of the game. However, what I do think men do a disservice in how society set men up for fail is that they think that they have all this time that they don't have. They think they have all this time to, sow your roll oats, thought and bop, do this and the third. I can have kids at 50 if I want to. And what people don't let you know that is when you finally come into some maturation process, you are behind the men who from early on decided to get it and now are enjoying the benefits of having their established careers, their established families, and are moving along a certain way. And now you are in a level of frustration And that seeps out in the woman that you meet, date, and all these other things. You are in a level of frustration because you have not hit certain adult male markers because you were under the illusion that you had all this time to have fun and not gain skills, not focus on your education, not doing all these things. And you have your other male peers that are outpacing you, and you are left behind in income and all other factors that make you attractive. And now you're taking this frustration out on the people around you, and because a lot of you don't have mentors or fathers who you can guide you through this thing. So you are left alone to fester in these feelings. And that is what we see a lot in men today.
I think you have a point, but we also have some beautiful men who are here all the time, every day. I have to give shout outs to Big Mac and Black Lexicon. You guys always come in and you stand ground, and we appreciate you. And we just want you to know that we see you. We don't take you for granted. All right. So, oh my God, this hour, I can sit here and talk about this all day, but it's time for final thoughts. So, Dr. Lene, what are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I think my final thought is just to say what you want. If you want to be married, say you want to be married. If you want to have a man, say you want to have a man. If you want to go after your career, go after your career. Like, there is no box. You don't have to do it one particular kind of way. Each to each his own, right? I think that white supremacy has messed us up. I think feminism has messed us up. I think that Mama and them have messed us up. I think that you can be a superwoman. You can be strong. You can be tenacious. You can be aggressive in business. And you can have a loving husband relationship and children. I don't know if you consider that having it all. I think you have to decide what all looks like for you and then be okay with going after it, whatever that is. It doesn't have to look like what your mom and them had. It doesn't have to look like what your homegirl have. It's deciding what it is for you. Also, we were taught to chase careers. My husband says, Black millennial women, you don't have to do what you were taught to do. You can go against the grain. So I think that at the end of the day, and I'm so angry with myself for learning this later in life at 48, that you can literally do what you want to do. You can literally have what you want to have. We were sold into being independent and doing it on your own by yourself and not having a man to do it with you. You can have both. And so that's literally what my final word is. And I say that to all of my girlfriends, all of the younger girls coming up behind me. You can have both. It's okay. You can be strong, you can be successful, and you can have a relationship, and you can have a family. Do it in your time. There's no time limit except for the egg piece, except for the clock of time, woman's time. But there's no rush by meaning you got to do it by 20. You got to do it by 30. Do what makes you feel good. I'm Dr. Lene Javette. You can find me at I am Dr. Lene Javette.
You're muted.
Gremlin. Now, hold on.
I think your mute button is the gremlin. I don't think it's no gremlin. It's you.
I don't think I be muting myself, but that's all right. Maybe I make too much noise in the background because I'd be like, All right. So listen, you have an assignment. You have to go to check out Dr. Lene because she has a lot of things for you. She is brilliant. She has a lot of guides and she can help you in your business as well. So that's your homework assignment. Go stalk and chicken hawk. All right, Constance, your turn. What are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
So, the thing I think I have an issue with this conversation is the absolutes. I don't think there's any absolutes within any situation. The conversation is that this is what we were taught and this is what we have to do. And this is how we have to do this and we should do this. We should either do this or we should do that. And the reality is we don't have to do anything. And I think that when we get from chasing things like career, like money, like success, like love, then we'll be in a happier place. I don't chase, I attract. And so we got to get to a place and space where we're not chasing things, material things, and whatever the world has. Like, we have the ability to design our lives the way we want to. It's just a matter of us positioning ourselves to what we really want and whatever makes us happy. So I think the idea of marriage is wonderful. Family is wonderful. Success is wonderful. And success could be all of those things. It could be money. But love is the ultimate thing that we need, because I don't care how much money that you have. If you don't have love in your life, and that could be, it could be agape love, it could be eros love, it could be whatever. If you don't have the love in your life, then all of that is worthless. So that's my take on it. When it comes to Black women, I look at wealth as a holistic experience, and that's what I teach the ladies in the Net 7 Collective. And our new cohort is coming up January 29th. I want you guys to take a moment and go to my website, ConstanceCarter.com. Just go right now. Check it out. Check out everything I have to offer. The Net 7 Collective, we're releasing our book. This is the draft copy, but we're releasing our book, Unbreakable. If you want to be an author, if you want to learn how to write a book and tell a story, I got you. If you want to learn how to take your idea into a monetizable business, I got you. If you want to learn investment strategies, guess what? I got you there too. So if you want to learn how to grow your money, not just Black women, I coach men too. I have the Grow Your Money Club. So I have a plethora of offerings. I encourage you to go to my website, ConstanceCarter.com, and check out my offerings. And there may be something that I can help you with in 2025. I would love to. That's it. Where can you find me? I am Constance Carter.
Gave you an assignment. Make sure that you go to her website. Say your website again, please, Constance.
ConstanceCarter.com.
There you go. You can do that. And then you also follow her at I am Constance Carter. Now, listen, I have to tell you, Big Mac gave you props, Constance. He said you flowing today 100%. Tina, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Final thoughts are this. Now, I know I said a lot, but that's because I'm passionate. Sometimes I can't worry about the tone. I just want y'all to get the message, right? I just want y'all to get the message. I do think that women can have their way that they create income for themselves, right? But I also think that having a husband or a family, if that is what you desire, you should not feel ashamed of, you should not feel stupid for, you should not feel like that is out of your reach. Personally, I put family first and then all of the other stuff after, but that is just, a traditional woman that I am deep down inside my heart. Men, and I want to say this to you. I know, I was hard today. I was hard, but that's because I care. That's because I know the greatness that lies within you guys. I know that for a lot of you have not been supported by other men and you are out here flailing, trying to figure it out, right? However, you still have to decide what kind of man you want to be and how you want to show up. And you still have to decide that regardless of what you did or did not get when growing up, that everything that is due to you, you're going to get regardless, right? And that is type of energy I want to see our men to embody as they become the men that we need you guys to be to support healthy, functional, and happy families. Now, the core of that as well is economics. And I have the training coming up at the FlyNubianMoneyClub.com, so make sure to sign up for that. However, especially for my ladies who may be struggling how to balance money, career, finances, and family, I have the best course available to you. It's called The Goddess Guide to Money. I talk about money from an abundance, attracting standpoint. I talk about money from a financial standpoint because I'm a CPA. And I talk about money from a dating and relationship standpoint as well. And I offer my unique perspectives on that. So if you are a woman who are interested in learning how to manage money, career, and that man, that course will be for you. For all other offerings, you can find them at elevatewithathena.com, which includes my social media and my podcast.
Elevate with Athena. She's got it all for you. Please make sure that you sign up for her training as well. She's got a lot of good stuff for you. And of course, she's our goddess, right? She knows how to stir the pot when she needs to stir the pot and makes you start thinking about things. You be thinking about stuff as soon as we're done. But now it's time to hear what Nona has to say. Nona, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
So one of my, my common taglines is that women can have it all, just not at the same time. And it really is true. I do believe that as women, it is in our nature to nurture, and our men, it's in their nature to protect and to provide. And when that comes together, it really works beautifully. In terms of where you can find me, I just put it here in the comments for you, the host, to be able to see it. You can find me at themochamoguls.com if you're interested in programs that I offer. The brand is M3, which focuses on marriage, motherhood, and money making in that order. You can also find me, I'm a social media person. You can find me a lot on Facebook under this name, Nomalangam Sauli. And then I'm also on Twitter. I'm also on Instagram. And I actually do have a YouTube channel that you can search. It's been nice talking to you, ladies.
We are so glad that you are here today with us. We really appreciated all of your input. And I know you said it may not be popular, but it needed to be said because there are many, many ways to look at this. And that's just the way it is. And here's my final thought. You got to start with you. What is it that you want to do in your life? Yes, I agree. You can have it all, but I also agree that you can't have it all the time, because if you're constantly on 24 hours a day, what good are you to anyone, especially yourself? So really think about what it is that you want in your life and how you would like to go about it. Now, we all know life is not some sit down and go, okay, at the age of 25, we're going to have kids. At the age of 30, we're going to. It doesn't work that way. But in general, if you set out your plans for your life, a lot of the times you will hit the goals that you want to achieve the most. Just take care of you and do not let someone to tell you what you ought to do in your life. I'm a living witness to that. When I had my son at 16, I let everyone tell me I couldn't do anymore. And in hindsight, oh yes, I could have. So don't let anyone else hold you back, because the only one that can hold you back for real is you. And you can find me and a lot of free resources on my website. It's www.laurakey.net. And I do want to take the time. I will continue to always talk about this. The fires are still raging in Los Angeles, California. There are historic Black areas that are also burning that are not being talked about. So if you live in that area or you want to donate to any good cause there, especially the American Red Cross, go to my website. There is a button that will take you directly to a link of list of places that you can donate and get resources. Please don't forget about our people in Los Angeles. They are still struggling. And now it's becoming kind of that was last week's news when the fires are not contained. So I want to say thank you for being here. Once again, I've already called out some people. Dr. Vibe, we thank you. Joe, we thank you. We love to hear from our men. Oh my God, we love to hear from our men because we do need to have these conversations open and honestly. So this has been a very powerful discussion. We've tackled the double standards, the pressures, the challenges millennial women face when deciding how to balance careers and families. But here's what we've learned. Every woman's journey is different, and there's no right or wrong timeline. Whether you prioritize your career, your family, or both, the most important thing is that you make choices that align with your values and goals. So we thank you. We thank you because we know you could have spent some time somewhere else. We thank you for joining us on this episode of Fly Nubian Money. Be sure to like, be sure to share, and subscribe so that you don't miss more conversations that help you stay focused on your money and your mindset. We will see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace out. Oh, wait. We do have a special award. We have a special award. Wait. And the Dusty Ass Award of the day goes to anonymous person.
Well deserved.
Well deserved, sir. Well deserved. First of all,
thank you, Anonymous, for all of your negativity. It fuels us.
Yes, it does. But personally, what really makes you Dusty, dude, is the fact that you're not man or woman, because we never know, enough to put your real name up. So here's your award, sir. Have a Dusty day.
Can I just say something? I am really loving this new countdown music that we got going on. This is so cool. I'm just like, hey, I'm like, okay, anyway. Hey, everybody. What's up? This is a Fly Nubian Money where we help you to maximize your mindset and master your mindset and maximize your money. Listen, today we are diving into a conversation that's got social media on fire. This is a viral post claiming that women over 30, y'all, they said we 50% off. And after 35, you guys, these motherfuckers say we on clearance. So let's be real. Society loves to tell women that their value decreases with age, but we want to ask you, and I want you to put that in the comments. Do you think that's actually true? Are we measuring a woman's worth by outdated and harmful standards? Who really benefits from pushing this narrative? Because the reality is there are so many women that hit their prime in their 30s and their 40s, y'all. Trust me, I know. And beyond mentally, financially, emotionally, and even physically. So why is there still pressure for women to secure a man before a certain age? Why is it about us securing a man? Why are men the prize? Are they really the prize? That's another question I have for you. Okay. And then why in particular are Black women told that their desirability drops after 30? That's what I want to know. So I got the dopest panel today because today we're going to break it all down. The truth behind the stereotypes, the power that actually comes with age, and how we need to stop letting society define your worth. So y'all, to keep things fun, we playing a little 50% off or 100% winning. Okay. So we're going to play a game. It's a fact or myth game. And we're going to challenge some of the biggest misconceptions about women, aging, dating, and success. All right. So y'all know we got the dopest chicks on the planet. And we have, oh my God, I'm so excited. We have somebody new on our panel. Somebody new joining the Fly Nubian Money. So I'm going to introduce her first. This is Miss Robin. Robin is an entertainment and industry veteran. Y'all, oh, I can't wait for her to bring the heat because she already done seen how crazy we were behind the scenes. So I know she could just get just as crazy as the rest of these fools that's on this damn panel.
I'm new. I'm just trying to be a little demure today.
Demure. And then we have this one right here. She is the producer, the dope producer of all things, Miss Black Hollywood. Oh, we gotta do the Gwen. There's applause in the thing. You should do the applause when I introduce everybody. Okay, and then rounding up the next person, we got Dr. Alicia. Well, she told me not to call her doctor, but there's no way I can introduce you without calling you doctor, baby, because you worked hard for that doctorate. This is Dr. Alicia Watkins. She is a therapist. She's a family counselor. She is all of the things. So it's going to be really interesting getting her perspective because we're all of a certain age. But, Alicia tends to have, ideas about, that are a little bit different because she comes from a sociologist and a psychology background. So I always love to hear her perspective. And then right here, we got this one right here. The brilliant brand monetization strategist herself, Dr. Lene Javed. And actually, Dr. Lene actually is the one who kind of brought this topic up to us because she saw this video that we're getting ready to show right now, and she thought it would be an interesting conversation. So let's watch the video, and then let's get some feedback on what you guys think, and then also in the comments. We'd love for you to talk back to us and talk back to us. So make sure you put in the comments, talk to us. But those two questions that I asked early on. What are your thoughts? Are we losing our value? Are women losing our value at 30, 35? Are Black women on clearance at 40? Like what's really going on? So put that in the comments because we'd love to see what your response is. And then for everybody else, let's watch this video.
Yeah, 27, time to sell. 30, 50% off. Over 35 on clearance. 40, outlet. 50, Goodwill, Salvation Army.
That fool said Goodwill, Salvation Army. First of all, his lighting sucks, so I don't want to listen to him. You can't be talking bad about women and you got dark lights.
Who was that man?
That's Kevin Samuels.
Oh, yeah.
The infamous Kevin Samuels. So, Dr. Lene, what do you think? Because I know you wanted to talk about this BS, and it's interesting to see. What are there any men in the chat that think this way too? But Dr. Lene, why do you want to talk about this?
Because I think that society believes that. I think that society feels, not us as women, but I think that society feels that as you get older, your value starts to decline. I know we hear about it in like the entertainment industry, like we hear about it there, but in real life and relationships and marriage and children and just the aging process, it's like as you get older, you lose your value. But I don't think that that's true. Like I'm 48 and I feel like I'm literally just getting my stride. Like I'm just really getting into my power and just feeling myself. And life is good. Who I am, how I communicate for myself, how I operate, how I show up for other people. Like I'm having my best season. So how can I be declining?
Yeah.
And or to a man, like I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. Those words, that kind of terminology. 50, goodwill. What? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's stupid. Dr. Alicia, when I was at this little restaurant last Thursday, cool little restaurant, a lot of brothers be there. And so this gentleman told me, and he had like synthetic braids that started about right here, that went all the way down his back. And he showed me a picture of his homeboy, and he was like, hey, I want to hook you up with him. Dude looked like he was about 68. And he said he was 5 foot tall. So he was shorter than me. And I was like, oh, I tried to be nice because he was not very attractive. And I was like, oh, he's probably a little bit older than me. This ninja said, older than you. The older you are, you lose your value. He said, men age like fine wine, women age like milk. So after I cursed him out, what do you think about same ideal? Because it sounds like this is some Kevin Samuels kind of type BS. What do you think about the whole idea that we lose our value?
Yeah, so there's two things going on. There's this Kevin Samuels way of thinking that is very divisive and derogatory toward Black women. And so that's one thing that's happening. And there is a lot of sound on the internet that supports what Kevin Samuels talks about. And these particular individuals, they state their problems and struggles with establishing and maintaining healthy relationships with women. And instead of looking at themselves, a lot of people turn around and say, what's wrong with an entire group of individuals? So that's one thing happening. The second thing going on is what Dr. Lene is saying, how society views women as they get older and versus how they view men when they get older. So words pertaining to men is they grow older gracefully and they get gray hair and they look more distinguished. Whereas when we look at women as they get older, the more things are thrust upon them as menopausal and crazy and all of these things that you will have toward women. At the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of ageism. There's a lot of derogatory comments made about women. And, that it's unfortunate. I think that we need to love and support each other, of course, and show compassion. And one thing that I have been talking to my husband about all day is empathy.
Empathy is very real.
I've been talking to him about it all day long today. So.
I want to ask you, Robin, because you're in the industry, and I know people say this, he might be saying this for shock value. Could this be that he's saying this for shock value, or is this something that really is really echoed in real life? Is this like art imitating life, or is this like life imitating art? What do you think?
That is such a good question. Honestly, I never leaned into those kinds of thinking. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I always thought that Black women were the ones who age like fine wine. I mean, look at us. You said at the top of this that we're all women of a certain age. Really? Because I'm looking at okay, so you just said that you were 48 years old, and my eyes went, wow,
right?
Really? I never prescribed to that sort of philosophy. My question is, to who? To who are we 50% off? Like, it's not all Black men that think that. We know that. We know that because they love us. Most of them love us, but it's a few of them, right, who feel this way. And those are the ones that I want to analyze. There's a reason that they feel this way, and it's not because we are aging in an ungraceful way.
Let me tell you why they feel that way. Because they have small penises. We're going to go to break.
Well, small penises, a lack of this, a lack of that, something, right, that's making them not feel their
small
best.
penises for the most part. So we're going to go to break. Are we going to break right now?
I think that's a good time to break.
This is a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
So I'm agreeing with Lady K 2024. These motherfuckers got ED is what's going on. So let me ask you, Tiara, is what is this whole idea? Because Robin talked about this thing about women getting better. What is it about a man who would rather be with a younger woman than to be with somebody his age?
I'm not sure, but I know that we all have preferences, right? And that's okay. It's okay to have preferences, whether, I think when I see older men with younger women, I feel like maybe they went through a marriage already, or maybe they already experienced some part of life, and now they just want to feel alive. And maybe sometimes youthful women make them feel a certain way. So I don't necessarily take it personally, or I don't look now, I wonder when I look at people like Hugh Hefner, who used to just keep these like 20-year-old women, and he lived till he was like 105. I don't know how old he was for real, but it just felt like maybe that was the energy. Let me keep these young women around me. That way I always feel in control. Maybe I always feel youthful. Who knows? But good luck to them.
Dr. LeMay.
So I was going to say one of the reasons why. So
I was going to say their penises barely even work when they're that age, right? And then they want to get these young girls.
You bring up a good point, because this is the debate that we were having about this conversation. So me and this fellow, we were talking about the video was sent to me was because we were having the debate, and his point was the reason why men are still dapper and attractive and silver gang is because they can still have children. So their value does not decrease because they can still populate. As a woman gets older, she can't operate the same way. Her body starts to shut down. She can't have kids. So a man can go and get a younger woman, and he can have kids well into whatever his age is.
With help.
He can always find a woman with help. Sometimes with help, sometimes not.
Most of the time.
And so that was the point that he was making. As you get older, you can't build a family anymore. You can't
have kids at 50.
Listen, David Banner, I just saw a video with David Banner the other day. He said he got sick. He looked around and realized he didn't have no family, no kids. He's 50-something years old. Now he's looking for a wife.
Yeah. And he's going to be a grandpa taking his kid to school. Like, no, ain't nobody trying to be playing in that playground. Like, so that point to me, what your friend said is bunk. Remember a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the food thing, right? And they said at the age of 40, a lot of men are suffering from erectile dysfunction. So you think somebody wants your broke penis ass doing anything? Like, you guys really think y'all the prize and your penis don't even work? Is insane. Anyway, we're about to play this game, you guys.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
That's the thing, right? Robin, like y'all really out here just loud and wrong, right? Talking about what you guys can do and what you guys got. Your penis don't even work. What do you mean?
You guys are crazy.
Gwen, bring the game up. Bring the graphic for the game. Fact or myth? The over 40 edition. Okay, so this is what's going to happen, guys. And then you guys also put it in the comments, okay? So we're going to ask a question. We haven't seen the questions yet. We don't even know what the questions are, but we're going to ask a question. Gwen is going to put a question up, and we're going to hold up. It's a lot of comments. I don't know what y'all saying because y'all going fast, but y'all, it's probably some broke penis people who are talking right now in the comments. Anyway, so what you're going to put up when she asks the question, we're going to put up, whether it's fact or myth, you also put in the comments. So I got a fact for pink because women are mostly factual, and we got myth for blue. I just made that up because mostly men are myth.
I almost went with blue, but I went with green instead. Okay,
so good. All right, so y'all, okay. Gwen, what's the first question? Fact or myth? Dating after 40 is nearly impossible for Black women. All right, what y'all got? Shit. Let me tell you something about these options out here in these dating streets.
Hello.
Hold on. They didn't say if the options were good and great. It says is it almost impossible. It is not impossible. You got a lot of opportunities. Are they great opportunities? That's different.
I mean, you just gotta weed through them. Robin, what you think? Are you single?
I am married. I have been married. This is my 29th year of marriage.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome.
I'm married. But I will tell you all a little secret.
Okay.
Which is right now, Tiara will call me like a big shot executive, which I was. And now I'm doing casting for a particular company on a particular show called The Golden Bachelor. So I'm going to tell you something. There are options out there, and the women are all age. What's that?
Good options?
Good options. Good options. I'm not saying they're always Black options. So I'm just going to say that out loud.
Okay, let's talk about
Black option is not a good option.
I just want to be very clear. My husband is blackity black.
No, let's talk about that though, because are you willing? And we'll start with the single ladies to step out and yeah.
Ain't no way. I always say,
girl, you making me tear everything up over here.
Don't you bring that over here.
I'm gonna tell you something. I agree with you 100%. I'm the same way. I'll say it all. I've never had sex with a white man. I just haven't. But when you get up there, and I'm talking to women who are 60 plus, 60 and early 70s, they look good. And the
white
older
men?
we get, the more. No, I'm talking about women. Oh, the white women too. Yes, they look good, but they're all in shape. They all work out. They all play pickleball. They're all doing the things. And their complaint is they can't find a man who keeps up with them.
Yeah,
they ain't looking for pot bellies and little penises anymore.
And see, and so that's what I'm seeing out here, because you said there's definitely options, but I'm seeing the guys with the big stomachs, which I know that their penises don't exceed the stomach. So it's just like, yeah, no, you're not even an option. Dr. Alicia, if you were single, would you date outside your race?
No, I would never date outside my race personally. I'm not telling everybody to believe the way I have. It's just that it's my Black background and how I was raised and how I grew up. It just tainted my vision. And I just can't see anybody else other than a Black person as attractive, a Black man as attractive. So it's me. It's not you. It's me. I just can't. And so I was born in Tuskegee. I was raised in Gary, Indiana. I just didn't interact with them at all until I was too late. I was in college and it was already cemented in my head about what was attractive. So there's your answer. But I got some other things to say if you want to hear it now, but I don't know if I talk too long. So you can go.
Let me go to the next question.
Okay, go to the next question.
Okay. Because I know you got some statistics, right?
We got that.
Okay, I want you to share. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. Brian Shanklin, I think, is definitely one of those guys with the small penis. Let's go. Let's see. If you're single after 45, it's best to lower your standards to find a man. Shit. I wish the hell I would. What? All right, in the comments, what do you think? You think that we should be lowering our standards to find them? First of all, what I want to know is why aren't these men finding us? I'm not out there looking for a man, right? I was married 132 years. You guys know that. So, I'm enjoying my peace. I'm enjoying peace. And so if a man finds me, because that's what I'm looking, and it's a bunch of trash out there. Of course, there's a bunch of trash, but there's one good guy that's gonna find me. Ladies, if you are looking for a man, if you are trying to find a man, you're doing it all wrong. That's what I say. What do you say, Tiara?
I wonder if at some age though, because the question was about lowering your standards, but I wonder if the way that we used to think before, like maybe in our 30s or 20s, is different from the way we should be thinking now in terms of just being a little bit more not compromising, but just saying okay, here are the things that I'll take or subscribe to. Maybe this doesn't work, or maybe I don't like this about him, but I can rock with him if he's a good man of good character. Is that the same thing as lowering your standards?
No,
I guess
because
that's my question to the queens.
I think you have to compromise in certain situations. It's not going to be your way or the highway. What do you think, Dr. Lene?
I think as you get older, your desires change. So I don't think it's your boundaries that are changing. I don't think you're lowering your boundaries. I think your desires change, right? What you're looking for in your 20s and you're thinking about the next 50, 60 years of your life versus what you're looking for in your 40s and you're thinking about the next 30 in retirement. They're just different, right? You're not having kids with this person. So the boundaries around their family structure and their mental health. I mean, not their mental health, because that should be intact, but you know what I'm saying? At 20, what you want and what you're looking for from somebody for the rest of your life versus being 40 and what you're looking for, they're just different. But I don't think they have to do with lowering your boundaries as much as where you are in your life and what you want, what you need, things like that.
I get it. And I could totally see Brian Shanklin as being a passport bro, because he said he's about to be a passport bro. That makes a lot of sense, sir.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool. Do your thing, Brian.
Yeah, don't let the Lord hit you with a good Lord split you. Do we have to, Dr. Alicia? Do we have to compromise more? Do we have to lower our standards at the older we get?
I wouldn't say lower your standards. I think that you have to be realistic about what the type of people you come across. I think nobody's going to be perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship or a perfect person. But what you're looking for is somebody who's willing to talk about how they feel, to process things, and somebody who's willing to grow and learn. That's it. You're not looking for perfection. You're just looking for someone who's willing to, and who has enough self-esteem where they won't have a meltdown if they make a mistake or if you bring up a concern and they just go ballistic. That's not a good sign of that person being in a relationship with anybody. You just want someone who's at least willing and open to grow, learn, and explore. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and that's understandable. You want somebody that you can learn, grow, and explore, and not somebody that's perfect. Just like you said, somebody's perfect for you, right? God made somebody that's perfect for you. I'm sure your husband is not all the things, right, Robin? He's not everything. He's not a perfect man, but he's perfect for you. If you've been with this man for 29 years, he's perfect for you.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And I don't understand this aging thing. Is it about our looks or is it about something else? We grow as we get older. We're wiser, we're stronger, we're smarter. So I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I question a man who looks at younger women and who dates younger women exclusively, because I feel like there's something wrong with them. I feel like there's something wrong with their self-esteem, their self-worth. Maybe they have a God complex. Maybe they can't banter with the woman their age. What do you have in common if you're 50, what do you have in common with a 20-year-old? You guys don't even listen to the same music. You're not even in the same decade, in the same, right? So what do you have in common?
It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with what Passport Bro was talking about. And I'm not going to say manipulation. Let's just say easier to bend to their will. Let's say it that way. That's a nice way of saying it.
Yeah, manipulation.
A woman who's a little bit more seasoned and speaks up for herself and knows who she is and has boundaries. At 20, you can kind of mold this vessel into what you want it to be without any, I'm not going to say opposition, but without any pushback.
Right. Before we go to break real quick, there's a statistic that talks about how women's income increases also, right? So that could be a source of intimidation. Gwen, on that slide that we got about the women's income increasing as Black women increase their income by an average of 25% between their 30s and their 40s, making this a financial peak. And so maybe there's an intimidation there. I don't know. Let's discuss it when we come back from the break.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
So y'all, I was talking to Marlo Layson yesterday, right? And when is Marlo doing her training?
Soon.
Okay.
And not next. It's the 8th, I think. Let me look at the date.
Okay. So if you guys don't know anything about the Fly Nubian Money Club, Dr. Lene just was there dropping them bombs last Saturday. I've been on there, Lala. And so I was talking to Margot yesterday, and Margot has helped her company increase their SEO by like 100%. And do you know when you increase your SEO, your search engine optimization, that increases your revenue. And so she's going to be showing you how to increase your SEO. It's going to be crazy. This is a game changer for a lot of people who are online, who have businesses. This is going to be a game changer for you. So you better go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and sign up, y'all, because it's going to be off the chain.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna go back to the questions. But somebody said something that I think we haven't. I think single Black women without kids age better, but marriage seems to age women overall. Health-wise, women incur more stress being married and having kids. I think, okay, so there's two parts to that. There might be some truth to it. For me, though, like, I'll be out working my kids. I have 4 kids, and I'm at the gym. Like, I'm working just as hard, and my boys are athletes. So for you to say that, like, we're not in great health and we age more, I don't think so. I think kids kind of keep you young. Now, them Negroes be stressing you the hell out. They might make your ass age.
I think, you know what, remember that book that we that I was talking about on one of the episodes? It said that basically, I can't think of the book. It added 15 hours of unpaid labor, like marriage adds 15 hours of unpaid labor to your life, like to the life of the woman, because they're carrying around the kids. They got to take care of the husband. They got to feed. They got to do food. They got to do all the things. And so in that type of energy, I can see how women be like, man, it adds to my life. I'm not able to focus those 15 hours on me.
Right. That's true. So before we go back to the game, y'all, I want to run another video and I want to discuss it. You guys in the chat too, y'all talking back to us and talking black to us. Keep it up. We like to hear from you. So let's go ahead and run this video.
Why do men say a woman's value decreases as she ages? Damn, you really gonna ask me that? All right, I'm gonna start by saying this, ladies. What is most appealing about y'all is determined by us. If you're a heterosexual woman that like men, then what matters is what we think. Does that make sense? Men are attracted to a woman's purity, a woman's beauty, a woman's femininity, sweetness, her ability to give us peace. And the older a woman gets, these things decrease. Now, not always, but most of the time that's what happens. As one ages, more wear and tear on the body, more experiences with men, a lot of emotional baggage that comes into a relationship that it's not fair for the new guy to have to deal with. A lot of trauma being carried on from previous relationships. So, and people tend to not do work on themselves in between relationships. They tend to move from relationship to relationship, and that's not healthy. So yeah, so the younger the better, to be honest.
So when I'm hearing him say, this is some bullshit, but I see White said, man, what I hear him say is that because we've dealt with all the gaslighting, all the narcissism, all the BS that these men bring in, that it just wears us down and we are no longer. What you think, Robin? Because that's what I hear them say.
The whole thing just makes me laugh. First of all, I respect what he said in terms of what matters to men is important. We do have to listen. We can't just ignore everything they're saying. There are certain things they're attracted to. I get it. But what I don't understand is why the double standard? Don't those same things apply to men? They've had multiple relationships too. They have baggage. Men are, okay, bring it down. Men aren't getting help in between relationships either. And I mean, it's just wild to me. Like, it applies to both sides. Everybody's aging. Men are aging too.
And they just jumping from woman to woman to woman. There's no space. All the men that I've known, there's no space in between. They just go from this one to this one to this one, and lowering their standards, and whoever can take care of them, wherever it's easy, there's no work, and they're not working on themselves. What do you think?
There's no connection.
There's no connection. They just want somebody to take care of their raggedy behinds.
Well, what I heard was also in the beginning, he said a woman's value is basically determined by a man. And I would love to know what Dr. Alicia thinks of that, because you were about to go to Dr. Alicia, but like, that's the question. Like, is our value determined on what men think? Like, it just seems crazy that a man would walk around and think that.
I see you, Dr. Lene, too. I can't wait to hear what both of y'all can say. Go ahead, Dr. Alicia.
No, I think clearly there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. I think that a lot of men who have negative views about women really need to stay single. I don't think the sexist men who think, oh, your value is based on what I see when I look at you and all of that. I think that there needs to be some healing happening. And again, I was talking about empathy. Empathy is just the ability to be able to put yourself in someone else's shoes instead of judging another person, instead of putting them down, trying to understand exactly where they're coming from. And the fact is that everybody comes into a relationship with some level of emotional baggage. It's not just ascribed to a certain set of individuals. And the thing is that when you get into a relationship with someone, that's why you date. That's why you put them in experiences to learn who and what they are, so that you can figure out, is this a person I can continue my relationship with or not? Is this baggage something that you feel like you could deal with? Because all of us have it. And I think that's why it's important to like take it slow when you're dating, no matter what. I want to say something about age gap differences though, but I think society is putting critical eye on age gap differences and giving these derogatory labels like sugar daddy, pervert, boy toy, all of these things. And I think we need to move away from that, because some people are they look at age gap relationships and they think, oh, he must be taking advantage of her or she's taking advantage of him. And I don't think that those relationships are as transactional. I mean, there's real love with age gap difference relationships. So I think we need to think twice about how we as a society view those age gap relationships, because there is real love there. And I think sometimes those relationships, they tend to hide because they're ashamed about what people assume about them that may or may not actually be accurate, because people take advantage of each other in relationships of all age gaps. And just because there's a large age gap, we need to not just assume that that's happening, by the way.
Okay.
This is data. This is according to data.
No, I get it. I still think older men who date younger women are perverts. But Dr. Lene,
no, you're not.
I'm just messing. Dr. Lene, are we valued? Because if in that same, first of all, why is this conversation so one-sided? Because in that same vein, then that means your value, man, is based upon what I think as a woman. So why do they put so much weight on the fact that our value is based upon what they think. Why do they think they're the prize? Remember the days that men used to court women and men used to chase women and go the art. Like, what's up with this, girl? What you thinking?
I think that somebody, I'm not going to say Kevin Samuels because I think he just brought it to light. I think these are conversations that are being had in the dark. But I think that somebody got together and said, because that there are more women to men, there's 8 women to 1 man, or wherever you live, there's still more women to men, that men have somehow gotten the idea that the woman is not the prize. They're the prize because there's less of them.
That is so effeminate though, but go ahead. That's like when I hear men say that they're the prize, that sounds hella gay to me. I mean, feminine to me.
Because if you can get you one, then I guess you're winning, right? And as you get older, according to men, right? As you get older, as you slow down, your body's not the same. It's not as young. You've had kids, you know what I'm saying? So your value is decreasing, and yet he has all these options. He has all these options out there, and so you are one of 7.
Yeah,
7
but
ain't
I'm
the best of 7. I'm the best of 7, but go ahead.
No, I want to say I agree. Even though men have a lot of options, they are still struggling with intimacy. They're struggling. They're still lonely. They still want to be in a relationship with someone. Although there's all these choices that they have, they're not finding the right one for them. Mm-hmm. So they in and of themselves are still lonely.
What a lonely place to be. I'd rather be by myself than be lonely. I'd rather be alone than lonely, right? Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Okay, so
that's crazy that there are all these eligible Black men and there's a lot of eligible Black women, but we're not able to connect with each other. Like, I know some really good top tier men and some really good top tier women, and I don't understand why we can't come together and connect. Like, what is happening in our community where we can't get these two sex to come together?
The women want the men that are 6'3". All those good men that you're talking about are 5 foot tall, and so the women don't want them. Let's go to the next one.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
That's another thing, right? Because they all want the same men. So for that one certain man, yeah, they got 9 options, but for the 5 foot brother, he ain't working with that many options.
That's why we talked about the other day that we Black women need to change their type. That's another conversation that we had already. Yeah. But it's interesting that they say that we just kind of have to look beyond what we thought we wanted and look towards like character and things that are actually be good for you.
Right. I want you guys to change your type. That way it'll leave the
I was about to say, you have all the things. There's a lot of things, again, not lowering my standards, but there's some things I can look past. But we can't.
All y'all do it. So all the men, all the good men, you know, the my type could be available. All y'all do it. Let's go to some stats.
You got to be this tall to ride this ride.
All right, so listen. I don't see. Okay, studies show that women who marry after 30 have lower divorce rates than those who marry younger. This is what I've been telling my daughter, to make sure that her prefrontal cortex is developed before she gets married, because 25 is just starting to get there, right? What's the next one? Studies indicate that women report higher levels of self-confidence. Ain't this true, y'all? Wait, take this down real quick. Now, I want to ask these ladies.
Finish reading it.
Okay, but this is true. They read it. Okay, go back up. Let me read it, because this is so true. Studies indicate that women report higher levels of self-confidence, emotional intelligence, and life satisfaction after 30s compared to their 20s. Y'all, is this not the truth, ladies? Like, you remember when you were so insecure in your 20s and you didn't, you weren't sure of yourself. Like, how can you be somebody's wife?
Yeah.
I remember, girl, come on. But when I got in my 30s, I started knowing myself a little bit better. 40s, I know what I want. I know who I am. I'm confident, like all the things. So yeah, man. Whew, okay. That hit me. Cause you men are saying that we're losing our value. Or actually our value is growing as we get older. That's what I feel. So you could talk that shit if you want to, but I love me at damn near 50. I love
Joe Corley said, "Where are these women at? Stop the cap."
Yeah, they're trash women. I mean, they're not good like us. Just a lot of them, but it's not quality women. I mean, it's what it is.
So Kevin said, "I'm 6'3" with a decent income, and what I've seen in terms of dating are slim pickings." I'm a Kevin Samuels, Kevin, real quick. So you're 6'3". How much do you weigh? What kind of job do you have?
Let's not do that.
How many kids do you have? And baby,
Wait,
do you have?
Kevin Samuels also asked him how
That's
large
what
his
I'm
penis.
talking about.
Wait,
right
Kevin Samuels,
there.
remember that dude? He asked him how big his penis was, and he was like, "Well, he's like, so you must." He said, "You a fat F. You don't make no money. You this. You got a small." He was like, "You are not."
We don't know if these things are true about you, Kevin. I'm literally okay. 200 pounds, no kids. 6'3", 200 pounds, no kids. Okay, where do you live?
Hey, Kevin, go ahead and email me your picture, brother.
Kevin, you got all your teeth and your faculties. You got a Bobby Brown mouth like this. You should be a crackhead.
You know, but I will go back to type. You know, I was having a conversation actually with Robin a couple weeks ago, and she was like, "I'm gonna tell you what you need, Tiara." I was like, "What do I need, Robin?" She was like, "You need somebody that's a little older, right? Like you need somebody that's financially stable. You need this, you need that, right?" And I was like, "He can't be too old. He can't be over 45 because, or 40. I said 48 because." I don't know. I dated somebody at 48 when I was like 38. And every time we would go running, he would come in and be like, "Ooh, I need a nap." You know, like little stuff. Like he just was like an old man. He started to gray. So he kind of looked like he was 60 already. Like it was, I don't know.
I know. These dudes are. I was talking to a guy the other night. He said, and he was talking and he was grayed up and he looked like he was at least 60. And he was like, "Yeah, and I'm 45. I was like, 44. Let's go to another question. Y'all ready? Oh, wait, do we got a break?
We got to take a break.
All right, we'll be back.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Gwen make you want to go into a dark room somewhere and all that sexy voice. I love it. So there's two comments. This Sharita said, "I actually changed my height requirement and met the love of my life." So I want to ask you guys, if you guys have requirements, like what are your requirements? And then somebody said, "That's why you ain't got no man," which like, yeah, do people say that to women? That's why you ain't, like, the goal is not to have a man. I promise to Jesus Christ on the cross, if I wanted a man, I could have one right now. Y'all don't understand how easy it is to get a man. Like, that is not something that's hard to do, y'all.
That's true.
That's the crazy. But people don't say that to men. People don't be like, "That's why you ain't got no woman." You guys are not the goal. I just want to let you guys know that y'all are not the goal for everybody. We're not desperate. We're not hard up around here. But for you, Tiara, and for you, Dr. Lene, she said she changed her height requirements. Do you guys have like requirements, like must-haves? And I know we talked about it before, but is it like a must that y'all got?
Yeah, he can't be a liar. He got to be loyal. Like there's like character things that I'm looking for. But I
okay, let's say physical. I want to say the physical, the shallow physical. That's what I want.
That's all you want. I mean, he has to be handsome to me. But I actually have dated men that people think like, he ain't all that cute. I'd be like, I think he's cute. He like, because I like dark skin, and I like black features, so I'm cool with it.
Okay, so that's your thing. Is you just want somebody that's
I want a
chocolate.
good man. Yeah,
I'm just talking about the physical characteristics. I know we want somebody who's honest, who's caring, who's physical.
I mean, yeah, he gotta be fine to me. Like he gotta be fine to me, whatever that means.
Okay, Dr. Lene, what about you? What's that thing?
I am 5'9" barefoot and heels.
Yeah,
I am
me too.
6'1". So you have to be at least a minimum of 6'2", and I've lowered that from 6'4". So in my 20s and 30s, it was 6'4". You got to be 6'4" or taller. I have lowered that to 6'2", but my dude is 6'6".
Woo, I love it.
I
Yes,
was about to say,
hunting.
I dated somebody that was 5'8", and I wrote a whole album about him. So I'm. It don't even matter. Like
He put that thing down.
You feel me? Like I wrote a whole album about him. He had me at home writing poetry, baby. So it doesn't matter. That 5'8" felt mighty to me.
You like
I mean, height is kind of superficial, but so what would happen, Dr. Lene, if you met the most amazingly kind, warm man? You were connected, he was fine, there was chemistry, but he was 6 feet tall. So y'all were looking eye to eye in heels.
I wouldn't even know.
She's like,
She said he wouldn't even look his way.
My best friend asks me all the time, and I know she's like, what if the love of your life is white? We'll never meet. I'll never find him.
Know. Yeah.
What if he's 6 feet? I'll never find him. He'll never find me. I'll have to go with second best.
Fortunately, you don't have to deal with that. That's
mother effing mic.
Thank you, Lord, that's not the case.
Drop the mother effing mic, Dr. Lene. She said, "I'll never know."
Don't ask me these questions. I'm not having it.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of things that I can compromise on. You know what I'm saying? I
That is
compromise
not one
on finances. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be where I'm at. We can make it work. I'll compromise on it. I can work with. There's a lot of stuff I can work. You don't have to be college educated if you're intelligent and hold a conversation. You don't have to have. There's a lot of stuff I can compromise on, but that's one of the ones. And I'll say this: I have a mouth thing. I have a teeth thing, and he does have a tooth thing that I've been able to get past it. We were talking about it the other day. He was like, I accept you. And I was like, I accept you too. He was like, what are you talking about? I was like, there's some things about you that I have to work with. He was like what? And I was like, I'm not even going to say it because it doesn't matter. I didn't even go into it. But I know that historically, that has been one of my things. But with him.
Good for you for not making him feel bad, for not telling him what it was, because you're going to give him a complex if you do.
Yeah. You mean nice tea?
Super confident. He hasn't come back to me. He hasn't asked me about it. He's like he's an alpha. He is not worried about it at all.
I love that. I love it.
So nice teeth is a thing. Yeah. Teeth is a thing. I like nice teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if they look thrown in your mouth, there's levels to it. There's levels to.
You say thrown?
Yeah. It's like,
some thrown in your mouth?
Yes. But your little things, like I like to look at nice teeth, but if he don't have nice teeth, it's cool.
Kelly said that's crazy. He could be a wealthy and 6 feet, and she said, "Yeah, and I'll never know."
I won't even know he's wealthy. I won't even know it. You don't know you missed something that you don't know that you missed.
I do think finances are important, and it came up earlier about whether or not women are making more money than men. And I personally have had that situation. When I met my husband, I made $0 as a PA in Hollywood, and he had a good government job. And as our love and life progressed, my education started to pay off in a different way. And I was making triple his money at one point. But like Dr. Lene, my man is 100% like confident. It's not about how much money, it's how we working with all that money together.
Yeah, it's ours.
Yeah,
I love that. Let's go to one more video, and let's finish this game up because this is fun.
One thing for certain, two things for sure. Majority of y'all black men, y'all love devaluing black women until y'all need them, whether that's for their body or you need them financially, whatever the situation is. Y'all motherfuckers don't have that same energy when you need the black woman. But just as soon as you feel like you're in a position to where you don't need that woman no more, now she this and now she this. Y'all niggas need to get some nuts and go back to the drawing board and regroup. Cause y'all got the game fucked up. Ain't nothing better. When I say nothing, I mean ain't nothing better than a black woman that knows who she is, confident, walking in her motherfucking purpose, just her own motherfucking crown, and can goddamn stand with the best of them. Yeah. So put some respect on these women name, man, and stop devaluing women, man, because you came from the very black woman that you disrespect on a day-to-day basis. Put that in your motherfucking coffee mug and drink it. For sure, free game.
Free game, y'all. That's some free game. Now, let me ask you this, Dr. Alicia. I guess we only really listen to Black people, right? Are other races devaluing their women in the same way that we see on social media?
I don't think so. I mean, I can't say that I've scraped all of social media and done an analysis on it, but I do find it to be a theme in Black relationships where Black men are looking at their partners through the lens of these stereotypes. So they're internalizing negative stereotypes of Black women, and they're looking at issues and their significant other through these lenses, not actually looking at the actual partner, but through the lens of stereotypes. I'm also finding that Black women are also looking at their partners through these lens of stereotypes. And it is really a very unique situation that I'm finding just in Black families that you don't find in, I've talked about this, Italian families. You don't find this. Like, I've been to an Italian family's household. Those women are running things, but there's no derogatory label placed on them. They're cooking dinner. They're making sure everything is cleaned up. They're doing all of these things that Black women do, even Greek households, other ethnic households where there's a strong presence of the female in the household. It's not looked at as derogatory, even Hispanic households. But you see that uniquely in Black families where I feel like we need to just let go of these stereotypes or be cognizant of how we are taking out our issues of internalization of what slavery has given us in terms of stereotypes, and we're putting it on each other, and that's not fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does that make Black men weak, or does that make those ethnicities weak because they maybe they don't feel secure enough in their manhood to be able to take a strong woman, as these Italian households or the Greek households?
Well, what's happening is that, you have racism and white supremacy in the backdrop of all of this.
Right.
So when men go out and they want to become successful and do all the things that they feel like they need to do as a man outside of the home, they're not being affirmed as much as these other ethnic groups are affirmed.
That's good.
So they're coming home and they're taking out their issues. It's rightful. It's just a normal thing that people do. They take out their issues on their significant other. And so it becomes a dynamic. Mm-hmm. It's just a dynamic where women do the same thing too. So, I mean, there's a lot to be said and a lot of things to deconstruct there, but it's part of it is just to be aware that it's happening. Right. And to stop it. Once you're aware of, when you know better, you do better. Right. And so we need to be cognizant of that.
Right. Makes sense.
That whole white supremacy thing is real. I mean, we don't give enough credit to what's going on in the world today, but also the relationships between Black men and Black women and Black families. A lot of what we do today is still trickled down from that bullshit in slavery.
Yeah.
And they told us we were not good. And they told us when we got to a certain age, we could only do X, Y, and Z. And a lot of that stuff is just carried on. And, Dr. Alicia, what you said about Black men going out into the world is so true. Like, I love Black men, but they get it hard. We do too. Yeah. It's rough for Black women. We know this, but Black men do not get that affirmation. And so, it weighs on them. Black men are less likely to go get therapy for this stuff. And, it does end up coming out in a negative way sometimes.
Wow. No, that is interesting when you think about the grand scheme of things and you think about the state of, like, you hear a lot of stuff on podcasts and you're thinking, is this grandiose to where, this is not really, it's magnified, right? Is it really magnified, or is this how it really is? But when you look at the state of our community with, like you said, Dr. Alicia, racism and white supremacy being in the backdrop, and the things that we have to face as Black people, and here we are online with these battle of the sexes types conversations that nobody else has but us. But a lot of the things that we do actually stems of how we're treated in this world. If you look at other cultures, like even in African cultures, we're not seeing these same conversations had about the men and the women. What were you going to say, Tiara?
I was just about to say, and it's the stories that we've embraced. Not only have we been conditioned, but we've taken those stories on as our own. We also, say those same and repeat those same stereotypes every single day about Black men and Black women on this very Beyonce internet that we are all on. Also, I mean, if we even think about it, like even through the music, I mean, they've infiltrated a lot of what we believe about ourselves in the music. So we have the last 20 years, the last 20, 25 years of like that bitch, that hoe, I hate a bitch, I hate a black women of a bitch, 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 bitch. And now black women have taken it and been like, you ain't gonna call me no bitch, I'm gonna call myself a bitch. You know, and we've kind of taken it, and we, you know, we hold on to those stories. And, you know, story is my love language. And I think, you know, if you can get somebody to believe something, you could tell them a story about themselves and they buy it. Well, that's it. That's it's truth.
Man, you hit that on the head. You got something you want to contribute, Dr. Lene, before we go to the next question?
Just, I hate the state of Black love, the state of Black relationships, the dynamics between Black men and Black women. I know we're talking about it from the Kevin Samuels perspective and height and all this kind of stuff, and it's funny, but the reality is that there's too many good single Black men and too many good single Black women, and not understanding or having a real solution on how to rectify that is a real issue. There's going to be a lot of single lonely women and a lot of single lonely men, and it doesn't have to be that way. So what does that look like? What is the solution? How do we fix that? How do we find common ground where, you know, this man and this woman can come together and build? Because we know that wealth and legacy and all of those things come when there's two people. And I'm not saying two parents, I'm saying two people working towards the same common goal, supporting each other, affirming each other, understanding what's happening in the world, catering to each other, nurturing each other. Like what would that look like for our community if we were able to showcase that? And that's what
that's what we need more of right there. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go to the next question. All right, ladies, fact or myth? By 50, a woman's biggest concern should be retirement, not relationships.
Do people not know what the retirement age is?
By 50? You said by 50, right? Look at Dr. Alicia. She thinking.
I mean, I think we should.
I had to think about that one for a second before I went with myth.
Hold that up a little higher, Dr.
Okay. Dr. Lene, why?
So the question said, after 50, you should be thinking about retirement, not relationship.
By 50, come on, y'all.
No. I think, okay, so I think you could be thinking about both, but everybody's not going to be retiring at 50. Let's tell the truth, shame the devil. Everybody's not retiring at 50. Some people will work well into their 70s, not me, but some folks. And at 48, pushing 50, I am still thinking about relationship, because the relationship is a part of my retirement. Who am I going to retire with? Who am I traveling with? What kind of life am I going to be living with? How big is the house I'm going to be? What's our blended family look like? So that is a part of the retirement. It's not one or the other.
Yeah. Why does it have to be mutually exclusive? Okay. We got 7 more questions. We're going to get through them. So I'm not going to be able to ask. I'm not going to be able to ask.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Rapid response?
Rapid response.
Why did Dr. Alicia say fact?
Yes. Dr. Alicia, why'd you say fact?
Yeah, we always need to think about retirement. Stop spending money. Stop spending money on things you don't need, and invest in your retirement always.
Well, why my dude ain't my retirement?
Where your what?
Why my dude ain't my retirement?
No, dude ain't your. Don't do that. No eggs in that basket. I think not.
You end up with no dude and no retirement.
Wait. What did you say? That's the name.
I said if you end up with no dude and no retirement. Dudeless and penniless.
Damn.
Hey, depend on you ninjas. All right, what's the next one? Your 40s and 50s are the best years of your life, financially, emotionally, and spiritually. Listen, come on. Yeah, y'all don't even know. You guys that are not in your 40s yet, because again, your 20s, you insecure as shit. You don't know, like 30s, you start feeling it. 40s, you know, you seasoned. You got a little bit of that Lawrence on you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's good over here. I love it. What about you, Robin? What you think?
100%. I mean, I did most of my growth, and I'm still growing, still learning about things in my 20s and how they relate to today. But I did most of my growth starting at about 42, 43. So I'm a much more reasonable, level person than I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
I was talking like you, Constance, in my 20s.
Your dude was supposed to be in retirement in your 20s. Is that?
I'm at the tip of it, y'all. I'm at the beginning of this newfound. So like this
How do
year,
you feel
I was
about
like, wait a minute. Now this is kind of glorious. Like at 40, I was still like, but here at 42, I'm like, okay,
Let me
wait
tell
a
you
minute.
something. Welcome
Wait
to
a
the
minute.
40
I feel
Club.
good.
It's great over here on this side. And
yes,
I heard
S. Jones, 60s too. That's right.
60s too?
I was about to say, and beyond, really, because the way I see Black women age and the way I see them do their things, it seems like from 40 all the way until death, right? It's like there's something amazing that happens.
Yeah. And then, that when you in your 60s, I heard you just don't give a damn about nothing. Like, I don't give a damn. That's when you have that.
Still bomb.
Yeah, but still bomb.
Bomb.
All right. Okay, let's go to the next one.
All right.
Successful Black women have a harder time finding love because they intimidate men. Yeah.
Wait, say that one more time.
Successful Black women have a harder time finding love because they intimidate men. Okay.
I don't like the way that's worded. And
I'll say fact. Oh, right. So I'm with you, Dr. Lene, but I'll go more with fact. But go ahead, Dr. Lene, why'd you do both?
It's a fact and a myth. It does intimidate some men, not all men, right? So in some way it is a fact, depending on the type of man you're dealing with, and in others it's a myth. I thought everybody told me when I got this PhD, like, you are already hard to date. You got a bachelor's, you got an MBA, you're self-employed, like you're already hard to date. Now you want to go and get a PhD. Now you want a man to call you doctor? No, I don't want a man to call me doctor. I want the world to call me doctor. But I will tell you, this PhD brought the brothers out in droves. It did not scare them away. Man, my stock went up.
So was it the Quality Brothers that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Quality Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Quality Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And so it can be intimidating to the wrong type of dude, but it's not intimidating to the right kind. So that's why I said it's a fact and it's a myth. Can't hear you, Robin.
Oh, she's talking to somebody else because I heard a Zoom.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. If I had to talk to my husband, he loves the fact, I say myth. He loves the fact that I'm educated and smart and outspoken. Until I disagree with him, then he don't like the fact that I'm educated, outspoken. And so it's a dynamic there. It's like men love women who are opinionated and all of these things. And then we get into our conversation sometimes and it'd be hilarious, y'all.
That's so cool. So let me ask you really quick. Hold on.
Can we ask Robin if she has a heart out?
That's what I was going to ask her. Okay.
I do have a heart out. It was so much fun talking to you, Queen. I hope I get to come back at some point.
We can't wait to see you again, Robin. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.
Welcome. Yeah, it's so funny. It's a dynamic. And I'd be like, what about me being smart and outspoken? He's like, you're right. I do like that. But so we have fun about, and I think that these relationships, I think people just take things so seriously. I mean, if I were to talk to everybody in a relationship, whether it's older or younger, have fun in your relationships. It's never going to be perfect. All the issues that's going on, don't try to pretend like you don't have no issues. Just have, like, I don't think it's important. I think using humor in relationships is so important. That's why all of these funny memes that go on in social media are hilarious about the dynamics of men and women and Black men and women. I think we need to look at that and just relax a little bit and just take in the fact that people are just different and you have to celebrate differences. Nothing will ever be perfect, but I really do think that all of us just need to take it down a little bit.
I'm trying to tell you know what, and you know what?
Wow.
If I have a rule, whatever I do, if it's this podcast or if I'm hanging out with a friend or if I'm hanging out with a man, if I'm not laughing, I don't want to do it. If I'm not enjoying it, I don't want to do it. So I 100% agree with you, Dr. Leisha. Like, it has to be fun. I need to be laughing. I need to be enjoying you. Like, that is my medicine. And so I can't take life too serious. You serious when you're doing your work, and the work got to be fun too. But you serious when you got to make that bread. But everything else, I just want to enjoy and have a good time.
Yeah, and learn how to accept each other. Learn how to accept the differences. You're not going to agree on everything, but the relationship has to function in a way that's healthy, and there's empathy there, and all of those things have to happen. But you don't want a carbon copy of yourself. That's no fun.
That's the magic word, is empathy. All right. So next question. Men are more likely to remarry after divorce than women. Okay, Dr. Lene.
That's a fact. That's like
for sure.
A fact.
Dr. Lene, why you say no?
Men over 40. I'm only talking about men over 40, 45 who have previously been married for 10, 15, 20 years are usually done. They don't really look at wanting to be married again after being married for 20 years. They are looking at for a long-term relationship. They do want to date you, but they're not necessarily looking to remarry at 50. They're 50, they have their portfolio, they have their investments, their kids are grown. They don't necessarily want to go back down that path.
They just want somebody to take care of their rusty behinds. They do.
That's all I meet is men that be like, I want to get married again.
Yeah, I had dudes be like, listen, I'm dating with a purpose. And I'm like, whoa.
I've talked to multiple men who have previously been married. And that is the quorum. But and again, these are men who are not necessarily of a certain age, but of a certain wealth background, shall we say. And so they're not looking to play with their monies at this age with another.
I feel you.
They've already given half of it away. They're not looking to do it again.
But there's data. And I think data is that men who get divorced or widowed are way more likely to get remarried than women do. They need somebody to make their sandwiches for them.
So that ain't the average. That ain't the average black man, because the average black man ain't got that kind of.
I mean, look it up. Y'all can look it up. Chat GPT will tell you.
Don't talk about Dr. Lene. The average black man ain't.
Men getting remarried really.
Dr. Lene ain't dating the average black man. Clearly, she dating portfolios.
Baby, you want turkey or ham? What you want? I want to make your sandwich.
Listen,
they need somebody to make the sandwich.
Right.
Business owners. I'm mostly around business owners. So I'm not around. I'm mostly with entrepreneurs and business owners. So entrepreneurs, business owners, people who have legacy. No.
I hear men often say that they want to get it right the second time, or like if they got it wrong, or they messed up, or they did some things that they shouldn't have. They was like, this time I just want to nail it. That's what I hear from black men that I date.
All right. Let's go to next. A woman's financial independence makes marriage optional, not necessary.
Ooh.
Oops. Wait. Go back to the question again. Because I had this up. But a woman's financial independence makes marriage optional, not necessary. Yeah. Okay. I'll say fact. What y'all think? Yeah. So for me, just like that man that Dr. Lene is talking about, I'm that dude that, I done gave half of my money away, and I'm not really in a rush to give it away again. And so I like peace and I enjoy being single. So yeah, I'm not even looking at marriage. That's so far from, for me. It's possible, but it's not something that I'm like looking forward to.
Okay. Bring up the question one more time, Gwen. It says a woman's financial independence make marriage optional, not necessary. Okay, you could take it down.
Optional.
I think that it's not optional.
Is it necessary? You think it's necessary?
It's not necessary. It's not necessary, right? But like, who doesn't want to be married? Who doesn't want to be in relationship?
Yeah,
right?
I want love. I don't necessarily want to be married.
Okay, but when I think about marriage or wanting to be with someone, when I think about love, I think about marriage. I think about you wanting to be with a man, and your money, I don't think should be related to that. I don't feel like the two should be related. Like
some women want men for security, right? And so I don't need a man for security. I want a man because I want him, but I don't need him. And I think those women who probably want to be married probably need some type of security.
But I mean, is it like you could just still need a man? I guess that's
I do need a man.
I
do
like
need, but I don't need to marry him.
Okay, all right. Using marriage, these are technical things.
No, you said marriage. You just said
have money. Just because you have money doesn't mean make it optional for you not to have love or not.
That's a whole different conversation.
Right.
We ain't talking about
that's
love.
the way it hit me. That's the way it hits me.
What about you,
What
Dr.
do you say,
Alicia?
Dr. Alicia?
You know what? Now that I listen to you, Tiara, Miss Black Hollywood, now that I look at, I may change my answer, because Yeah, that makes sense. So I agree with you. Now that I
Bring it
heard
up
your
again one more time, Gwen, because these are technicalities. I know.
Yeah.
Bring it up. A woman's financial independence makes marriage optional, not necessary. It's almost saying like just because you got money, that means that you could take it or leave it. And I just don't think we can take love or leave it.
Yeah. So I think even if you have you're not even looking for a man to give you money, you're looking for the companionship. And that is, what's the point of having this money if I gotta go do solo travel?
So marriage is like the ultimate. That's what.
I'm listening to what Miss Black Hollywood is saying. If you listen to her, she was saying
she's saying love, but the question wasn't love; it was marriage. So you got to be. Let's be very clear.
I associate the two, right?
Oh, I love love.
Saying like, okay, but I understand the technicality in the statement.
She's talking about the commitment level there.
But that's not what the question said. So
yes, Constance, you have good reading comprehension skills. But now that I heard what Miss Black Hollywood said, I'm like, oh yeah, I agree with that.
Dr. Lene, you have both of them up.
Because the question asked, if you have money, is marriage necessary? That's what the question said. If you have financial independence, is marriage necessary? I put both up because the myth is that's right. That's the myth. If you have money, then you don't need marriage. That's the myth. The fact is you still do. So it's a myth and a fact, right? Because it's unfortunate and sad that a lot of Black women believe that is true. Because you have money and you are financially independent, you don't have to be married because they're focused on financial independence. But there is also, you have a family, you have kids. Your kids need a father. Your kids, you need, if you have financial independence, that means you're probably working hard. You need somebody to rub your back and to support you, to talk to you, to fix the lights. You need somebody to talk nicely to you because you just had a bad day. You didn't get
y'all
the
need
contract.
marriage for that. Y'all can't have a man. Y'all can't have a Stedman like Oprah got Stedman.
In theory, you can. In theory, you can. But there's something different that happens between relationship
Oprah has
and
Gail.
marriage.
Oh, there you go. There
Oh
you go.
Lord, I think her and Stedman are married.
Nah, they not. And they could be married. So here's where I'm at, girl. So here's where I'm at. I'll take a spiritual marriage over a legal marriage because I never want to be in a position again, because I was married and I had to go through the whole court system. I never want to be in a position again where a white man could tell me what I got to do with my money. That's just not what I'm interested in doing ever again, because it hit me so hard the last time. Like, they acted like I was Dr. Dre, and so I never want to be in a position where they can tell me what I have to do after you wasn't on the court shooting with me. So after I didn't hit all the stuff, now you got, somebody. So I'll do a spiritual marriage. Yeah, no, maybe so. Are we paused? Is Miss Black?
I'm like, what is frozen? What is a spiritual marriage?
We lost another one. Okay.
It's just you're married in spirit. You don't have to get the white man involved in your marriage.
Hell, if you're in California and you together more than 7 years, is it 7 years or 10 years? You technically married or
yeah, but you could set things up. You could have a prenup or whatever, I guess. But I just don't like the system dictating what I need to do. I want to do it myself. It's different at damn near 50. I don't need the system telling me, but who knows? It may change. Let's go to the next one. All right. Men over 40 still expect women to submit in relationships. Okay. This is a conversation we was kind of having before. And I'm interested to see what Dr. Lene got to say.
The question is stating that men over 40 still expect women to submit. I'm over 40, over 50, over 60, over 70, over 80.
Should women submit is the question.
No, the question didn't say should they.
No, I'm asking you. That's my question to you, Dr. Lene. Should women submit?
Yes, women should submit. Okay. Now, I finally heard it a way. Let me preface that with, you can't be out here submitting to all the ninjas. You should submit to yours. Let me say that. And I was watching something the other day. Stefan Speaks, and he was talking about submission, and he was talking about the reason why women have such a hard time with it. And so how he broke it down to me, I was like, okay, I can support that. And he was talking about there's 3 levels to submission. There's submitting to each other, right? When you decide to be with this person, you guys are making this submission to each other. He's submitting to her, she's submitting to him. That's the communal level of relationship. Then there's she's submitting to him as her husband, and he is submitting to God. In that frame, I can submit because now this is the person that God has brought into my life as the head of our household, as the leader, and he is hearing from, speaking to, praying with, covering us by way of God. I do not have a problem submitting to that man and his leadership.
Amen.
I'm not submitting to Joe down the street, but for my dude, my husband, my man, my king of my castle, he can have submission.
What does that look like? Tell me what does submission look like in actual, because I've been a therapist, a licensed therapist for over 20 years. I have yet to go to a training, a CEU, continuing education units that I'm required to do every other year. I've yet to come across a presentation of evidence-based practice talking about submission. I want to know, what does that look like?
Evidence-based practice. I think it's biblical. Yes, not evidence-based practice. It's biblical, so you're not going to see it in evidence-based practice, but biblically speaking, and or from that perspective, it is saying that your husband, not your boyfriend, not some dude you're kicking it with, your husband, that you will submit to him. So basically, he is the leader, the head of your household. So you can go to him, you can speak, you can talk about, give your considerations, let him know what you feel, how you think, but ultimately, he has the last say.
Yeah.
And that you have to be okay with that. You can
So
still speak.
you
still
go
talk,
to-
you can still say this is what it is. You give your opinion, but he
that
has to
sounds
take
like a
into consideration and makes his choice.
That sounds like a parent-child relationship. If I were to take
Not at all.
that scenario,
Yeah, not
and
at
I
all.
were to let me finish. If I were to take that scenario, that sounds like a parent-child relationship. So the submission example that you just gave is what I do with my children. So I could say, hey, we're going to go on vacation somewhere, and my kids can give me input, but at the end of the day, it's going to be my husband and I that's going to put our heads together, and we're going to make that decision together. And then I will notify the children what they need to do. Here's the plan of action. I have taken your voice into consideration. That's healthy. But in terms of,
if you want to be equal to your husband,
that's
yes,
a parent.
it is healthy, but now you're saying that you and
that's
your
a
husband are the same.
parent-child scenario, and that's not necessarily, I don't know what the submission. So if that's the case, then to me that doesn't sound like that's pretty healthy. So
it's perfectly healthy for me. I don't want to be equal with my husband. I don't need, for the whole purpose of having not the whole sole purpose, but when you have protection and you have provision and you have covering and you have a man that can lead you, you don't have to go back and forth. You don't have to be on his level. He is the man. He is the overarching protector, provider, security, the king of the castle. The king is the one who has the final say. The queen provides input,
that's a parent,
consideration, all of those things.
I don't say, okay, so in healthy relationships, decisions are made through compromise and flexibility. So there has to be a sense of back and forth with a sense of compromise. Okay, here's what you want to do. You want to go somewhere hot. I'd like to go somewhere cold. How can we get together and compromise? Maybe this time we'll go somewhere hot, or the next time we'll go somewhere cold. And then we come up with an agreement between two adults and have an agreement that is compromising and flexible to the people in that dyad. Okay, in that relationship. That is what communication says. But what you just laid out is almost like a parent-child power dynamic relationship that is problematic in a lot of situations. And I don't know, how do you submit to each other then? Well, maybe you don't subscribe to the submit to each other thing. So maybe
I think you have to submit to each other. In order for you to let this person lead you, you have to trust this person to lead you. But submission does not mean that you don't have compromise. You have to compromise. There's going to be times when your husband says, you know what, that's right, let's do what you say. There's going to be times when he says, you know what, I took that into consideration, but I think that this is still the best way forward. So
he independently makes a decision, and everybody just has to follow what he says.
So I think you're speaking from But Dr. Alicia, I think you're speaking from an authoritarian space, and I don't think that's what allowing a man, that's what submitting to a man is about. It's not about him being above you. It is about you trusting him to make that decision. I believe that that's important. And if I'm going to marry someone, then I'm going to marry the person that I believe can actually lead, direct, and guide me. Like, I'm not going to marry anybody that I believe is going to lead me down to hell.
What does that look like? Like,
does
it look like compromise, or does it look like it's a submission thing?
I think that's
all the say so, and you don't. Where's your voice?
That's where
and you're coming at it from a licensed psychological. This is not a science-based practice. So
right.
if you come at it from that perspective, and you're thinking about what you read in the book, then yeah, I understand what you're saying. But this is not what you read in a book.
Well,
I'm
talking about practice. So evidence-based practice is also practice.
But also there are also situations in households where people are ruled by their religion or their spiritual practice that actually works as well. That's not evidence-based practice that you would see. But I do believe when you talk about submission, there's also a sense of wisdom that man has. So if this is a true leader, he's going to consider what you say. And he's going to lead accordingly. I don't think again, you're looking at it as he's the authority. I may be able to say something, but he has the ultimate say and he's not considering. I believe that this person that I'm going to submit to has the wisdom to be able to lead me. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
what does that have to do? How is that different from, if it's not different from compromise and flexibility, then how is submission not different from that? Because compromise, flexibility, being able to have empathy, all of those things are important for a healthy relationship. So I'd like to know exactly how that's different from, oh, I have to just listen to whatever you have to say.
But it's not that
it sounds like you're saying.
It's not that simple that I just have to listen to what you have to say. I do believe it's wisdom. It's this person that you trust enough to say, you know what, I'm going to lead this household, and I'm going to be able to see. I think the problem is in this modern society, like women, because here's the thing too. Anything with two heads is deformed, right? Like if you have two heads on something, it's you can't have two heads. There got to be one head. There got to be one leader. Somebody has to submit to the leader. And I'm okay as a woman as long as he allows me to operate in my femininity and he's taking care of business. And just like you said, Dr. Lene, provision. Right, and you're providing.
That sounds like a parent-child. That sounds like
go be the man. Somebody has to be the woman.
That doesn't sound like that's
the man.
No, it's allowing me to operate in my femininity. I don't have to be the man. I don't got to go out there and make decisions. I don't got to slay the dragons and then come. I don't want to make the decisions. I want to be able to trust somebody to do that.
What I'm saying, what I'm trying to see the demarcation between respect, listening, empathy, being flexible and compromising. How is that different from what you're saying? Like, is it that I have to just listen to what this person has to say and fall in line? Or is it that there is this sense of two adults coming together and compromising, being flexible with each other, respecting each other? How is that different from what you're laying out as submission?
Because maybe this is for another
scenario, but I'm trying to hear like the nuances in that, because in the submission thing, I'm seeing in practice where it's like, oh, she's got to submit to me. That means she got to do what I say. So I think that it's getting a little confusing with some of these men. Yeah, I submit to God. I don't know what that means. Plus, there's another alternative to that passage in the Bible, but we could talk about it later, I guess. Okay. That's one way of looking at it. There's other ways of interpreting that particular part in the Bible.
And I think that this is why so many women are single, is because they don't get this part understood well.
Well, I'm not single, and I don't know what that means.
You have to listen to me. There's going to be a lot of unhappy homes.
And on that note, I'm getting beat up in the back, so we got to give our final thoughts. We got to give our final thoughts. So I'll start with you, Dr. Alicia. What is your final thoughts, and where can they find you?
Listen, everybody's thoughts, everybody's feelings are equally important as an adult in a relationship. And if you are struggling with trying to make sure that you are being heard, if you're struggling with making sure that it's a beautiful, equal relationship where two adults come together, you can contact me, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I will help to tease all of that out so you can come to a place where everybody's important, everybody's voice is important, and you can come up with agreements in your relationship where there's compromise, there's flexibility, there is love, and there's definitely respect in the relationship. Coaching with Dr. Alicia. You can follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Dr. Lene.
What up? Today's conversation was so good. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to have it. The dynamics and the emergency situation that is happening between Black men and Black women, like it is critical. It is critical that we come together. It is critical that we have these types of conversations so that we have understanding. We understand what women want and what they need. We understand what men want and what they need. Neither party's emotions should be devalued. Neither party's desires should not be communicated. Like, you should care about what the man wants. You should care about what the woman wants, and you should be able to communicate. You should respect each person. Our conversation was about decreasing in value. Do women decrease as they age? They don't, because they get smarter, they get wiser, they get better, they become better partners, they become better counterparts, right? Women are helpmates to men. I think we've heard it said that the man is the head and the woman is the neck. Like, the head does not move without the neck. If you know how to operate in your household and be complimenting to your husband, and again, I'm talking about husbands. I'm not talking about your boyfriend or your man friend. I'm talking about your husband, then submitting to his leadership, letting him provide and offer security. It does not demean you as a woman. It does not mean he does not respect you. It does not mean that he does not have to compromise, but it does mean that we have proper, I'm not going to say proper structure, but we get to operate in our femininity. We get to let the man be the man. We get to be what they call it, the soft life. That's what they call it now, the soft life. You get to be a passenger princess. That's not for everybody. Everybody doesn't want that. I do want that. I do want to be a passenger princess. I do want to be pampered. I do want to be taken care of. I do want to have a man, my man, that I can trust, that can take the lead, that can take that position. I don't think that we have a lot of that in our community right now. And it's unfortunate, because as women, we're having to do and operate in our masculine energy way more than what we should. We should be able to be feminine and be soft and let the masculine energy take hold. And I pray for a day when we can do that, when there's two parents in the household or two people in the household to lead, and that there's the trust and the communication and the respect so that we can operate like that. I'm not going to say like other communities. I'm just going to say like that. And so I'm Dr. Lene Javette. I am a brand your brilliant strategist. I help Black entrepreneurs to create strategies that help them to brand their brilliance. I'm supposed to read. There it is. Happy birthday, Laura Lala Key and Constance Carter. What? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
So last time Gwen forgot all about me, so now she's making it up. Thank you, Gwen.
That's not the appropriate one.
I had a birthday over the weekend. So this was great. First of all, I loved all the audience engagement, all the chat engagement. And I love having just the most multifaceted opinions of everybody, because we all have different opinions of what we think and what our lifestyles are and how we choose to live. And guess what? What you do don't affect nobody else but your household. What you eat don't make nobody else shit. So that's the beautiful thing, is you can live your life and lead your life however you want to and however you interpret it. The great thing is that what today's conversation proves is that Black women over 30 are not 50% off. If anything, we are leveling up. The world tries to tell us that our value is tied to youth, but what we know is we gain confidence, we gain financial power, and we gain wisdom as we continue to grow. So the real question is, y'all, who really benefits from making women feel like they lose value after 30? Who? The truth is that women over 30 are in their prime, y'all. Over 40, we getting even gooder and gooder and gooder. And the more that we own that, the harder it becomes for society to dictate our worth. If you're a woman over 30, walk in your power, sis. If you're younger, know that your value isn't on a timeline. And if you're a man, understand that real value isn't about age, but it's about depth. It's about growth. It's about connection. So, y'all, let's keep this conversation going. Let's keep it going in the comments. Do you think society still devalues Black women over 30? Have you experienced this yourself? So I just want to give a huge thank you to the panel. Dr. Alicia, Dr. Lene, Miss Robin, Miss Black Hollywood. What a powerful conversation. I want to keep it going. Dr. Lene, you keep coming with the controversial stuff, because this was great. This was really fun today. I enjoyed it. Remember that you can listen to us on Spotify. If you can't watch us, go to Spotify, search for Fly Nubian Money. We're here Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. No, what time is it? 1 to 1 Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Also, we'll be here tomorrow. Same time, same bat channel. We'll see you. Let's look at this Black History fact.
This is Maggie Lena Walker, a trailblazer in Black American history. In 1899, Walker became the leader of the Independent Order of St. Luke, a fraternal organization dedicated to the social and financial advancement of Black Americans. Under her leadership, the order expanded its reach, providing critical services like insurance and financial support to the Black American community. In 1903, Walker founded the St. Luke Penny Savings Bank, making history as the first Black American woman to charter a bank in the United States. On its opening day, November 2nd, the bank had deposits totaling over $9,000 or $321,000 adjusted for inflation. By 1920, the bank's assets had grown significantly to over $500,000, which is about $8 million adjusted for inflation. The bank empowered Black Americans by offering loans and promoting savings, fostering economic independence and community growth.